In the boudoir, calling a deer a horse. Father. Mother. The elder lord and great madam have another child besides the miss. This person is appearing for the first time after all this time. He merely snorted coldly, "What vengeful ghost?" I think they were confused in their sleep and mistook dreams for reality. Spreading from 10 to 100, causing panic among the people, they deliberately want to disrupt the peace of Arjun Manor. Such servants should be directly given the cane punishment to control their mouths. Xiang Lu didn't know how this person could utter such cold words with a normal human mouth. He truly treated human life as dirt. Sensing Xiang Lu's gaze, that person was extremely arrogant, looking at others through the corner of his eye. You are also one of them, spouting nonsense, and even trying to trick my parents into sending people into the water. He suddenly raised his voice, someone. Over 10 people uniformly entered, awaiting orders. That person pointed at Xiang Lu, drag her down, give her 30 strokes of the cane, and then lock her up in the woodshed. Without my command, do not release her. The change happened too quickly, and this person's hostility toward her was baffling. She had to say something, otherwise, 30 strokes would surely leave her severely injured, if not dead. This person was hostile towards her, so speaking to him wouldn't be very effective. Xiang Lu decisively turned to the elder lord and great madam, "This servant is not spouting nonsense. How dare this servant speak carelessly when it concerns the lives of the elder lord and great madam?" More than one servant in the west courtyard saw what happened at the pond last night. It's understandable if one person was confused in their sleep, but surely not everyone was confused. If the elder lord and great madam don't believe me, you can summon the servants from the west courtyard for questioning. The elder lord and great madam would naturally subconsciously side with their own child. Originally, they hadn't planned to intervene, but hearing Xiang Lu now, they felt she had a point. The great madam eased the atmosphere. I think Xiang Lu makes some sense. Jin Manor maintains clear rewards and punishments, and the matter requires further investigation. We can punish her later, once the truth is revealed and we confirm Xiang Lu was speaking nonsense. Following this, the great madam sent people to the west courtyard to summon the servants who claimed to have gone to the pond last night. Throughout the entire process, the sharp-tongued young master remained silent. Was he unable to refute? A strange unease arose in Xiang Lu's heart. Last night, quite a few servants from the west courtyard went to the pond, most of them from Qiu Liangjuan's compound. Soon after, they entered Xiang Lu's view and knelt before the elder lord and great madam. Following them was Qiu Liangjun, who was a player. This is bad. Qiu Liangjun believed she and Hua Huai were on the same side, so he would definitely treat her as a hostile target. She thought she knew what that unease was about. Since the elder lord and great madam were Qiu Liangjuan's uncle and aunt in this identity, he naturally had to greet them. After the greetings, the great madam began to question them. Did you go to the pond last night? Tell us everything you saw and heard. The servants knelt in fear, and the memories of last night made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Yet, the words they spoke chilled Xiang Lu to the core. We servants did not go to the pond last night. The rumors in the manor are false. It was merely a dream of young Master Liang Jun. When young Master Liang Jun woke up, he found the dream interesting and told us servants about it. It was so vivid that we servants couldn't help but talk about it, wanting others to experience it too. Who knew that this well-intentioned act, as it spread, turned into a rumor that there was actually a ghost in the pond? We servants truly deserve death. Please punish us, elder lord and great madam. The source of the topic shifted to Qiu Liangjun. The elder lord took over, frowning, and asked, Juner, is what they said true? Qiu Liangjun smiled, his eyes narrowed. It is true. I didn't expect it would cause such a commotion. If I had known, I wouldn't have told the story. The elder lord still had doubts. What about the missing people in the west courtyard? Qiu Liangjuan's smile widened. Since it was a dream, how could anyone actually be missing? Before coming here, your nephew counted them. None of the servants in the west courtyard are missing. Damn it. The elder lord and great madam of the main courtyard wouldn't know the exact number of servants in the west courtyard. If Zhou Liangjun intended to change the story, he could point to a deer and call it a horse. The main courtyard young master curled his lip contemptuously and sneered, to be able to make something false sound exactly like the truth is quite a skill. Xiang Lu, considering you are the Mrs. Personal Maid, I will give you a chance to admit your mistake. As long as you kneel and apologize to father and mother, I can reduce your cane punishment by 10 strokes. Xiang Lu's palms were sweating. She finally understood, these two were colluding. She suspected that the hidden player she had deduced last night was this main courtyard young master. Their identities gave them a natural advantage in this dungeon. Even if everything Xiang Lu said today was the truth, if they wanted her dead, it would only take a flick of their finger. Should she give up now and kneel to admit her mistake? It was truly infuriating. She was only one step away. Everyone present fixed their gaze solely on Xiang Lu. No one spoke up to plead for her, their indifference was expected. Her knees bent slightly. Kneel. No matter what, she had to survive first. Suddenly, a spherical object rolled in and stopped at Xiang Lu's feet. Just as everyone was wondering what it was, the thing sprouted feet. It was only the size of a palm, appearing as a ball of flesh. After growing feet, the skin and flesh on the ball of flesh peeled upward, revealing half an eyeball. The horrifying and bizarre scene made everyone present quickly retreat. The great madam was terrified. What is this thing? Clearly, this thing could not be explained by common sense. The eyeball looked around. A room full of people was equivalent to a room full of food. Its eyes shone brightly. The eyeball stretched, distorted, and pulled itself into a strange arc. It stared at a servant's face, seemingly contemplating whether the person tasted good. The scene froze for a moment, and then it squinted. Bang! At the same time, this person exploded like a balloon, splattering blood throughout the room, with human skin fragments everywhere. Fragments landed on everyone, and the heavy smell of blood triggered humanity's most primal fear. A small fragment even stuck to the great madam's eyeball. Terrified to the point of trembling, the great madam let out a massive scream. The powerful sound wave caused the eyeball to retreat slightly. Now, the elder lord and great madam had no choice but to believe. The anomaly had truly appeared right before their eyes. The great madam pleaded, Xiang Lu, you must have a way. Quickly deal with this thing. The elder lord trembled, Xiang Lu, if you deal with this thing, we will grant you anything you want. Jin Manor has no shortage of money. We can guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity. If you marry in the future, we will find you a good family. You won't need to worry about the dowry. Unless they truly experienced it, they wouldn't understand the terror of approaching death. They were utterly terrified and offered exceptionally generous terms. The nobility they usually held as masters of the house vanished in that moment. The struggle within the boudoir. Xiang Lu wasn't the only player present. The eerie level of this eyeball wasn't high, even Xiang Lu was confident she could take it down. She couldn't let others seize the initiative. She had to grasp the opportunity and not waste this eerie item that had delivered itself to her. That's right, this item was just like the black hair scene in the pond last night. It belonged to a player's eerie item. However, this eerie item wasn't as strong as the black hair scene last night. With lightning speed, Xiang Lu pulled out a syringe. The syringe was filled with an unknown liquid, which had a miraculous effect on D-class and lower eeriness and eerie items. This syringe wasn't a one-time item. As long as there was enough injectant, it could be used an unlimited number of times. It was a good item, but the injectant was extremely difficult to obtain, and she only had 3 doses. Judging from the eyeball's attack method just now, it had a wind-up, requiring it to lock onto the attacker's face in advance. This process took about 2 to 3 seconds. Of course, Xiang Lu wasn't confident that her actions would be faster than the eerie item. But she had another method. She quickly took off her outer garment and covered her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. The eyeball seemed to sense danger, its 2 little feet hopping and fluttering, circling the crowd once. Xiao Liangjun seized the opportunity, also using an item, and blocked Xiang Lu. He knew that once Xiang Lu successfully dealt with this eerie item, the Elder Lord and Great Madam would definitely believe her words. At that time, she would hold the power to speak, which would be disadvantageous to them. Now the scene was a chaotic mess, and those NPCs couldn't even help themselves. Xiao Liangjun stood in front of her, creating an opportunity for the player playing the young master in the main courtyard to deal with the eerie eyeball. This opportunity could not fall into his hands. Xiang Lu wickedly raised the corner of her lips, pulling out a craft knife with her other hand and unhesitatingly slashing at Xiao Liangjun's face. If he dared to block her, he shouldn't blame her for being impolite. She, Xiang Lu, was never a pushover. The craft knife was extremely sharp, the blade cut, leaving a neat incision in the skin. Because the slash was too fast, the wound didn't react for the first 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, blood began to seep from the wound. Xiao Liangjun was incredulous, the sudden turn of events had damaged his face. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Xiang Lu, I'll kill you." He was truly enraged, but Xiang Lu showed no fear, pressing the craft knife to his brow and grinning, "I'm right here, if you have the guts, make your move." The craft knife was not just for show, it kept moving forward between his eyebrows, its tip piercing his skin. As Xiang Lu advanced, Xiao Liangjun continuously retreated. "What? Are you afraid of this knife, not daring to lay a hand on me?" "Although my player level isn't high, I've played for a long time, and I have plenty of items." "If you're not afraid of death, then keep blocking me." Xiang Lu perfectly embodied madness. She had seen too much human nature and was gradually able to apply that human nature to herself. "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something, I'm on the same faction as you. There's only one player in the enemy faction. Guess who this player in the enemy faction is?" From Xiao Liangjun's perspective, Xiang Lu had clearly become a lunatic. She must have known that players couldn't kill each other, yet she acted as if she wouldn't mind killing him. As for the information she revealed afterward, Xiao Liangjun didn't believe a single bit of it. The player, whose name he didn't know, playing the role of the young master, was about to succeed. Xiang Lu unhesitatingly threw the craft knife at him. "It's mine, no one is allowed to snatch it." Turning around Xiao Liangjun, Xiang Lu chased after the eerie eyeball. While chasing, the eerie eyeball actually ran in front of the Elder Lord. It stared at the Elder Lord's face, as if it was about to activate its ability on him. The Elder Lord and Great Madam were key figures, they needed to speak up to retrieve the skeleton from the pond. Only if they spoke up could that skeleton be legitimately salvaged without being targeted by misshun. 1. Xiang Lu gritted her teeth. 2. 3. As the syringe pierced the eerie eyeball, it was maintaining a half-closed eye posture. All the liquid was injected into the eerie eyeball, and it immediately withered, appearing like a wilting flower. Success, danger averted. The Elder Lord's heart was in his throat, and before he could recover, a craft knife flew from a distance. He and Xiang Lu were too close, and for a moment, he couldn't distinguish whether this craft knife was aimed at him or at Xiang Lu. The sound of rushing air warned Xiang Lu of danger behind her. She instinctively turned her body, trying to dodge. The opponent's aim was very accurate, even though she dodged, she couldn't completely avoid it. Following the trajectory of the craft knife, it would ultimately land on Xiang Lu's shoulder. Clang! At this moment, a fighting knife blocked the craft knife's path, and both deviated together, embedding themselves in the wooden chair in front of the Elder Lord. The fighting knife was much heavier than the craft knife. The craft knife directly broke in half before the sharpness of the fighting knife. The Elder Lord, hiding behind the wooden chair, was scared out of his wits at such a sight. When the dust settled, everyone's hearts remained unsettled for a long time. Too exciting! The Elder Lord's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted. The scene was too chaotic, everything they had just witnessed was difficult for them to process. The Great Madam tremblingly called out to the unconscious Elder Lord, but to no avail. While someone went to fetch a doctor, Xiang Lu said, "It seems the vengeful ghost from the pond has escaped." Last night, the servants saw the vengeful ghost's hair, and now it's the vengeful ghost's eyes. Tomorrow, the day after, who knows what part of the vengeful ghost it will be. She raised a hand to wipe away some human fragments from her face, seemingly accustomed to encountering such things. This servant doesn't know why young Master Liang Jun is full of lies, but madam, you also saw with your own eyes that there is indeed a vengeful ghost. In Jin manner. This vengeful ghost has probably grown stronger, even coming out to move about in broad daylight. Retrieving the vengeful ghost's corpse brooks no delay, please, great madam, issue the order immediately. After such a chaotic scene, the great madam's mind was a complete muddle. She had lost the ability to think, nodding repeatedly, yes, yes. Then she pointed at the servants, you, quickly tell people to go to the pond and salvage it, and follow Xiang Lu's instructions in everything. Xiao Liangjuan's face was distorted, his face was ruined for nothing. Yet, he couldn't lay a hand on Xiang Lu. Now, Xiang Lu was the savior in the great madam's eyes, the one who could rescue them from distress. The player portraying the young master of the main courtyard remained silent at this point, turning to look outside the door. Xiao Liangjun followed his gaze outside. He saw nothing, but he understood that someone had been observing their every move from outside. The fighting knife embedded in the wooden chair was the proof. The boudoir, pitiful. The team heading to the pond for salvage was massive, with people assigned from the main courtyard, west courtyard, and east courtyard. The crowd gathered densely along the banks of the pond. This was the first time that players in the dungeon had gathered in such large numbers. All players were present, except for Hua Huai. Although there were many people, the servants were still afraid of entering the water and kept pushing and shoving each other. Some said, your swimming is good, you go down and retrieve it. Others said, being a good swimmer is useless. I have a fear of seeing corpses, I'll faint right in the water, and then there will be an extra body. That's no good. If that's the case, I have aquaphobia, I faint whenever I touch water. Someone raised their hand, I'm allergic to water, I've never touched it before. In short, the excuses they gave to avoid going into the water were bizarre and endless. It wouldn't do if no one was willing to go into the water, that skeleton must be retrieved today. Xiang Lu stood before the crowd and announced loudly, I have learned some methods for dealing with vengeful ghosts. With me here, you won't be in any danger. I imagine working in Jin Manor is a desirable job. You wouldn't want to lose this position, would you? Jin Manor is rich and powerful and not short of money, allowing the servants to profit considerably. Serving as a servant is the same anywhere, but if they leave Jin Manor, they might never find such a desirable job again. Many people had personally witnessed Xiang Lu dealing with the abnormal eyeball previously, giving them some faith in her. In their nervousness, someone stepped forward. I'll go. After the task is completed, please speak highly of me to Big Sister Xiang Lu and the Great Madam. Fortune favors the brave. Wealth is sought in danger. If this earns them special favor from the Great Madam, their future days in the manor will be much easier. Perhaps there would even be a chance to fill a vacant managerial position in the manor. With one person taking the lead, the thoughts of most people present began to waver. This was a great opportunity to distinguish themselves. It was precisely because others were afraid to go that this act would be especially remembered. Xiang Lu also promised that nothing bad would happen to them. They had seen Xiang Lu's capability, she genuinely possessed the ability to deal with vengeful ghosts. Xiao Liangjun quietly approached the young master of the main courtyard and frowned, saying, what should we do? They look like they're wavering. The young master of the main courtyard was extremely calm. We don't necessarily have to stop her. The skeleton at the bottom of the water is a point of suspicion, and I'm not sure what purpose it serves. Perhaps retrieving it will benefit us too. Xiao Liangjun nearly choked, gritting his teeth, then was that whole performance you put on earlier just for fun? The young master of the main courtyard looked indifferent. We had to test their strength, otherwise how would we know their capabilities? He seemed to glance unintentionally to the side, lifting his chin slightly. That man has been following me for days. Anyone who didn't know better would think he has a crush on me. Xiao Liangjun suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and quickly took a step back. You're gay. Following his gaze, Xiao Liangjun saw Xu Wenyao. Seriously, neither of these two looked easy to deal with. Even when the person in front of him smiled, the warmth never reached his eyes. Xu Wenyao's sharpness was completely undisguised, his eyes seemed to hide a knife, openly revealing a dangerous aura. Seeing his reaction, the young master of the main courtyard openly scoffed, "Don't worry, even if I were gay, I wouldn't be interested in you." Xiao Liangjun felt frantic. Sometimes, he really wanted to call the police. Ignoring his frustration, the young master of the main courtyard said to himself, "I think Xiang Lu didn't lie to you just now." Didn't lie to him? Xiao Liangjun couldn't immediately recall which sentence he was referring to. Also, isn't his reaction time way too slow? Why is he only bringing this up now? Suppressing his annoyance, Xiao Liangjun recalled what had happened shortly before. He remembered, and hesitated. Are you referring to the line where she said she's on the same side as us? The young master of the main courtyard nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the abnormal boss of this dungeon and the player role-playing mission belong to the same faction. Typically, in this type of faction confrontation dungeon, the strength of both sides is kept balanced. Xiao Liangjun refused to believe it encountered, then why is she constantly opposing us? The young master of the main courtyard chuckled. Have you never entered a dungeon with other players who are your friends? Xiao Liangjun shook his head. No. The young master of the main courtyard nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then you truly are pitiful. Why is this person so infuriating when he speaks? Is he pitiful? Pitiful. Just then, a youthful voice slowly interjected, "It's not bad to have no friends. At least you won't be put in a dilemma because of them." Xiao Liangjun had never seen this young man before. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be a player as well. Wu Jiang stopped in front of the young master of the main courtyard. The two looked very familiar with each other. "Qin Yuanlong, your mouth is still so unforgiving." He extended his hand to Xiao Liangjun. "Hello, I am Qin Yuanlong's friend, sea-level player Wu Jiang." His mouth wasn't exactly gentle or kind either. "Your face is bruised, and you couldn't even stop a woman." Sigh. Everything was implied. Xiao Liangjun said nothing. He wanted to fight these two. No one shook Wu Jiang's hand, and after hanging in the air for a moment, he didn't feel awkward at all. He calmly withdrew his hand and shifted his gaze toward the pond. By now, quite a few household guards had gone into the water to carry out the salvage work, leaving only a scattered few on the shore. Meng Mingjun was slacking off as usual. Although he had come to the pond, he merely sat on a rock by the edge, adopting the posture of a spectator. Ji Jingwan stood alone. She had overheard the conversation between the three men just now. In fact, she was also curious about what was going on with the skeleton in the pond. Everyone was waiting for the skeleton to be retrieved onto the shore, wanting to see what clues they could obtain from it. The pond was too large. Fortunately, it was daytime and there were many household guards, so they managed to completely retrieve the skeleton by noon. The household guards were exhausted and inevitably began to complain. This skeleton had several loops of rope wrapped around it, all knotted underwater. The massive stone block attached to the other end must weigh hundreds of pounds. Who exactly is so deranged as to tie someone up like this and throw them into the water? There must have been a deep hatred between the two parties to commit such an act. This skeleton has been underwater for too long. We were afraid it would shatter if we weren't careful, so we didn't dare use any force while moving it. None of them stopped to think deeply, otherwise, these words would not have come out of their mouths. A massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds is not something an ordinary person can move, let alone carry it into the manor and attach it to another person. Just carrying it into the manor would have been very conspicuous, yet they had no memory of it. Could it be that they were secretly executed by the masters of the manor? On a pile of rockery stones near the pond, a black cat looked down from above, its golden vertical pupils gazing eerily at the skeleton. Behind the rockery pile, Lu Yang called out softly and anxiously, "Hey you, come back quickly, don't run around. The pavilion in the boudoir, leaving the pavilion. Jin Manor's pavilion. The kitchen maids always delivered meals on time, they'd skipped breakfast, and now lunch was late as well. Had some major incident occurred in the manor, serious enough to disrupt the kitchen's schedule? Hua Huai opened the pavilion window and leaned out. Over the past few days, a maid had occasionally passed beneath the pavilion. Today, the silence felt unnaturally eerie, stirring a strong sense of unease. After watching for an unknown length of time, someone finally walked by. Days of repetition had taught Hua Huai to gauge how many people were climbing the stairs, sometimes she could even tell whose footsteps they were. It sounded like 5 again. They chatted among themselves, recounting recent happenings in the manor. Their steps were slower than before, conversation mattered more than keeping their jobs at Jin Manor. You've all heard about the ghost in the pond this morning, right? The story keeps getting scarier. They say the Mrs. Personal Maid went to greet the master and madam this morning and ran into something bizarre. Strangest of all, Xiang Lu actually solved whatever it was. Xiang Lu says it wasn't the real vengeful ghost yet, we have to fish the corpse out of the pond to finish it off. Never knew Xiang Lu had skills like that. I sneaked to the west courtyard pond just now. They were pulling up a corpse, turned out to be only a skeleton. Right after it was lifted, before anyone could move, a black cat dropped from the sky and landed beside the bones. People say black cats sense spirits. After it yowled at the skeleton, the bones turned to dust on the spot and scattered in the wind, as if they'd never been hauled up. I saw a wisp of red smoke twisting above the bones, shaped like a woman. I'd bet the vengeful ghost was a woman while alive. Hua Huai had touched that skeleton herself, she was sure it hadn't belonged to a woman. The bones had crumbled because of black feather, or had Miss Shin herself shattered them? Another voice cut in, so the vengeful ghost is gone for good? They reached the door. Should save it for later. Even their lowered voices still reached Hua Huai's ears. Perhaps they didn't realize how deathly quiet the pavilion was, every tiny sound carried. The pavilion door opened, and the maids set the dishes on the table one by one. Hua Huai had questions and didn't hide that she'd overheard them. Could you describe that woman-shaped figure in detail? Hua Huai strongly suspected the woman had been Miss Shin. The maids, startled by her bluntness, hesitated before answering. The figure was slim, dressed in red, a bit taller than you. Someone nudged the speaker, who quickly added, she's shorter than us, my sister here can't speak properly. After all, it had been only a skeleton branded a vengeful ghost, yet they were comparing it to the young mistress. This maid clearly had a death wish. Taller than Hua Huai, shorter than the maids, and clad in red. Hua Huai went to the wardrobe, pulled out a wedding dress, and held it before her. Did it look like this? The maids' faces froze, especially the one who'd sneaked to the pond. Her gaze locked on the dress. Why yes, exactly. The spectral Miss Shin had worn this very red gown. Not similar, identical. The worst-case scenario had arrived, Miss Shin herself was intervening to stop them breaking the illusionary realm. A chill spread to every limb as her mind raced. Was there still a way to shatter the illusion? Everything they did inside Miss Shin's illusionary realm would be sensed by her. In this dungeon she was virtually God. If it came to it, Hua Huai would just have to fight head-on. Perhaps that slim chance of survival still existed. Is the black cat still at the pond? If Black Feather was near the pond, Lu Yang wouldn't be far away. The maid looked blank, not understanding the question, but answered, when I left, the cat was still there. Hua Huai nodded, walked to a pile of prettily wrapped flour cookies, slipped a pack into her robe, and turned. I'm skipping lunch. Goodbye. While the maids were distracted, Hua Huai slipped out of the pavilion room, locked the door from the outside, and dashed off. Luckily, although the dungeon cast her as the young mistress, it hadn't shackled her behavior to that role. The maids pounded on the door, shouting, Miss, you can't go out. Miss, open the door. If the master and madam find out, they'll flay us alive. Hua Huai said nothing. In this game these girls probably weren't even NPCs. The match was nearing its end. she had no reason to stay trapped in the pavilion. Her current outfit drew too much attention. Fortunately, she'd earlier scouted the manor and knew where laundry was hung. She grabbed a set of household guard clothes that more or less fit. Unable to style a man's top knot, she simply twisted her hair into a bun with a cloth band and stuck the wooden hairpin through it. With her figure still undeveloped, the male disguise made her look like a cute little boy. Honestly, men's clothing felt far more comfortable. She could stride and run without the fabric snagging at every step. She sprinted straight to the west courtyard pond. By the time she arrived, all the servants had dispersed. With the vengeful ghost gone, they had no reason to linger. Only players remained on the scene. Wu Jiang, surprised to see her out of the pavilion, blurted, "Why are you here?" At the same time, Hua Huai asked Xu Wenyao and Xian Lu, "Have you seen Lu Yang?" The two replied, "That black cat suddenly went wild." Lu Yang chased after it. Black feather, last night they had followed it to the pond. Had it sensed something that drew it here? Which way did they go? The cat was too fast. If it didn't want to be followed, no human could keep up. Still, everyone had caught the general direction. Finding Black Feather and Lu Yang was something Hua Huai had to do. Only she could accomplish it, so she hadn't asked the others to help search. Nevertheless, the players fell in behind her, forming a small procession. Black Feather was bound to her, yes, but until it chose to leave the dungeon with her, it remained Lu Yang's cat. Hua Huai couldn't use the horror game key to forge any deeper link with it. In the boudoir, name. After almost running through the entire manor, Hua Huai and her group finally found Lu Yang and Heiyu in an uninhabited courtyard. Heiyu was curled up in Lu Yang's arms, while Lu Yang sat by the courtyard wall, constantly stroking Heiyu's fur. By the time this commotion was over, it was already nearing evening. Fortunately, they hadn't left the manor, otherwise, they wouldn't know where to find them. In Jin Manor, the sky at dusk was a hazy gray. Like someone's mood plummeting to rock bottom, on the verge of tears. Lu Yang was not in a good state at this moment, but when he looked up and saw Hua Huai, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Mississippi. He then realized her attire was unusual, as were the several people following behind her. It wasn't nightfall yet, was it? How did Miss come out of the pavilion? What was strange was Hua Huai's expression. She looked at him calmly, as if he were an ordinary person. The words she then spoke made him feel even more unfamiliar and confused. "I am not Miss. Look closely, do you really recognize me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew, rustling the loose strands of hair at Hua Huai's temples. The surroundings' temperature dropped slightly. Wu Jiang looked at Hua Huai's back and, after a long while, blurted out, "Is she crazy?" Qin Yuanlong chuckled, "You think everyone is as overly cautious as you?" "Between the two of you, I still admire her style more." Wu Jiang was speechless, "Because she's more like you, you admire her more, right? Since you like her so much, take her as a disciple. Anyway, you have plenty of disciples, one more won't hurt." Qin Yuanlong glanced at him, "Didn't you see she already has someone by her side? What am I compared to them? Besides, I've schemed against her. If she could still take me as a master, she'd truly be too open-minded." Xu Wenyao walked past the two, his words seemingly laced with ice shards. "It's good to know your place. Don't wish for what you shouldn't wish for. Lest you die in the dungeon because of it, that would be too unprofitable." Qin Yuanlong squinted and smiled, "Eavesdropping on us? Are you secretly in love with me?" It felt like punching cotton. Listening to Qin Yuanlong speak made Xu Wenyao feel like his ears were being polluted. Among the players present, only Hua Huai and Xiang Lu realized that the current dungeon mode was an illusionary realm. There were too many players from the enemy faction present, so Xiang Lu had not revealed this to Xu Wenyao. The others didn't understand Hua Huai's actions at the moment, but Xiang Lu knew what she was going to do. She quickly stepped in front of Hua Huai, stopping her, "You can't do this, it's too dangerous." Hua Huai only said one sentence, and the surroundings immediately showed obvious changes. It was not hard to foresee how dangerous the consequences would be if she fully expressed herself. Hua Huai stopped and looked up, "Sister Xiang Lu, I once read a sentence in a book. The book said that vitality and danger coexist. To gain exceptionally more vitality, one must endure exceptionally more danger. I want you all to live, and I also want to live. I cherish life very much, don't think that I'm going to die for you. Among those present, is there a more suitable candidate than me? Except for Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao, the other players had no ties with Hua Huai. Even if they possessed considerable strength, they wouldn't stake their lives on this matter. She herself was exceptionally greedy, not only wanting Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao to live but also unable to willingly sacrifice herself. Although my player level isn't high, I might have been incredibly lucky to possess 2 death exemption talismans. Usually, I am a very rational person. But sometimes, very occasionally, I can't help but be emotional and act on my feelings. Her eyes became misty, just as when she returned to the Hua family earlier. Wasn't her heart longing for something? Longing for her parents to recognize Hua Yuan's mistake, even if just for a moment, to stand by her side. Her heart was tormented, as if it had been rolled in boiling water, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. That was an answer she gave herself, filled with anticipation, yet utterly disappointed. Actually, the answer was within her expectations. But she couldn't help it. Like someone about to freeze to death, desperately approaching a flame, even at the risk of being burned. That means they have taken root in my heart. Even if they were gone, the memories would be like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in her heart. The roots of a large tree are intertwined, and roots that have been established for over a decade cannot be easily removed. Do you think you have reached such a depth in my heart? Changing the subject, she curled her lips. Besides, you can't stop me. Why not let me try? With words spoken to this extent, what else could hinder Hua Huai? She was so young, yet so sensible it made one's heart ache. Just like that night in the pavilion, when Hua Huai briefly showed her sharpness. Xiang Lu knew that Hua Huai had never truly been opposed to them in her heart. If one said she was stubborn but soft-hearted, Hua Huai was no different. Xiang Lu stepped back from Hua Huai. All right, friends need to trust each other. I trust you, so don't disappoint me. With no more obstacles, Hua Huai walked up to Lu Yang, squatted down, and met his gaze. Lu Yang, have you thought of the answer? He was lost in thought, pondering something. After a long wait, he seemed to find his voice again. You are indeed Mississippi. To this, Hua Huai slowly explained, calculated by age, I am now 12 years old. Even wearing a large red wedding dress, I wouldn't look like a bride. Judging from Miss Shin's figure, she is probably 3 years older than me, and a full head taller. My name is Hua Huai, my surname is Hua, not Shin. Think carefully, what name should Miss Shin have in your impression? Miss Shin couldn't possibly use a different surname, but what Hua Huai never expected was that. Lu Yang opened his lips and said, Mrs. surname is Shin, and her given name is Hua Huai. To rationalize the player's own names, the illusionary realm truly had countless tricks. Hua Huai couldn't help but ask, what is the name of the young master in the West Courtyard? She had a 2-character given name, adding the surname Jin in front made it a 3-character name, which was reasonable. Originally, Great Madam calling her by her given name could be explained as a mother calling her daughter without using the surname, and it actually made sense. Lu Yang said as a matter of course, Jinliang Jun. The surname had been changed. When Xiang Lu heard this answer, her pupils slightly widened. She remembered something. Earlier, when she went to investigate the West Courtyard, she met Second Madam, who called Shou Liangjun merely Juner. She had first learned Shou Liangjun's full name, then heard this address from Second Madam's mouth. Her mind subconsciously matched Juner with Shou Liangjun, without delving deeper into it. This path was temporarily blocked. It seemed a different approach was needed. The boudoir pavilion appears. Lu Yang, you think you love Miss, yet you can't distinguish her true appearance. How deep is your affection for Miss? Hua Huai's words were sharp, piercing straight into Lu Yang's heart. Not only did this strike Lu Yang, but it also struck the true Miss Shin. The surroundings' temperature dropped sharply, as if entering the dead of winter, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. The leaves in the courtyard had fallen all over the ground, yet a small circular area remained empty. It was as if an invisible person stood there, separating the falling leaves. Struggle appeared on Liu Yang's face. It wasn't that he couldn't sense the abnormality completely, it was just that a voice in his heart kept telling him that the person before him was Miss. All his thoughts were led by this voice. He wanted to control them but was powerless. How could Miss only be 12 years old? Miss was a very gentle person and would never appear before him wearing men's clothing as carelessly as Hua Huai. Miss had strict family education and certainly wouldn't commit theft. They were clearly two different people, so why couldn't he distinguish them? The more Hua Huai spoke, the greater the struggle in Liu Yang's heart. Unable to provide an answer, two forces were pulling intensely against each other in his mind, causing him pain and breakdown. He couldn't help but hit his forehead with his hand. Unable to find an answer, he inexplicably wanted to cry. Meow. Heiyu swept its cattail across the back of Liu Yang's hand, attempting to soothe his emotions. Distracted by Heiyu, Liu Yang's gaze fell upon it, and he inevitably saw the whip scar. Something was stinging his brain, and his chest felt heavy. This time, it wasn't because of his own thinking. He patted his chest and struggled to take a few breaths. Ugh! A strong feeling of nausea surged, and water mixed with impurities was expelled from his mouth. Getting closer, one could even see tiny creatures wriggling among the impurities. Liu Yang always believed he was a living person, but upon seeing the creatures within, he couldn't help but doubt himself. How could a normal person frequently vomit these things? He truly hadn't drunk any water, much less water from the pond, so there was no reason for the expelled substance to contain impurities. That's right. Even he himself felt that the impurities in this water looked exactly like the water from the pond. Something was on the verge of being revealed. Liu Yang bit his lip tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Fragments of memory regarding his death flooded his mind, rendering all his struggles useless. It was his fault, he shouldn't have yearned for Miss. Miss was a noble person he could never aspire to reach. Mud on the ground should know its place and recognize its own filth. He paid the price for his actions, and Heiyu did not escape that price either. The whip scars on Heiyu were inflicted while saving him. The whip was very thick. Given Heiyu's small body, it couldn't withstand a single lash and was instantly left dying. He remembered everything. Tears rolled down from his eyes. He raised his gaze to look at the crowd. What does this mean now? Are we doing it all over again? But I didn't come back to life. Liu Yang's memory had awakened, but it seemed incomplete. You are not Miss. Where is Miss? Miss Jin was likely standing right in this courtyard. Liu Yang had awakened, yet the illusionary realm had not collapsed. Before anyone could reply, a sudden strong wind arose. Leaves rustled, and the fallen leaves scattered, floating chaotically and without rules into the air. The next moment, the sharp ends of all the leaves pointed at Hua Huai, shooting out like arrows. Xin Yuanlong feigned a sharp intake of breath. It seems the specter is angry. This is going to be a sight to see. Wu Jiang added, this is the abnormal boss of the B-level dungeon launching a frontal attack on her. She probably won't last long. Zhou Liangjun was puzzled, why is she doing this? Does she simply want to fight the abnormal boss? Miss Shin launched an attack on Hua Huai. It was obvious that Hua Huai had violated the specter's law of slaughter. As for the purpose, Zhou Liangjun couldn't figure it out. The sheer number of leaves was overwhelming. Just as everyone grew worried, a wall suddenly appeared before Hua Huai. The wall was black, extremely viscous, and dripping with wet slime. The moment the leaves touched the black wall, they were instantly swallowed and dissolved. Simultaneously, a figure stepped out of thin air beside Hua Huai. The young man was wearing modern casual clothing, completely out of place in the current scene. Any player with a bit of game experience knows that this young man is the player's bound specter. The level of terror emanating from him could be called formidable, in no way inferior to the abnormal boss of a B-level dungeon. Xiang Lu pointed at Zhao Ling, her eyes wide, and said to Shu Wenyao, the last time I saw him, he didn't feel this terrifying. Xu Wenyao clarified, he is now a B-grade spectre. Zhao Ling actually leveled up in such a short time. May I ask, how many people across the entire Huadhua have a bound spectre that reached B-grade? No wonder Xu Wenyao held Hua Huai in such high regard. Qin Yuanlong looked thoughtful, his voice so soft it was hard to catch. Interesting. At this level, it's truly enviable. Wu Jiang chimed in with a retort, didn't you say, what kind of nobody are you? Qin Yuanlong, thick-skinned, denied it, I never said such a thing. You must be mistaken. Wu Jiang gave a cold, forced smile, you even schemed against her. Be careful that her spectre doesn't hang you up and beat you. You want to take her as a disciple, but your own strength isn't even as great as hers. If word gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Qin Yuanlong shot him a sidelong glance, if you don't speak, nobody will take you for a mute. As they talked, black muddy substance rapidly spread across the ground, forcefully pinpointing Miss Shen's location. As the boss of the current dungeon, Miss Shen had no reason to retreat without a fight. Since Zhao Ling easily pinpointed her location, she simply materialized. Unlike what Hua Huai had seen before, its face was normal, with rosy lips and white teeth, clearly looking like a carefully nurtured noble daughter. Hua Huai, whether you are willing or not, you must make a choice. I admit the one beside you is very strong, but don't forget, this is my territory. Hua Huai risked danger to wake Lu Yang up, but the illusionary realm wasn't broken, and she ended up being targeted herself. She couldn't think of a way to break the illusionary realm anymore. What exactly is it? Could it be the lanterns under the eaves? Does she need to find a way to change their arrangement? The method to break a B-level dungeon shouldn't be this simple, right? But there was no other way right now, she had to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Zhao Ling perceived her thoughts and said calmly, do whatever you want to do. I can stop it. Securing 3 shurchen is no problem. Converted to modern time, that's 6 hours. The dungeon's restriction on Zhao Ling was too great, he couldn't materialize for long periods. If Hua Huai still hasn't broken the situation after he materializes, she will fall into a predicament where even he can do nothing. Given Jiang Changchang's strength, she couldn't contend with the entity before them. The boudoir, a choice. Hua Huai had great trust in Zhao Ling's strength, and in her heart, as an older brother, his image was inexplicably tall and mighty. Since he said he could stop the eerie entity for 3 hours, he could definitely stop it for 3 hours. During this time, she felt completely safe. Thank you, brother. With that, Hua Huai ran out of the courtyard without looking back. It was impossible to replace all the lanterns within 3 hours. But destroying all the lanterns was not a difficult task. Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao followed behind Hua Huai, and the other players also had no intention of watching the eerie entity's battle, to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Instead, they continued to follow Hua Huai to see what she intended to do. She pulled out a strangely shaped dagger from who knows where and threw it at the lanterns under the eaves. However, she wasn't good at throwing objects, and several times it grazed the lanterns and hit the edge of the eaves. The lanterns were not small, and after throwing a few times, Hua Huai grasped some technique. When she threw it again, it hit the lantern squarely, knocking it down. Xiang Lu, who had spent the most time with Hua Huai, immediately understood her actions. Hua Huai suspected that the lantern layout under the eaves was related to the creation of the illusionary realm. She was trying to destroy the lanterns to break the illusionary realm. Xu Wenyao, split up. Not to mention Hua Huai, even Xiang Lu couldn't think of any other method. Xu Wenyao didn't ask questions and immediately took action. He didn't trust Xiang Lu enough, but he trusted Hua Huai. The 3 of them completely split up, striving to destroy all the lanterns in the shortest possible time. Ji Jingwan had met Xiang Lu a few times, and this time, following behind her, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Hua Huai's series of actions left people confused. The only thing they gathered was that Hua Huai had no ill will towards them, and in front of them, the hostile players, she revealed that she was the player impersonating the young miss. She possessed a B-grade eerie entity, so escaping Jin Manor would be effortless. not doing so was truly puzzling. Now, this secret no longer needed to be hidden. Xiang Lu continued her actions, saying, "This dungeon we're in is an illusionary realm. Perhaps after breaking the illusionary realm, the original mission will no longer exist. Players don't have to be enemies." Ji Jingwan wasn't stupid. Earlier by the pond, she had heard Qin Yuanlong and Qiu Liangjuan's conversation, and from Xiang Lu and the others' actions, she could naturally deduce the truth. She wasn't an evil person, just a player struggling to survive in the game. If there was a chance to let more people live, she also wanted to help. "All your actions are to break the illusionary realm?" Xiang Lu nodded casually, and Ji Jingwan voluntarily said, "I'll help you too." She heard that most dungeons in the horror game had hidden tasks. Usually, hidden tasks were very different from the missions the game issued to players. In her own past dungeons, she had never done a hidden task. After all, hidden tasks required too much exploration, and one could easily become a minesweeping tool for others if careless. With 3 people scattered, on Hua Huai's side, Qin Yuanlong pulled out a chain dart with an iron chain attached to its head, effortlessly knocking down a lantern. Wu Jiang was surprised by his actions. "What are you doing? After scheming against her, are you trying to show her goodwill now?" Qin Yuanlong sighed, shook his head, and said, "Indeed, young people. Are my actions and behavior that shallow? Didn't I tell you before, those 3 are friends, and they're in different factions. The only way for all 3 of them to survive is to complete the hidden task. Helping them doesn't cost us anything, does it? Who knows, we might even get a good apprentice." Wu Jiang looked at him speechlessly for a moment, still trying to show goodwill. "Huh. You speak so circuitously, as if you're afraid I'd understand." Qin Yuanlong slapped him on the head, making him stumble. "You brat, you're getting more and more disrespectful." Wu Jiang barely steadied himself, then sneered, "Isn't it just being 10 years older than me? What, you want to act like an elder? I'm telling you, impossible." When Wu Jiang introduced himself to Qiu Liangjun, he claimed to be Qin Yuanlong's friend. But the way these friends interacted, it felt strange. Suddenly, a flash of insight, he understood. So, they were that kind of relationship. Immediately, Qiu Liangjuan's gaze towards them was mixed with an unspeakable ambiguity. The naked stare made Wu Jiang get goosebumps all over. He turned around. "Get lost. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes." Qin Yuanlong read the deep meaning in Qiu Liangjuan's eyes and immediately burst out laughing. When he was tired of laughing, he wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. "What I told you before was just teasing. You didn't actually believe it, did you?" It turned out that he was the only one who got hurt. Greatly destroying the lanterns in the manor would inevitably attract the attention of the servants. To prevent them from reporting and attracting a large crowd to obstruct them, they simply knocked them out on the spot. Before all the lanterns in the manor were destroyed, night had already fallen. Just like the past few days, not a single star could be seen, and the moon was still shrouded. Different areas of the manor had different lamplighters. Even though Wu Jiang and Lu Yang weren't lighting lanterns in the manor, many areas still had lit lanterns. As they proceeded, the lanterns in the manor dimmed one by one, until the last lantern was destroyed, and Jin Manor was plunged into complete darkness. Hua Huai had done everything she could. Why was it still like this? The illusionary realm wasn't broken. Did she have to make a choice? Qin Yuanlong looked at the sky. "There's no change. It seems this wasn't the right way either. If the 2 factions must fight for a winner, Hua Huai, only you can die." The chain dart shot out, quickly wrapping around Hua Huai's body, rendering her immobile. The chain part was made of iron, so Hua Huai couldn't break free with her strength. Zhao Ling had been summoned, so Hua Huai couldn't use Zhao Ling's corrosion ability. However, struggling was also meaningless. She had already thought of the choice she would make if everything else failed. Eerie entity Zhang Changchang requests to be summoned. Refuse. Refusal invalid. Hua Huai finally understood that the eerie entity's freedom in dungeons was truly arbitrary. Whether or not they came out was entirely up to them. If that was the case, was this summon request merely a notification? As soon as Jiang Changchang appeared, she attacked Qin Yuanlong, her puppet abilities threads wrapping around him like they were free, forcing him to release the chain dart. Her ability was not as strong as Zhao Ling's, but her cold aura was even stronger than Zhao Ling's. She stared expressionlessly at Qin Yuanlong, the threads tightening around him, giving the distinct impression that she was about to kill him on the spot. Especially with his neck being constricted, his cheeks turned crimson. Yet, despite this, the corners of his mouth still slightly curled up, and he said with difficulty, "You can't kill me." The boudoir, forcibly destroyed. After you kill me here, you will truly have no way out. Contrary to what Hua Huai thought, the words Qin Yuanlong spoke held a deeper meaning. He meant that she still had a way to survive. Since Jiang Changchang was Hua Huai's bound specter, if she truly killed Qin Yuanlong, Hua Huai would not escape the rule's punishment. Qin Yuanlong did not believe Hua Huai would let Jiang Changchang do this, so the other layer of meaning in his words was a win-win path to survival. To ensure her thoughts were correct, Hua Huai stepped forward, her eyes slightly bright as she asked, "What do you mean?" As Hua Huai asked the question, the threads wrapped around Qin Yuanlong loosened, allowing him to catch his breath. Wu Jian wanted to help, but those threads were invisible and colorless, leaving him utterly helpless. Besides, that fellow Qin Yuanlong wouldn't die, he was too glib, capable of talking the dead back to life. Qin Yuanlong showed no fear, grinning craftily as he said, "You're thinking too much. What I mean is, if you kill me, you will be punished by the game rules. You are going to die either way, and struggling is useless, so you might as well be straightforward about it." There really wasn't another meaning? The hope that had just risen quickly vanished. The light in Hua Huai's eyes dimmed, and she said somewhat sullenly, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I can take you with me as a funeral sacrifice." She immediately snorted coldly, "However, unlike you, I won't do something that harms others without benefiting myself. The final choice is mine to make, I don't need you to push me." The choice would not change, she would fulfill the promise she made to Wu Jiang. Only when she truly stepped onto this path did she realize how bitterly cold it was. "Changchang, let him go. And I can't let you keep walking this path with me. If the player dies, you will automatically unbind, right? Will you return to your original dungeon?" This was the second dungeon Jiang Changchang had entered following Hua Huai, and vaguely, she began to grasp the concept of the word dungeon. So, the dwelling they originally inhabited was merely a dungeon in the eyes of people like Hua Huai. Jiang Changchang did not retract the threads, and the murderous aura around her was heavy. "I don't know if I'll go back. But if anything happens to older sister, I will kill everyone here. I have no family left, older sister. Now, you are my family." She seemed particularly skilled at slaughter, often having the word slaughter on her lips. That cold face seemed to tell everyone present that Jiang Changchang meant what she said. Hua Huai did not want Jiang Changchang to become a monster of slaughter. She looked steadily at her and asked, "Do you remember what you once promised me?" Back in the Happiness Community Dungeon, Jiang Changchang had said that she would listen to Hua Huai from then on. At a moment like this, Hua Huai actually had to use that promise to restrain her actions. Clenching her lips tightly, she refused to recall it. "You said that you would listen to me from now on and never deceive me again. Can you do that?" Jiang Changchang's fingertips trembled. The next instant, she retracted the threads from Qin Yuanlong, saying unwillingly, "I can do it." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire Jin Manor suddenly shook violently, and black, muddy substance rapidly climbed the courtyard walls, enveloping the buildings within the manor. As the muddy substance flowed, the objects it clung to gradually dissolved. A putrid stench filled everyone's nostrils, simultaneously bringing forth a shocking scene. Everyone's pupils trembled at the sight, staring blankly at the changes unfolding before them. Wu Jiang swallowed, saying in disbelief, that specter's power is this strong. It is trying to destroy the entire Jin Manor right now. As long as the Jin Manor ceases to exist, the mission cannot continue. Its actions are incredibly simple and crude, yet surprisingly effective. Hua Huai looked up at the sky. The night, which had been hazy since entering the dungeon, gradually revealed scattered stars, and moonlight shone upon the earth. It broke? Furthermore, Hua Huai could feel Zhao Ling's power rapidly draining away. Yes, corroding such a massive Jin Manor must be extremely taxing, even for Zhao Ling. Having to divert so much energy for this task while simultaneously facing the dungeon's abnormal boss, he might be in danger. No, she had to go back and find Zhao Ling immediately. To tell him it was alright, and that he shouldn't put himself in danger for her sake. Before she could act, a female voice reached her ears. He is indeed very strong. 3 hours have passed, and knowing you failed to break the deadlock, he used all his strength to break the illusionary realm for you. Unfortunately, this is ultimately my territory. If he can break this illusionary realm, I can create another one. This time, it will be built for you alone. As long as you can break this illusionary realm on your own, I will let you go. Everyone heard it. Jiang Changchang cursed loudly, "You wicked woman, come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare." Jiang Changchang's strength was not on the same level as Miss Shen's. The current scene gave the feeling of a child stamping their feet and pointing at an adult, demanding to teach them a lesson. Miss Shen granted her request and appeared before her eyes. This was a specter's face, filled with death energy, completely different from what they had just seen. You want to compare who looks more terrifying, huh? As if whose death appearance is prettier. Saying this, Jiang Changchang reverted to her form, covered in putrid stench, riddled with holes, and with black, pupil-less eyes. She didn't have a single patch of normal skin on her entire body, making her death appearance look much more miserable than Miss Shen's. Miss Shen had no intention of fighting or competing with her. She instantly appeared beside her and whispered in her ear, "Watch a play, and see if your older sister can come out on her own." In the horror game, the specter ratings are not just for show. Under the power suppression of Miss Shen, no matter how furious Jiang Changchang became, she could not move. Zhao Ling's abilities were exhausted the moment Miss Shen appeared. Zhao Ling's panel displayed the 4 words, "Cannot be summoned." All players except Hua Huai saw a crimson panel appear before their eyes, and then they vanished from the dungeon. Qin Yuanlong, Wu Jiang, and the others vanished from Hua Huai's sight. She knew Miss Shen had let them go. She was the only player left to continue the role-playing mission. This meant that Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao were safe. The scene before her faded. Hua Huai's mind stalled, and she seemed to fall into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, she stared blankly at the antique bed curtains, feeling vaguely strange, but she couldn't immediately pinpoint what was odd. Beside the bed, a girl dressed in maid attire was kneeling, holding a candlestick. Seeing her wake up, the girl showed delight and said, "Miss, 1 to 3 a.m. has arrived. It is time to get up, wash, and pay your respects to the master and madam." Master. Madam? And she is the miss? If she is the miss, what was her name again? The boudoir reopens. Hua Huai couldn't remember. A faint voice in her heart told her she was the young lady of the manor, and everything was normal. Served by the maid, Hua Huai got down from the bed, allowing the maid to wash and dress her. The way she was washed and groomed felt indescribably strange. The dressing process was also strange. Did she really need to wear so many layers? She herself seemed to have forgotten how to put on clothes. Even with amnesia, would she forget common sense like this? Or was it because she was a noble daughter and had never dressed herself, so she didn't know how? Sitting in front of the dressing table, her face was reflected in the mirror. Youthful and immature. This was the face of someone in the golden hairpin years. The maid opened the cosmetic box, selected a golden hairpin adorned with vermilion jade, and inserted it into her hair bun. Miss is truly beautiful. Looking at the face in the mirror, the maid praised her sincerely. Adorned with the golden hairpin, Hua Huai looked even more like a noble daughter. Once all preparations were complete, Hua Huai stood up, went to the door, and naturally opened the pavilion door. The maid was stunned by her sudden action, then quickly rushed over and blocked her path. "Miss, you cannot leave the pavilion." Hua Huai asked in confusion, "Aren't I supposed to go pay respects to father and mother?" The maid stammered, "Why yes, that's right, but you cannot go. Don't you remember? Ever since you moved into the pavilion, I, your servant, have gone to pay respects on your behalf. You are a noble daughter. Those vulgar servants have no right to see your face." They had no right to see her face, so they confined her in the pavilion. "Rather than those vulgar servants?" Hua Huai asked her blankly, "How long have I been in the pavilion? Have I never left?" The maid replied, 2 years. "You haven't left once. It's not just you. All young ladies from wealthy families or official families must move into the pavilion once they reach a certain age." The maid wanted to tell her that this was normal and she shouldn't be making a fuss. 2 years. This number was enough to shock Hua Huai. She couldn't help but ask, "Then how much longer do I have to stay here?" The maid looked puzzled. "Miss, what's wrong? Once you marry 7 days from now, you can naturally leave the pavilion." Hua Huai's pupils trembled. "Marry? Her? What kind of joke is this?" She asked in disbelief, "Marry whom? Did I agree to this myself?" The maid replied, "The command of parents and the word of the matchmaker. Mrs. Marriage is naturally decided by the master and madam. Miss only needs to prepare for the wedding." In other words, she had no say in her own marriage. Was she the type of person to be slaughtered at will? When encountering injustice, was she just going to let it happen? Besides, she definitely hadn't reached the age for marriage. Feeling frustrated, she pushed the maid aside. "I need to find father and mother and ask them clearly. Don't stop me." The maid was slightly older than her, but she showed no resistance to Hua Huai's actions. With one push, she stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. Getting up awkwardly, she hurriedly chased Hua Huai, anxiously saying, "Miss, you really cannot go out. If the master and madam find out, your servant will be punished." Hua Huai didn't stop. Her legs weren't long, but she took large strides. The boldness of her pace was completely unlike a young woman of this era. "I will explain clearly to them that I forced my way out, and it has nothing to do with you." After walking a short distance, Hua Huai suddenly realized something. She didn't know where the master and madam lived, or where the maid went to pay respects. Simply put, Hua Huai stopped where she was and waited for the maid to catch up. The maid grabbed her sleeve, crying miserably, "Miss, you really cannot go out. Your servant will be beaten to death. It was just about leaving the house once. Was it necessary to exaggerate about being beaten to death?" Hua Huai frowned. Now is the time of the law. The law of what? She couldn't recall. In any case, such a thing won't happen. She grabbed the maid's arm with the back of her hand. "I don't remember the way. You take me to see father and mother." Hua Huai's strength was unexpectedly great. The maid couldn't break free at all. The maid was on the verge of tears. "It really won't do, Mississippi. Let's quietly go back, okay?" Her parents seemed to be terrifying people, scaring someone like this. Since Hua Huai had come out, it was impossible for her to go back now. "If you don't take me, I'll find someone else to take me. Anyway, this manor is so big, surely you aren't the only one who knows the way to see my father and mother. That would be more than just dereliction of duty. If Miss saw an outsider, she would truly be close to death." Gritting her teeth, she pulled out a handkerchief and tried to cover Hua Huai's face with it. Hua Huai frowned and instinctively stepped back. "Miss, if you don't wear this, your servant cannot take you." The maid meant that she was now willing to take her to see father and mother. Hua Huai stopped moving and cooperatively put on the handkerchief. Actually, she didn't think the handkerchief served any purpose. Upon reaching the destination, the master and madam were surprised by Hua Huai's appearance. Hua Huai saw the two people and judged their identities based on their clothing and seating arrangement. Then the maid bowed, confirming the guess in her heart. Hua Huai casually removed the handkerchief from her face. Father, mother. There was no bowing, no gentle refinement. She spoke plainly, as if chatting about daily life. I heard this maid say that I am to be married 7 days from now? From the moment Hua Huai appeared and spoke her first sentence, she displayed a complete lack of decorum. The upbringing of a noble daughter was entirely absent in Hua Huai. The master said in a deep voice, "Is this the attitude you use when speaking to your father and mother?" His gaze immediately fell upon the maid. Did I not instruct you that Miss cannot leave the pavilion? Are you treating my words like wind passing by your ear? Hearing those words sent a chill down one's spine. The maid trembled, not daring to refute him at all. Hua Huai stood in front of the maid. It was I who insisted on leaving. She couldn't stop me. The madam didn't believe it. She does physical labor regularly, while your fingers have never touched rough water. How could she not stop you? Huaier, don't take responsibility for everything. If she made a mistake, she should be punished. Hua Huai stood firmly in front of the maid and repeated, I said, I insisted on leaving. She couldn't stop me. The madam understood. Since she couldn't stop Miss, then we'll find someone else to serve her. As for you, you will be sold to the yard, which can recoup some money. This was worse than having a layer of her skin peeled off. The maid immediately burst into tears of fear. Madam, your servant knows she is wrong and deserves punishment, but being sold to the yard is worse than death. Please, madam, show great mercy and spare me. Hua Huai didn't understand the source of the maid's fear. What does the yard mean? As the headmistress of the manor, the madam always meant what she said, and the chance of successfully pleading with her was too low. On the contrary, Miss seemed somewhat soft-hearted. The maid hurriedly explained, it's a yard in the city that specializes in the flesh trade. The boudoir, run away. All because she didn't stop her, the maid is to be sold to that kind of place. Hua Huai felt her entire worldview shatter and was struggling to piece it back together. This punishment is far too harsh. Besides, I forced my way out on my own. She's the victim, why should she be punished? Father, mother. You're confusing right and wrong. After those words, the surroundings fell so silent one could hear a pin drop. Then, clang. The master slammed his teacup onto the table. Who taught you to speak like that? Only when a matter is handed to the county magistrate must right and wrong be distinguished. This is a family affair, no need for right or wrong. He raised his voice. Servants! Drag this maid away and sell her. Someone like her will only corrupt the young miss if kept at her side. The situation was spiraling from bad to worse. Her parents were not reasonable people. As the men moved to seize the maid, Hua Huai instinctively opened her hand, but the object that should have appeared in her palm did not. Wait! What was she trying to do? What should have appeared in her palm? In that urgent moment, she wanted to help the maid and stop the men from taking her. The men were adult household guards, 2 of them. With her build, she stood no chance against them. Since she couldn't win by force, she'd have to try something else. She had meant to ask about her marriage, but judging by their attitude, they clearly had no intention of discussing it calmly. In 7 days, she would not be married off. She ran up to the 2 guards and stomped hard on each of their feet. While they yelped in pain, she grabbed the maid and ran. The young lady robes she wore were seriously hindering her movement. Ever since stepping outside, she'd found the outfit cumbersome and restrictive. Yet, mindful of her status as the noble daughter, she hadn't dared complain. Now that the master and madam clearly cared little for her opinion, why should she care about theirs? She yanked the golden hairpin from her hair and slashed viciously at her skirt. The fabric tore at once, letting her take far longer strides. Considerately, Hua Huai pressed the hairpin into the maid's hand. Your skirt's hard to run into, cut it so you can step wider. The maid was stunned by Hua Huai's actions, but this was a life or death moment for her. She tried to copy Hua Huai and slit the fabric, but couldn't manage it. After all, a hairpin isn't a blade, it takes technique. The maid could only jab the hairpin into the hem, unable to draw it down. At this rate they were done for. Grown men were chasing them. If they couldn't lengthen their strides they'd be caught before they started. Hua Huai took back the hairpin, gripped it, and pulled hard downward. A ripping tear rang out. The skirt split open. A cool draft swept her legs. She had never done anything so bold. Hua Huai didn't care, in her mind this was perfectly normal. There were simply too many servants. The two pursuers soon swelled into a crowd. Hua Huai was bursting with energy. After 10 minutes of running she showed no sign of tiring. The maid, however, was drenched in sweat and panting, barely able to keep up. Running forever wasn't an option. She didn't know the estate's layout or how to get out. The compound had too many paths, every high wall looked the same, she couldn't tell which led outside. The maid's stamina was far below hers and couldn't guide her. Better to hide somewhere and wait for nightfall before trying to leave. Miss, I really can't run anymore. They were about to round a corner. Behind it stood a house that seemed to be unoccupied. Hua Huai pushed the door open and motioned her inside, finger to lips. Shoo! She still had strength left, she could draw the crowd away. Tears shimmered in the maid's eyes. Miss. Before any sentiment could surface, Hua Huai ruthlessly shut the door and darted off like a monkey. Frankly, Hua Huai was puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to be a noble daughter who stayed secluded in her pavilion? How could she have such stamina, not even panting after running so long? She even felt she could lead the mob on several more laps. Many behind her had already collapsed against the wall, gasping. Miss, stop running. We can't keep up. Ugh, how can the miss run like this? They looked rather pitiful. Of course Hua Huai wasn't stopping. If she pitied them, would they pity her? Ha! She'd wait until night, find a way out, and lay low until the wedding date passed. After shaking off every last pursuer, Hua Huai found herself in a courtyard. Few servants were about, yet the place was clearly tended and inhabited. She crept to the window and heard movement inside. She eased the window open a crack and saw a man bent over a desk, utterly absorbed. The room's layout looked much like hers. If she, a young lady, lived in such quarters, whoever resided here must be of comparable status. He looked much younger than the master and madam, but older than herself. Could he be her elder brother? She wondered what attitude this brother held toward her marriage. But he was studying so earnestly, better not disturb him. Her own affairs, she would handle them herself. Relying on memory, she groped her way back to the room where she'd left the maid. The moment she stepped in, she found the two of them staring at each other wide-eyed. She had assumed the room was empty. Miss, let's leave quickly, someone's here. At any moment he might report them, and then they'd be done for. Outside wasn't safe either, the maid lacked the strength to run far. Only one person was here, and he looked young, she might be able to overpower him. Better to tie him up on the spot so he couldn't alert anyone. Hua Huai stepped toward him tentatively. We want to stay until night. May I find a rope and tie you up? The maid was speechless, her mistress was awfully polite, actually asking permission before tying someone up. That's the point. After you announce it, do you expect him to let you tie him up? The maid shut her eyes, unable to watch what would surely happen next. The young miss would surely be subdued first. Yet the boy simply stared at Hua Huai, then turned to a cabinet and pulled out a length of rope. I have rope, go ahead and bind me. So obedient? So cooperative? Could he be a fool? Hua Huai took the rope. She had learned to untie knots, tying someone up should be second nature. Only right now she couldn't quite recall why she knew how to bind someone so expertly. When it was done she surveyed her handiwork and nodded, quite satisfied with her skill. The boudoir, crude. Grumble. Someone's stomach rumbled. The three looked at each other, and Hua Huai scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm hungry. After waking up at 1 to 3 a.m., Hua Huai hadn't had time for breakfast. After such a long stroll around the manor, the physical exertion was considerable, so it was only natural for her stomach to protest. Hua Huai took it for granted and scanned the room. She rummaged through cabinets and drawers like a mouse, trying to find something to eat. The maid stood by, looking as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. The one she had tied up remained dumbfounded. Hua Huai finally found a small purse in a cabinet. She curiously took it and weighed it in her hand, instinctively feeling that the weight was wrong. It was too light. Purses usually contain silver, right? If it was silver, why wasn't it on her person? The weight indeed struck her as odd, and she couldn't resist opening it for a look. A bag of small pebbles. Why would anyone put something like this in a purse? Looking at the person's young age, perhaps. It was for playing a game of picking up pebbles. Hua Huai had no interest in games and returned the bag of pebbles to its original place. She casually asked, "Is there no food in your room?" The furnishings in the room were clear at a glance, and she had already searched everywhere but found no food. The one she had tied up stammered, "If young miss needs it, I can go buy some." The words drifted past her ears, and Hua Huai instantly turned her head. Ever since she woke up at 1 to 3 a.m., the servants she had seen either called themselves servant or slave. This person was dressed in household guard's attire but referred to himself as I. His eyes seemed to indicate that he wasn't unfamiliar with her. Hua Huai hesitated slightly. "You know me?" This person shouldn't have been among the group chasing her earlier. The young miss hadn't left the pavilion for a long time, so ordinary household guards shouldn't recognize her. The other person nodded heavily. The maid recovered and pointed at him, saying, "Young miss, he is the lamplighter near the pavilion." Their workplaces were close, and they occasionally met. "His name is Lu Yang, right?" However, the two had never had a proper conversation. Every time he saw her, Lu Yang would leave as if startled. Hua Huai silently repeated the name in her heart, feeling inexplicably familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Grumble. Her stomach protested again. So hungry. Hua Huai covered her stomach, debating whether to sneak into the kitchen to find a way to fill her belly first. As her hand reached her abdomen, it felt like something was tucked inside her clothes. Hua Huai fumbled through it and pulled out a fragrant package. Had this thing been hidden in her inner pocket the whole time? She opened it to find a packet of fragrant flour cookies. The maid was astonished by her magical act. "Why, young miss, when did you hide that?" She didn't know either. Fortunately, she wouldn't have to starve after all. Night gradually fell, and the search party in the manor grew even larger, even beginning to inspect every room. Numerous people guarded the main and back gates, completely sealing off the entire Jin manor. It gave Hua Huai the mistaken impression that she was a wanted criminal. Just then, Lu Yang spoke, "Young miss, I know where there's a ladder. No matter what young miss wants to do, I will stand by young miss's side." With a ladder, they wouldn't have to leave through the gates. With the help of Lu Yang and the maid, Hua Huai sat atop the high wall, overlooking the layout of Jin Manor from such a height for the first time. Jin Manor resembled a huge cage, exuding an oppressive atmosphere everywhere. The arrangement of lanterns under the eaves of the manor seemed to have a particular significance. Hua Huai looked up at the sky, which was hazy and starless, with only a faint moonlight peeking through. Feeling strange in her heart, Hua Huai stood up and took 2 steps on the high wall, nearly scaring the wits out of the maid and Lu Yang. After standing up, her view became even wider. Do you think those lanterns look like something?" Hua Huai felt it was familiar, but for a long time, she couldn't recall where it was familiar from. It was Lu Yang who enlightened her. "Like Altair and Vega, separated by the Milky Way." Exactly. But why were the lanterns in the manor arranged like this? This pattern appearing here seemed particularly out of place. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. They had to leave Jin Manor quickly to avoid being discovered by the servants. To avoid detection, the three even took the ladder from the manor and hid it behind the wall of someone's backyard. Now, accommodation became a problem the three had to solve. The maid's first thought, of course, was to stay at an inn. As soon as she spoke, she was immediately rejected by Hua Huai and Lu Yang. If they search the entire Jin Manor and can't find us, they'll most likely guess that we've already left the manor. The first place they'll search will definitely be the inns in the city. There were still 7 days until the young Mrs. wedding. During this time, they couldn't return to Jin Manor. Otherwise, under strict guard, Hua Huai would be unable to leave alone. Hua Huai set her sights on ordinary residents in the city. The golden hairpin on her person converted to a significant amount of silver. She didn't believe that no one would be tempted by that amount. As Hua Huai expected, they quickly found accommodation and, within a few days, evaded the search parties from Jin Manor. Just as Hua Huai thought everything was fine and only needed to wait for 7 days to pass, a group of people broke into the house, clearly targeting Hua Huai. She carefully recalled where the oversight had occurred, her heart chilling, and asked Lu Yang, "Where is she?" The she referred to the maid. They were, after all, independent individuals and couldn't be together at all times. Had the maid left their sight and the residents to report to Jin Manor? Forced to return to Jin Manor, Hua Huai saw the maid again. She lowered her gaze and said with a choked voice, "Young miss, I'm sorry. Madam promised this servant 100 taels of silver to withdraw the punishment against me. The condition, of course, was unspoken. No matter when, money was a very useful thing." Madam slapped the maid, then gave her a sweet date, which unexpectedly made her feel grateful. Because Hua Huai and Lu Yang were discovered together, the master and madam were furious and said they would punish Lu Yang. They inexplicably dragged in the accusation that Lu Yang harbored ill intentions towards the young miss, which Hua Huai scoffed at. Indeed, those with dirty hearts see everything as dirty. She didn't know why she would describe her parents this way, but she just felt it was very fitting here. What Hua Huai didn't expect was that they sent people to search Lu Yang's room and found that small purse. It was just a bag of small pebbles. What were they trying to say? The master tore open the bag and poured out all the small pebbles inside. "There are abrasion marks on the pavilion window. You threw these small pebbles to make them, didn't you? You really went to great lengths to meet the young Mississippi. You like the young miss? With a status like yours, how dare you like the young miss?" Immediately after, a crudely made wooden hairpin was thrown at Lu Yang's feet. "Your status is as shoddy as this hairpin you made." The chamber, reincarnation. All signs indicated that it wasn't the master and madam overthinking, but Hua Huai underthinking. She never imagined that Lu Yang truly harbored such feelings for her. That's not right. She looked very young, it shouldn't be like this. Everything here was strange. She always felt out of place here. The wooden hairpin was reportedly found in her room. Since she accepted the wooden hairpin, it meant she knew Lu Yang's feelings and reciprocated them. Hua Huai fell silent, finding it hard to describe her current complex emotions. Could it be that after losing her memory, her emotions would also disappear? Before she could think further, Lu Yang was tied up, the other end of the rope connected to a stone weighing about 100 caddies. And he was tied by the pond. What the master and madam wanted to do was obvious. Hua Huai was incredulous, her heart greatly stirred. "What are you doing? This will kill him." Her voice was sharp, filled with anger, something never seen in the young lady before. The master merely said coldly, "He deserves to die." In reality, Lu Yang had done nothing wrong. From the moment he met Hua Huai, he always stood by her, no matter how unreasonable her requests were. A surge of anger rose in Hua Huai's heart. Human lives were truly worthless in the eyes of these people. She struggled furiously, sparks seemingly overflowing from her eyes. "Bastards, I don't have parents like you." She was very strong, and the two people restraining her gradually couldn't hold her back, and she broke free. Hua Huai ran towards Lu Yang. No matter what, she didn't want to see an innocent life die before her eyes. However, her strength alone could not resist so many people. She was quickly caught back, watching helplessly as Lu Yan was about to be pushed into the pond. Suddenly, a black cat leaped out, its sharp claws scratching the person who was about to push Lu Yang into the water. That person cried out in pain, their movements slightly pausing. Where did this black cat come from? The black cat bared its teeth, its golden vertical pupils revealing killing intent. However, it was too weak to kill anyone. It leaped again, and someone took out a long whip, striking it. One whip sent it falling to the ground, barely alive. Lu Yang ultimately did not escape the fate of sinking into the pond. Intense sorrow surged from the bottom of her heart, Hua Huai's mind went blank, she could do nothing. This feeling of powerlessness was somewhat familiar, causing a dull ache in her heart. It was as if she had once tried to save another person, but ultimately was powerless. She let out a low growl, like a wild beast. Tears silently rolled down. Were these people in front of her truly human? Why did they slaughter their own kind with such cold, expressionless faces, like cold-blooded animals? In the following days, the Jin Manor was heavily guarded, and Hua Huai had no opportunity to escape. She got into the bridal sedan as scheduled, perhaps she would still have a chance to escape when the sedan left the manor. But, the wedding time was at night? Halfway, Hua Huai learned that she was to marry a deceased person. A chill immediately rose in her heart. Her parents didn't even care about her. This feeling also brought an inexplicable sadness and familiarity. The sedan suddenly stopped, and Hua Huai's intended words about needing to relieve herself and stopping the sedan caught in her throat. She lifted the curtain and found the scene before her was in a forest. White mist rose in the forest, obscuring the surrounding view, full of gloom and mystery. A faint ancient melody began to chant, full of ancient charm. Someone stepped on dry leaves, making a crisp sound. Footsteps followed, belonging to several sedan bearers, carrying another sedan towards her. The faces of these sedan bearers were pale, the whites of their eyes dominated, and their pupils were like needles, filled with deathly pallor. They approached in an instant. Hua Huai couldn't control her pounding heart, her eyes not daring to move for a moment. The scene before her was too eerie, they definitely weren't human. The sedan stopped in front of Hua Huai. Those sedan bearers were so close, she could feel the chill emanating from them. The person chanting seemed to be sitting in the sedan, and after the sedan stopped, the chanting abruptly ceased. The sedan curtain was lifted by a hand, as pale as the sedan bearers. A cold yet gentle voice came from inside the sedan, "You lost, Hua Huai. However, I'll give you another chance." Her heart pounded violently. Hua Huai stepped forward to lift the curtain, but the two faces of the sedan bearers immediately blocked her view. The deathly pale faces so close made Hua Huai retreat 2 steps, still shaken. The next moment, she sat up in bed, drenched in sweat. The maid sitting by the bed joyfully said, "Young lady, it's 1 to 3 a.m. It's time to get up, wash, and greet the master and madam." She had heard this sentence before. What just happened didn't seem like a dream. Those faces in the forest were too abnormal. Calming herself, Hua Huai asked, "In 7 days, I'm to be married. The groom is a deceased person from the He Manor?" The maid nodded. "That's right, young lady, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Time had returned to 7 days ago. What was going on now? Was she in an endless reincarnation? Reincarnation meant she hadn't escaped the Jin Manor yet, Lu Yang hadn't had an accident, and the maid hadn't betrayed her yet. This time, after she escaped, she couldn't bring this maid alone. Since the maid was that kind of person, whether she lived or died next, Hua Huai couldn't care less. In her memory, she knew the quickest and easiest way to knock someone out. Hua Huai glanced at the maid's candlestick, feigned cooperation with her actions, and as the maid put down the candlestick and turned around, she picked up the candlestick and struck her on the back of the head. She successfully knocked her out. This time, she wouldn't bring anyone, she would find a way to escape by herself. Anyway, after leaving the manor last time, she already knew the route. No one knew the young lady would leave the pavilion, indicating that the main gate wasn't heavily guarded, so she could openly blend out through the main gate. Hua Huai changed into the maid's clothes, put on a veil, and calmly walked towards the main gate. The gatekeeper saw her wearing a veil and asked curiously, "Why the veil?" Hua Huai replied, "I've developed a rash on my face recently, and I'm going out now to get medicine." Because she was wearing a veil, no one found her unfamiliar, and they let her leave the manor without further questions. Hua Huai found the same family from last time, once again bribed them with a golden hairpin, and instructed them not to sell it within the next 7 days. In case the Jin Manor people found her through the clue of the golden hairpin, that would be troublesome. That family was a bit suspicious, but after confirming the golden hairpin was real, they reluctantly agreed. Despite her careful actions, on the 7th day, Hua Huai was still found by people from the Jin Manor. It was said that the Jin Manor spared no expense to buy information in the city to find her, and this family, in order to get more money, sold her out. It seems that staying in an ordinary residence home is also not a viable method. The boudoir, ghostly things. The events that followed seemed to replicate the previous cycle, but without Lu Yang and the black cat dying, and without being betrayed by the maid. The wedding sedan chair was still parked in the forest, and the forest was still shrouded in white mist, full of an eerie chill. The actions of those sedan bearers were exactly the same as last time. The woman in the sedan chair said, "I'll give you one more chance." Is there really only one chance? Hua Huai sat up from the bed, much calmer than last time. The words spoken by the maid were still the same. This time, she not only had to leave Jin Manor, but also this city. After leaving the city, how could they possibly find her? For her initial actions, Hua Huai copied the previous cycle, heading straight for the city gate after leaving Jin Manor. However, Hua Huai hadn't expected that leaving the city would require identity documents. She had nothing on her and simply couldn't leave the city. If there really was nothing, perhaps she could forge them. After much inquiry, Hua Huai spent a fortune to obtain identity documents and successfully left the city. There were many roads outside the city, and Hua Huai randomly chose one to go deeper. Before long, night fell. Birds chirped in the forest, making one's heart race with unease. Pairs of green eyes emerged from the forest, locking onto her. Hua Huai hadn't realized that there might be wild beasts in the forest at night. What was terrifying wasn't a single beast, but beasts appearing in groups. She was now in such a dangerous situation. Cold sweat seeped from her temples. She felt a chill down her spine, unsure how many beasts around her were eyeing her menacingly. Fortunately, there were many trees in the forest, and she seemed to know how to climb. Hua Huai fixed her gaze on one, and with quick hands and eyes, climbed up. At the same instant, the beasts in the forest surged out, leaping up, almost biting Hua Huai's backside. Hua Huai gasped, quickly pulling her backside in. Her backside almost suffered. Sitting on a thick branch, Hua Huai had just let out a sigh of relief when a sticky sensation came from the back of her hand. Hua Huai sniffed it. It was a foul stench. Its viscosity was even like saliva. Hua Huai slowly looked up. A face lacking skin hung on the tree fork, its hollowed eyes staring eerily at her, and clear, glistening liquid dripped from its slightly open mouth. Is this alive? No. This is a dead person. Noticing her attention, the thing opened its mouth, sticking out a tongue like a venomous snake. This thing is so ugly. With beasts everywhere below and a ghostly thing hanging above. Hua Huai was now between a rock and a hard place, caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Compared to the two, Hua Huai, for some unknown courage, raised her fist and punched the ghostly thing on the tree. As if it didn't think she was aggressive, the ghostly thing was somewhat stunned by her punch. Its snake-like tongue curled, almost getting itself tangled. This ghostly thing clearly wasn't afraid of the beasts below. Hua Huai kicked it again. I don't care, I'm up here, so you have to go down. For the first time, a human was directly confronting it, completely unafraid of its terror. The ghostly thing felt its dignity severely provoked. It immediately became serious, extending its skeletal claws to grab Hua Huai's shoulder. Hua instinctively dodged sideways, climbing up the tree like a monkey for 2 sections to reach its side. With unknown brute strength, she grabbed it and tossed it down the tree. In reality, this ghostly thing wasn't heavy at all. It barely had any flesh on its entire body. Its prime location was occupied by a human. The ghostly thing lay on the ground, wanting to cry out loud. To be a ghost to this extent was truly shameful. Anger made it swell, its form growing several times larger, reaching to grab Hua on the tree. She had never heard that anger could make something swell. After it swelled, this thing was almost as tall as this large tree. Compared to it, Hua was only the size of its fingertip. Crushing her like this would be as simple as crushing an ant. Cold sweat ran down her spine. She couldn't possibly defeat such a massive opponent. But the beasts below were still circling, and she couldn't leave this tree either. She looked around. Looking up at the sky, the moon wasn't obscured tonight. She could vaguely see her surroundings by moonlight. This was the second cycle. Having gone through the previous 7 days, it actually added up to 14 days. In those 14 days, the night sky always seemed to be covered by something. Tonight was completely different, and she had also made different choices than before. It was because she had left that city. The more she thought about it, the more Hua felt that leaving the city was a wise choice. Using the moonlight, Hua observed that not far from this tree, a branch from another tree extended over. As long as she could jump to that tree, she could temporarily avoid danger. Then she would quickly get down from the tree and run to a safe place to hide. Once decided, Hua took action. Honestly, she had no confidence, but she had no better option, so she could only take a gamble. She had to steady her mind and absolutely not panic, otherwise, one mistake and she would be dead. Clearing her mind of clutter and panic, pretending that no terrifying things were chasing her, there was still time. Jump! Her command to herself was effective. Briefly blocking out the panic, she slid down the tree. After finding a direction, she rushed straight ahead. Beasts had 4 legs, Hua only had 2. Being chased by them, she felt like her 2 legs were about to smoke from running. The ghostly thing followed behind the beasts, seemingly still full of resentment. This couldn't go on. The beasts had boundless energy, and the ghostly thing probably had no stamina bar at all. If she kept running, she would definitely be the first to die from exhaustion. If only there was a way to make them not see her. No sooner said than done. As soon as the thought landed, she could no longer hear the sounds of pursuit behind her. The beasts and the ghostly thing seemed to have lost their target, standing bewildered in place, searching. Finally, they scattered. That's not right. She was standing right in front of them, couldn't they see her? Hua looked down. Alright, she couldn't see herself either. What the heck? When did she gain the ability to become invisible? There was a small stream in the distance. The ghostly thing's saliva remained on the back of her hand, incredibly foul-smelling. Never mind, she'd go wash off this stench first. Running to the stream, Hua washed herself. In the moonlight of the stream, her reflection was invisible, but Hua wanted to see it. Immediately, her figure appeared. The ability to become invisible seemed to move with her thoughts. Hua found it interesting, but her gaze fell into the stream, and her smile slightly froze. On her head, she wore a wooden hairpin, the same one the master had thrown in front of Lu Yang that day. In her memory, she had never worn this wooden hairpin on her head. She couldn't help but reach up and pull out the wooden hairpin. Was it the maid's presumption? No, given the craftsmanship of this wooden hairpin, the maid couldn't have put it on her head. Hua placed the wooden hairpin on the ground and silently willed herself invisible. This time, it didn't happen as she wished. The boudoir, again. It seems her invisibility ability comes from this wooden hairpin. Although she didn't understand why the wooden hairpin had this ability, it was definitely of great use. Just as she was about to pick up the wooden hairpin, a wet hand emerged from the water, grabbed her ankle, and dragged her into the water. Woo! She was forced to swallow a mouthful of water. Why is everything outside the city so strange? In an emergency, Hua Huai quickly grabbed the wooden hairpin at hand and inserted it into her hair, mentally repeating invisibility several times. Afraid it wouldn't work. The owner of the hand underwater was a slippery, sticky creature, its icy coldness like something pulled from a freezer. Its face was bloated, and its skin didn't cling to its bones at all. Its belly was distended and heaving, as if something was wriggling wildly inside. Even though she was invisible, being grabbed by the ankle meant she was still in its grasp. Hua Huai's mind raced. She lifted her foot and kicked it repeatedly, tearing off all the skin on its arm. The rotting flesh dispersed into the water, revealing the creature's hand bones, muscles, and tendons. Having been submerged in water for so long, it was already extremely fragile. With a final forceful kick, Hua Huai broke the creature's wrist. When she swam ashore, the hand, looking as if it had been dissected, was still tightly locked onto her ankle. This was Hua Huai's second encounter with such a bizarre thing. Outside the city seemed quite unsafe. However, with the power of this wooden hairpin, surviving 7 days shouldn't be too difficult. In reality, Hua Huai was overthinking. The wooden hairpin's ability had a time limit. Once the time was up, no matter how many times she silently chanted, it would have no effect. The outcome was that Hua Huai was once again chased through the forest by beasts and strange creatures, with more beasts and creatures following her. The further she ran. At this moment, she felt like a delicious treat, with everyone wanting a bite. Rather than being eaten by these things, she might as well return to the city and restart. What happens once will happen twice, and what happens twice will happen thrice. The older sister in that sedan chair didn't seem too bad. At least, she didn't chase after her to gnaw on her like the group behind her. At night, the city gates would lock, preventing Hua Huai from returning to the city. She had to run all night. When the city gates opened, she scrambled back into the city in a disheveled state, completely exhausted. It was literally exhausted, the kind where she couldn't move. The subsequent events entered a cycle again. In the forest, inside the sedan chair, the woman sighed melancholically, "Forget it, I'll give you another chance." Again, she sat up from the bed. Hua Huai didn't rush to act. She couldn't go outside the city, nor could she stay in ordinary households within the city, and inns were definitely out. Could it be that she had to sleep on the streets? That wouldn't work either. Perhaps she should leave Jin Manor on the eve of her wedding. That way, even if Master and Madam discovered she was gone, it would be too late to stop her. The maid repeated that sentence, and Hua Huai could already recite it before her. She remained silent, waiting for the maid to wash and dress her. The maid went to deliver breakfast. Hua Huai curiously looked at the furnishings in the room and found a wedding dress lying on the soft couch. Why did this scene feel so familiar? She picked it up and saw that one sleeve of the wedding dress was not fully embroidered. Before she could examine it closely, a strange sound came from the window. Pa! Gololu! Da! Da! It sounded like something hit the window and then immediately rolled down. Hua Huai recalled Lu Yang's purse and master's words by the pond. This was Lu Yang secretly meeting her below the pavilion. Hua Huai quickly went to the window, stood on tiptoes, opened it, and peered out. Lu Yang was indeed standing downstairs, performing various amusing actions, trying to make her smile. He was a bit childish. Before losing her memory, did she really like someone like this? It was truly unbelievable. The fact that she once liked someone else, Hua Huai still considered it science fiction. She gestured for Lu Yang to wait below, then found paper and pen in the room and quickly wrote a few large characters. I don't like you. If their relationship ended, Lu Yang wouldn't come again, and presumably, he wouldn't be discovered by Master and Madam, thus avoiding death. She held the note out the window for Lu Yang to clearly see. He saw the note, but his expression was very confused. Could it be that he couldn't read? She couldn't shout to him from the pavilion. If someone heard, Lu Yang's life would immediately enter a countdown. It was truly disheartening. Never mind, if he wants to come, let him come. He might not necessarily be discovered. Days passed quickly, and soon it was the 7th day. Hua Huai packed a few valuables, knocked out the maid again, and quietly left the pavilion. This time, she didn't believe she would be caught again. She would just find any household to stay in, as long as she avoided the wedding day. However, she avoided the wedding day, but she didn't appear in the forest in a sedan chair either. That woman came to find her herself, suddenly appearing in the room, enveloped in ghostly aura. Besides that, she seemed to have seen the woman roll her eyes. With a cold voice, she said mercilessly, "Again." "No." "Why, exactly?" Hua Huai sat up from the bed, completely unable to figure out which part went wrong. Her not wanting to marry was her business. What did it have to do with that woman? Why, whether she married or not, would that woman appear and make her restart? How many times was this now? It seemed to be the 5th. She was a bit fuzzy on the count. The maid saw her wake up and was about to repeat herself. Hua Huai's ears were practically calloused from listening. Hearing it again made her feel like throwing up, so she quickly stopped her. "Stop, don't. Say it, I know what you want to say." Since waking up, Hua Huai had been thinking. From that woman's attire and the fact that she always appeared in a sedan chair in previous instances, Hua Huai had reasonable grounds to guess that she and the woman were the same kind of people. Could the reason she made her restart be that she was dissatisfied with her escape-style solution? But she had no chance of winning if she confronted Master and Madam directly. Master and Madam clearly seemed like very feudal people. In their previous interactions, they didn't take her words to heart at all. How about talking to them again? To avoid repeating the state of the first time, Hua Huai didn't go out proactively but instead asked the maid to invite Master and Madam over. However, Master didn't come, only Madam appeared, adopting the posture of a kind mother. "Huaier, do you need to see Mother about something?" Her tone was very gentle. An uninformed listener might think she dearly loved her daughter. One coming was better than none at all. "Mother, you must know about the situation with that person from the He family." "Am I not your biological daughter?" Hua Huai's acting was truly subpar. At such a time, she should have expressed grievance, but she only felt anger. Yet, she had to suppress this anger, afraid Madam would feel offended. She had invited Madam to have a good talk, and it couldn't end unhappily after just a few words. "In the boudoir, shut up." The Madam understood, her expression didn't shift. In a coaxing tone she said, "Although the Yi family's son has passed away, the Yi family's standing is exalted. Had he not died young, you would never have had the chance to enter the Yi household. Once you marry in, you'll be the young Madam of He Manor. Apart from the 2 elders above you, no one in the entire residence will dare give you a cross look. Besides, your elder brother is desperate to enter officialdom, yet he simply hasn't the talent for study. If he can gain the He family's recommendation, his obsession will be satisfied." Every word carried one message. Entering He Manor is the Jin family climbing above their station. To become the young Madam of He Manor, she ought to be endlessly grateful. Could it really be that simple? Climbing above meant she would have little say once inside the manor. Alone among so many strangers, with no sense of belonging, she would taste utter loneliness in the mansion. Her pain would be traded for her brother's meteoric rise. Then the entire Jin household would rise with him, every chicken and dog ascending to heaven. Hua Huai knew herself, she wasn't that noble. Suppressing the tightness in her chest, she asked, "What if I don't want to marry?" The Madam's face chilled. "Parents' order and matchmaker's word, the wedding is near. You don't get to say no. I've spelled out every benefit for you, think it over carefully." She could think, but the outcome would not change. The Madam's intent was for Hua Huai to brainwash herself, to accept the beliefs being fed to her. A pleasant chat accomplished nothing. Hua Huai felt the deep helplessness of this identity. In short, this path was a dead end. She still had to escape Jin Manor. Meow. Suddenly a cat's cry rang out, seemingly right beside the window. Hua Huai opened the casement and saw a black cat, the very one that had risked its life to save Lu Yang that day. Seeing the window open, the cat darted inside and meowed at her non-stop. "Stupid miss, time to wake up." Who was speaking? Could it be the cat in front of her? Hua Huai stared at it in astonishment. "You're talking?" The black cat didn't answer, its golden vertical pupils fixed on her. "After so many loops you still haven't awakened, do you plan to cycle here forever?" This cat knew she was trapped in a reincarnation. Hua Huai brightened. "Do you know how to break the cycle?" The cat replied matter-of-factly, "No idea. I only know that if you keep failing to wake up, sooner or later you'll die here." The cat swished its tail. "I was whipped once, and by the second loop I'd awakened." "You haven't awakened, maybe because you've never been hurt. How about I lend you a paw?" It extended a claw and raked it swiftly across Hua Huai's cheek. Before she could react, blood welled on her face and dripped wetly downward. Clenching against the sting, she bared her teeth. "Why aim for the face? Does it work better there?" The cat's movements faltered, her question had stumped it. It looked slightly sheepish. "Not really. I'm just used to scratching faces. There's no cloth protecting the face, and unlike hands or feet it doesn't move enough for a counterattack. It's the easiest place to injure someone and stay safe myself." Heat rushed to Hua Huai's head. "Aggrieved," she said, "I'm going to be scarred, and it's all your fault." The cat gave an awkward chuckle, curling its tail in front of itself to cover half its face. "So, have you remembered anything?" Hua Huai thought hard, but no extra memories surfaced. She shook her head blankly. "No. But why can I understand you?" Had she always lived in such a bizarre world? It felt like a dream. Surely she wasn't actually dreaming. Yet the wound on her cheek throbbed with undeniable pain. The cat stood, leapt onto the table and paced with head held high, every movement regal. "I don't know either. The day you coaxed me with flour cookies, I could suddenly understand your speech. It's as if some invisible thread links us, making me feel you're another master of mine." That feeling began on that very night. Flour cookies, the one she'd inexplicably pulled from her robe when she and a maid hid in Lu Yang's quarters on her first awakening, were those the ones? The very same flour cookies? Instinct told Hua why the two things were connected. If she truly had forgotten something vital, she must remember it by any means necessary. Hua Huai closed her eyes and pieced together every event across the loops. The longer she thought, the sharper the throbbing in her head became. Pain or not, she had to think, better a headache than death. A faint light hovered ahead, each time she drew near it drifted farther away. She chased that gleam until she finally clasped it in her palm. Countless images flashed across her mind like a movie reel. When her eyes snapped open she was gasping, cold sweat trickling down her temples. She remembered. Now that she recalled, the solution was simple. The Mission's obsession ran too deep. She was infatuated with Lu Yang, so to fleege in manner she must take Lu Yang with her. Her previous failure had been escaping alone, falling short of the Mrs. Wish. This time Hua Huai patiently waited until the seventh night and slipped out of the manor with Lu Yang in tow. Black-feathered, an excellent jumper, it could leap atop high walls, free to leave the manor any time. Just when she thought everything was perfect, the Mission appeared again and uttered, "Again." "What the?" Her head swimming, Hua Huai hastily stopped her. What was wrong? She couldn't see the flaw, no other solution came to mind. With a perfectly normal face, the Mission smiled eerily. "You have to break the game yourself, how can you ask me?" "Asking me counts as cheating." Beside her, the monster drooled, gazing longingly at Hua Huai. The Mission stared at the creature with no hint of emotion. "Shut your mouth." For a long time afterward Hua Huai found no answer, guess after guess was disproven, and she was forced to keep looping. After so many cycles she lost count, was this the dozens, or already past the 100th? Timelines in her mind twisted into a tangled mess of threads. With each loop, Hua Huai's emotions were ground away bit by bit. Once more she sat up in bed, her gaze flat, not knowing what to do or where to go. Near the couch lay sewing needles, thread, and a pair of scissors. While the maid repeated the same words in her ear, a sudden impulse welled from the bottom of her heart. So noisy, so annoying. She really wanted to make the maid shut up. Those scissors looked very handy. Throat tightening, Hua Huai walked to the couch and picked up the scissors. The maid leaned closer. "Miss, you haven't washed yet, you can embroider the wedding dress after breakfast." Hua Huai's hand trembled. She turned, raised the scissors, and plunged them into the maid's carotid artery. The chamber, slaughter. Blood splattered across Hua Huai's face and clothes. The maid died in disbelief, killed by the very young lady she had served. Hua Huai's breath came in ragged gasps as she tightened her grip on the scissors and yanked them free. She was at a dead end, only as a last resort did she want to try this solution. She had thought of it back in her 6th cycle, but it was so cruel she had never carried it out. As Liu Yang had said, the lanterns under Zhenmanner's eaves depicted Vega and Altair, separated by the Milky Way. They had once destroyed every lantern in the manor without breaking the illusionary realm, proving the method wrong. There was no reason for the lanterns to be arranged like that. They had to mean something. So Hua Huai wondered, everyone in Jin Manor was an obstacle between Miss Jin and Liu Yang. Didn't that, in another sense, make them the Milky Way inside the lanterns? To unite Cowherd and Weaver Girl, the hindrance had to be removed. The best way was to keep them from hindering through death. Several clues had pointed her toward this solution. First, on the very night they'd entered the dungeon, Third Madam had a difficult birth and produced a monster. The monster's creation was inseparable from Miss Jin. Clearly Miss Jin hated everyone in the manor, even newborns. Second Madam had joyfully announced her son passed the imperial exam, but after going out to receive guests was told he'd cheated. Why did the discovery come at such a perfect moment? For someone to arrive with the news, the list of successful candidates must have been finalized long before. The timing felt deliberate, calculated to humiliate Second Madam. From joy to loss to rage, an emotional landslide. Perhaps Second Madam's son had truly passed, but Miss Jin didn't want him to, so she struck at that exact instant. After all, she controlled the illusionary realm, altering such a detail was child's play. In short, Miss Jin must have been hostile to anyone in the manor who had ever blocked her. She pushed open the pavilion doors, drenched in blood, so shaken she needed no acting. So many people still in the manor, did she really have to kill them one by one? She wasn't some demon. Even if it was only an illusionary realm, this was too far. But she couldn't stay trapped, her friends were waiting outside. Someone recoiled at the sight of her blood-soaked figure, but seeing her fine clothes hesitantly stepped forward. "Me, miss?" The stranger ventured the guess, judging by dress and location near the pavilion, this could only be the young lady. Hua Huai pressed her lips together, her trembling hand had yet to steady. In a barely audible voice she said, Then the sharp scissors flashed, the same practiced stroke, and the stranger collapsed in a gush of blood. Hua Huai had lost count of how many she'd dispatched with those scissors. In the end she grew numb, her heart utterly unmoved. Remember the thrill of grinding mobs when you first started gaming? When a monster popped up in your face you still jumped. But after hours of play, seeing mobs no longer thrilled, they were just numbers in an EXP bar. That was the state Hua Huai had reached. The blade sank into the madam's chest, the last person in the manor who needed to die. Liu Yang rushed in to find Hua Huai dripping blood like a fiend clawed out of hell. Hua Huai stepped closer, her garments were soaked, scarlet still dripping. Liu Yang backed away, terror written across his face. Hey you, stunned by the crimson scene, fell silent. Hua Huai's voice was hoarse. If you don't want to die, leave the manor. Because she was about to set it on fire. Since she'd started, she might as well finish it cleanly. Let the manor, and whichever sin was greater, be buried forever. Flames shot skyward, townsfolk crowded to watch. They gossiped in awe that the mighty Jin Manor had vanished overnight. Suddenly the scene shattered like a mirror. Hua Huai was back in the corrosion-ravaged manor. Zhang Changchang threw herself into her arms, tears sparkling. "Sister, you're safe, thank heavens." The blood staining her clothes vanished in an instant. The chill gripping her heart lifted as Zhang Changchang clung to her. She hugged her back, soothing, "I'm fine, I made it out." A scarlet interface popped up, mission complete. Hua Huai pulled the wooden hairpin from her hair and tossed it into Miss Shen's lap. As agreed, returned. Even knowing the hairpin's power, she had discarded it without hesitation. Miss Shen looked faintly surprised. "You could have kept it by force, it would have benefited you." Hua Huai's face was cold. "I don't need it. That wooden hairpin likely houses Lu Yang's soul." "You claim to love Lu Yang, yet you'd let me take it by force? Honestly, do you even love Lu Yang?" Miss Shen toyed with the hairpin. "You've met Lu Yang, why do you say his soul is inside? Then who was the Lu Yang you met before?" Hua Huai stepped out of Zhang Changchang's embrace. "In the illusionary realm, every memory Lu Yang possessed was given by you. Whatever you thought he'd do, he did. In other words, he was merely a puppet you shaped." After so many cycles, Hua Huai had examined every possible detail. If Miss Shen truly cared for Lu Yang, she would never have allowed Wu Jiang to abduct and impersonate him. It simply didn't add up. More likely, the original Lu Yang had no soul, just an empty shell Miss Shen conjured, and she yearned to see the real one. She wanted to know how convincingly Wu Jiang could play him, whether he could fool Hua Huai. So when Hua Huai exposed the imposter, Miss Shen appeared and turned her killing intent on Wu Jiang. The dungeon needed a Lu Yang, but Wu Jiang could not be Lu Yang. Hua Huai staying beside Wu Jiang was why Miss Shen had held her hand until the true Lu Yang was freed, satisfying the dungeon's requirement and ending her chance to strike. That's why I say Lu Yang's soul dwells in the wooden hairpin. An ordinary hairpin wouldn't grant invisibility. Lu Yang is purer than you think, that ability exists solely to protect you. Clearly Miss Shen knew the hairpin's power. They should have been on the same faction. Handing the hairpin to Hua Huai was meant to hide her until the final day. With invisibility, even the strongest enemy player would have almost no chance of finding her. The boudoir, buy one get two free, the end. From Miss Shen's perspective, the food had already been delivered right to Hua Huai's mouth, yet she stubbornly refused to open it and eat. Perhaps Hua Huai's words had touched it. That pale face revealed a hint of sadness. "I am not him, so naturally I cannot conjure up an exact replica of him. I thought he would definitely resent me, because of me, he died, and hey, you also died. I know he resides in the wooden hairpin, so I treasure it greatly." Her eyes shifted, fixing her gaze on Hua Huai. "Hua Huai, do you know? This place often has strangers entering it. Occasionally, friends come in together, but no one is like you, insistent on bringing your friend out, willing to sacrifice your own life to do so. Normally, they would abandon the friends they came with, seeking only self-preservation. Actually, I'm used to seeing this kind of situation. Fear of death is only human nature. I was once a person who feared death too." After speaking a long passage, Miss Shen finally revealed her purpose. "In my eyes, you are a special person. You care about your friend's life, and you also care about your own life. You are kind, but when pushed to the limit, you can pick up a knife. You are not foolishly benevolent. A voice in my heart tells me that if I miss you, it will be hard to find someone like you again in the future." Jin Jiayue applies to become the player's bound specter. Do you agree? Jin Jiayue. That is Miss Shen's name, right? After making her pick up a knife and slaughter the entire Jin manor, it then proposed a binding request. Was that merely a test for Jin Jiayue? Jin Jiayue was very strong, but Hua Huai hesitated and still wanted to refuse. Judging from this dungeon, Jin Jiayue possesses strong planning abilities, and binding her might be done with ulterior motives. She was not an arrogant person and did not believe that her intellect could outweigh Jin Jiayue. Perhaps she read her thoughts from her expression. Jin Jiayue spoke, "Don't rush to refuse. My abilities are no less than the young man beside you. If you bind me, this wooden hairpin is yours, and Heiyu is also yours. I possess the ability to create illusionary realms. The wooden hairpin will give you the power of invisibility. As for Heiyu, you can ask it yourself. Buy one, get two free. Crucially, even the one was obtained for free. Jinjiayue hadn't wanted to abandon the wooden hairpin just now, rather, it wanted to go with her itself. Huahua did not believe in benefits gained for nothing, and asked, "What do you want to gain from me?" Jinjiayue smiled sweetly, "As long as you can continue to live, I will have already gained a benefit from you. So please continue to live. I will also do my best to help you survive." Huahua was expressionless. "Don't speak in riddles to me." Jinjiayue still did not answer. "Your personal power is too weak. You will naturally know once you become stronger. Moreover, I only have speculations in my heart, and it is not suitable to disclose these half-understood words to you, causing misunderstanding. You only need to know that binding me brings you no harm." Jiang Changchang whispered into Huahua's ear, "She is indeed very strong, and the wooden hairpin's abilities can be used in many places. Jie, you can accept." If Huahua hadn't misheard, Jinjiayue had just said the word bind, right? It clearly held the concept of binding with a player in its mind. Was it because of its higher level that it knew this concept existed? After deliberation, Huahua chose to agree. There were still many things she didn't know about in this game. Perhaps Jinjiayue could provide her with some answers. The scarlet interface indicating task completion officially popped up. Congratulations player Huahua for completing the B-level dungeon and completing the hidden task. Received task reward, rest time increased by 90 days, bonus doubled, 250,000 yuan has been deposited into the horror game key. Since Jinjiayue and the main character have left, this dungeon has collapsed and is about to close. Spectre Trust level 70%, acquired level B aberration, Jinjiayue. Spirit Pet Trust level 80%, acquired D-level Spirit Pet, Heiyu. Acquired item, Lu Yang's wooden hairpin. Acquired item gifted by Jinjiayue, 10 miles of red dowry, now realized, 100 million yuan deposited. Rest time exceeded 120 days, player level increased, currently C-level player. C-level player privilege introduction, trading mall unlocked, gain item trading authority, transactions must use the balance on the horror game. Key. The player panel unfolded. Player, Huahua. Age, 12 years old. Level, C. Money, 129.35 million yuan. Rest time, 145 days. Skills owned, Soul Fairy, F level. Items owned, Rib Bone Dagger, Silver Gray Sports Car, Lu Yang's wooden hairpin. Bound Spectres, Zhou Ling, level B, Jinjiayue, level B, Jiang Changchang, D level. Bound Spirit Pet, Heiyu, D level. The Jin family was a prominent household, and since their daughter was about to marry, the 10 miles of red dowry had long been prepared. Jinjiayue was completely indifferent to this item and actually gifted it directly to her. When she saw the number in the money column skyrocketing, Huahua's eyes nearly popped out. So much, this is too much. As the scarlet interface scrolled, the surrounding scenery gradually dimmed. After the interface finished scrolling, Huahua returned to the apartment. With the dust settled, she had finally come out safely. After reincarnating so many times in the dungeon, returning here again gave her a feeling of being separated from the world. Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao had returned earlier and were anxiously waiting inside the apartment. Seeing her appear, they rushed forward to check on her, and Xiang Lu immediately pulled her into a tight hug. Heavens, you're finally back. Nothing bad happened, right? Even if one died in the dungeon, they would return to the real world. Xiang Lu's eyes were red. My legs are shaking right now. If anything had happened to you, what would I have done? I only have you as a friend? Her emotions were too agitated, causing Xiang Lu to blurt out everything she was thinking. Why did she feel that Xiang Lu was acting more like a child than her right now? Shu Wenyao stood watching them eagerly from the side. Clearly, he wanted a hug too, but was too embarrassed to say it. Xiang Lu had already asked everything he wanted to, leaving him speechless for a long time. Hua Huai blinked her eyes. She hadn't been joking about her life. I'm fine. I completed the hidden task. It's just. It took a bit too long. I can barely remember what I did before entering the game. Also, wait a moment for me. Hua Huai slipped into the bathroom and summoned Jin Jiayue in the private area. When she returned to the two of them, both Xiang Lu and Shu Wenyao's expressions froze. Xiang Lu adjusted her breathing. Shu Wenyao, don't you think this person looks familiar? Anyone who wasn't blind could tell. This one was even wearing a big red wedding dress. Her face looked like a normal person's, and her feet had also returned to the size of an ordinary person's. Shu Wenyao shifted his gaze to Hua Huai, almost cracking his voice. You brought her out too? Hua Huai didn't know how to explain, Compared to the awkwardness of the three, Jin Jiayue was very calm. Hello everyone, my name is Jin Jiayue. People here must greet each other like this, right? Mall. Jin Jiayue appeared confident and poised, her demeanor relatively mature, even when in an unfamiliar environment. From Xiang Lu and Shu Wenyao's perspective, they weren't sure if she was someone they could converse with face to face. After all, Jin Jiayue hadn't shown the slightest mercy when facing slaughter. The calmness in her eyes gave people the impression of a superior powerhouse. Compared to Zhao Ling and Jiang Changchang, she seemed more like a wisp. Everyone present watched her warily, but she was drawn to a painting on the table. Everything here was new, even the paintings were completely different from those of her time. Bright colors, bold styles, revealing an unprecedented warmth. The fireworks blooming in the sky were so beautiful that one couldn't tear their eyes away. She had never seen such a scene from this angle before. Picking up the painting, she felt that its thickness was unusual. She flipped the painting over to examine it and found that it was made of 2 sheets of paper stacked together. She easily separated them, revealing 2 identical paintings before everyone's eyes. Xiang Lu's face flushed. She had originally intended to leave to avoid this awkward scene. But Jin Jiayue's appearance disrupted her plans. She still had something to tell Hua Huai, so she could only brace herself and stay put. Jin Jiayue's identity made her temporarily unable to utter words of protest. Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao immediately realized what had happened when they saw the 2 identical paintings. One of the paintings was specially prepared by Xiang Lu for Shu Wenyao. Xiang Lu said guiltily, "There's too much paint at home, and I couldn't use it all, so I just did it casually." She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, but no one exposed her at the moment. Shu Wenyao, for once, was gentle with her. Still, thank you. Since he offered her a way out, she would take it. Xiang Lu admitted that her opinion of Shu Wenyao was gradually changing. Sometimes his actions were indeed crazy, but he was always thinking of the guild. Seeing the atmosphere among the few, Jin Jiayue looked down at the painting again and sighed. You all have such good feelings for each other. But my presence seems to make you feel constrained, so I won't bother you any longer. Jin Jiayue left, and the room returned to 3 people. Xiang Lu could finally express what she had been holding in her heart. Hua Huai, I've leveled up. Have you leveled up too? The remaining rest time for both of them was similar before entering the game. Now that they had both received rest time as a B-level dungeon reward again, they should logically level up together. Hua Huai nodded. Xiang Lu said curiously, I saw that C-level players have a new privilege, which is about item trading. I just opened the mall and took a look. The items inside are diverse and should all be posted by players. Upon hearing this, Hua Huai's mind stirred, and the item mall appeared before her eyes. The advantage was that there were many items, but the disadvantage was that the prices were expensive, making them unaffordable for ordinary players. Any ordinary item, no matter how common, cost tens of thousands. For example, a sturdy machete cost 100,000. The machete only dealt damage to F-level wisps and also had durability. In the mall, such ordinary items accounted for the majority. Items that could damage high-level wisps were extremely rare. Hua Huai looked until her eyes blurred, but she still couldn't find many. Their expressions, from initial curiosity and excitement, gradually turned solemn as they searched. Xiang Lu rubbed her forehead. It looks like there are many items, but in reality, there's nothing useful. Xu Wenyao, as a B-level player, had long known about the existence of this mall, and he had fallen into many traps there. Seeing their expressions, he smiled. When entering low-level dungeons, the items in the mall still have some use. After entering high-level dungeons, the items here are no different from decorations. The essence of a C-level player's privilege is face-to-face trading. Xiang Lu and Hua Huai turned into curious babies, their eyes wide, listening intently to Xu Wenyao's follow-up. If high-level players want to sell items, they generally don't put them in the mall. Instead, they go to the auction house for an auction, where the highest bidder wins. At the auction house, there are many players bidding, and people have a competitive mentality, making it easier to generate high prices. For sellers, the higher the price, naturally the better. Hua Huai knew nothing about auctions and started by asking the most basic question: what is the auction process like? Based on Xu Wenyao's explanation, a scene unfolded in Hua Huai's mind. It turned out that when players sold items, they could lock and display them, allowing other players to check the authenticity and practicality of the items. Then, players at the auction house would bid. When a player won an item, they could also use currency from outside the game for the transaction. That is, the balance of their real-world account. This was generally used when the horror game key balance was insufficient. Generally speaking, players' horror game key account balances were limited, making it difficult to bid for high-level items. Selling players were unwilling to lower prices, so another payment method emerged. The insufficient balance of the horror game key would be supplemented by double the real-world account balance. Xiang Lu sighed. So, the balance in the horror game key is more valuable than the balance in a real-world account. Then she regretted, then I used the balance in the horror game key directly before. Wasn't that a huge loss? It's like I spent double the price no matter what I bought. She made up her mind, from now on, I'll be more frugal. It wasn't about finding a way to earn real-world currency through labor and spend real-world money. Was it about realizing this point? Xu Wenyao said, the auction will be held once a month. The next one will be in a few days. If you're interested, I can take you. Hua Huai was very interested in this. An auction, it sounded extraordinary. She wanted to see the world, so she raised her hand and said, I'll go. Xiang Lu weakly raised her hand, I'll go too. She wasn't a member of the Demon Guild, and it was a bit embarrassing to trouble Xu Wenyao to take her. Xu Wenyao didn't think much of it. Okay. Before leaving, Xiang Lu waved goodbye to Hua Huai, and Xu Wenyao took one of the paintings. In the apartment, only Hua Huai remained. She took a hot shower, then collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. The Gorinjin manor still flickered before her eyes, those memories lingering in her mind. Her body was tired, and her spirit was even more exhausted. Unconsciously, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she once again wielded the scissors, cutting through the flesh of the people in the manor, feeling the warm spray, utterly numb. Go to school. She slept until the next morning, when her mobile phone buzzed on the bedside table. Hua Huai reached for it and saw that it was time for school to start. She got up, washed, and changed into the uniform of Xinhuan Primary School. In front of the full-length mirror, Hua Huai adjusted her clothes. The main body of the school uniform top was white with blue stripes, and the bottom was a blue pleated skirt that reached above her knees. When she was fully dressed, a well-behaved primary school student appeared in the mirror. For a long time, Hua Huai had always gone to school alone, and she had long been accustomed to it. When Xu Wenyao appeared outside the door, she was clearly stunned. Brother Yao. Xu Wenyao's purpose for being here was simple: I'll take you to school. In Xu Wenyao's perception, Hua Huai was still young, at an age that required an adult to take her to school. Hua Huai once wished for someone to take her to school, but by this day, that expectation had long since brewed, fermented, and rotted. Now that someone actually offered, her heart felt no ripple of emotion. There was no anger, no joy. So much so that she had to feign delight. Wow, thank you, Brother Yao. Someone offered to take her, she ought to show a positive emotion, right? After all, it was a treatment she had never received before. Shu Wenyao had met many people, he could tell whether Hua Huai's smile was genuine or fake. He didn't expose her. Let's go. Being late on the first day isn't good. Xinhuan Primary School. Hua Huai got out of the car, and Shu Wenyao took her to the academic affairs office to report. While passing a teaching building, a pane of glass on the second floor suddenly shattered. As a spherical object broke through, glass shards scattered like flying petals. Fortunately, the two of them were standing some distance away, so there was no life danger. However, one of the broken glass shards cut Hua Huai's cheek. This location. It seems the injury sustained in the dungeon illusionary realm couldn't be avoided in reality after all. The wound was very small, only about the length of a finger joint. Shu Wenyao frowned and said to her, "Wait here, I'll go buy you a band-aid." No matter how small the wound was, it needed to be treated. Hua Huai stood in place and waited, looking up at the second floor. Someone peered out from above, let out a sigh of relief, and left the window. The spherical object rolled near the broken glass. It was a basketball. Why would something like this fly out from the second floor? Shouldn't basketballs be used on the playground? Hua Huai waited in place for a long time, but no one came down to pick up the basketball. Only the school's cleaning staff came to sweep away the mess. When Shu Wenyao returned, the broken glass had already been cleaned up. The band-aid covered Hua Huai's wound. She opened her lips and said, "Brother Yao, I can handle the rest myself." Shu Wenyao had a faint worry, but he didn't show it. All right. Hua Huai had as many as 3 bound specters by her side. With them present, his worry should be unnecessary. Plus, over the past 2 months, she had trained more seriously than anyone else. At least in this age group, the probability of her encountering an opponent was close to 0. Hua Huai went alone to the academic affairs office to complete the procedures, and then, led by a teacher, headed to her assigned class. What a coincidence! Class 1, Grade 6, was exactly the classroom on the second floor where the glass was broken. Standing in front of the podium, the teacher introduced Hua Huai as the new transfer student and asked her to introduce herself. Looking down from the high vantage point, the students stared at her with judgmental eyes. They scrutinized her from head to toe. Hua Huai had entered the horror game world several times, and her heart had been significantly strengthened, so she paid no attention to their stares. She said openly, "Hello, classmates. My name is Hua Huai, and I am honored to be a student in this class." There was no response. The class was like a pool of stagnant water. There was one empty seat in the classroom, and the teacher told her to sit there. Everyone's gaze followed her movements until she sat down in her seat. When the teacher left, the pool of stagnant water in the classroom finally came alive. A few people gathered and whispered, "She actually took that seat. She's wearing her uniform so neatly, is she trying to say she's a good student? So annoying. She just uses this obedient look to win the teacher's favor. Starting school is annoying enough, and now we have to deal with this fake person." In another corner, someone stood up, pointed at her, and said, "Hey, you came up already, why didn't you help me pick up the ball? You clearly saw me when you were downstairs just now." If someone had been standing directly beneath the glass, his act of shattering it might have caused a fatality. Yet, his main concern was that she didn't help him pick up the ball? Someone in front of Hua Huai turned around and quietly told her, "That guy is sick, ignore him. He plays ball in the classroom, accidentally throws it out, and then has the nerve to get angry." The person who threw the basketball walked over and glared at the girl in front of her. "Fang Yingxian, what are you muttering about?" "I heard everything." Fang Yingxian cheekily stuck out her tongue. "I didn't say anything, you misheard me." Right in front of that person, she informed Hua Huai, "His name is Qin Yuan Kai. He's simple-minded and muscular. He only started regretting it after he kicked the ball out. Now that nothing happened, he's acting like a rooster looking for a fight. Shin Yuan Kai clicked his tongue impatiently and told Hua Huai, since the glass accidentally cut you, I'll give you a warning, don't get too close to Fang Yingxian. She's the real lunatic. Judging by their current attitudes, Fang Yingxian seemed friendly, while Shin Yuan Kai's face was utterly foul, as if someone owed him money. Hua Huai did not reply to either of them. Ultimately, Hua Huai was seen as arrogant and disrespectful. When moving around the classroom, someone would inexplicably stick out a foot to trip her. If she left the classroom and returned, someone would deliberately lock the door, preventing her from entering. They would only open the classroom door when the teacher arrived, creating the illusion that she was nearly late. Her textbooks, placed in her desk drawer, would be deliberately vandalized. Just as Hua Huai was about to stand up and ask who had done it, Fang Yingxian stood up before her, snatched her textbook, and loudly demanded, "Who did this? Come out and apologize immediately." The classroom fell silent. She called out names one by one, but in the end, she couldn't find out who did it. Fang Yingxian fixed her gaze on Shin Yuan Kai and slapped the textbook onto his desk. "Tell me, did you do it?" Shin Yuan Kai was furious. "Hey, are you crazy? Why would I vandalize her book for no reason?" Perhaps because Shin Yuan Kai exercised regularly, he stood up slightly taller than Fang Yingxian and had a strong presence. Hua Huai walked closer and took back the textbook. It might not have been him. We shouldn't falsely accuse good people. It looked like Fang Yingxian was standing up for Hua Huai, but Hua Huai didn't appreciate her kindness. There was no evidence to show that Shin Yuan Kai had done it. There was a sickening malice present in this classroom. She clearly hadn't done anything, and she had spoken very few words, so why was she being targeted? Her gaze fell on Fang Yingxian. "Thank you." Reunion. Fang Yingxian hooked her arm, extending a warm invitation. "After school today, there's a gathering at the junior high school section. Do you want to come with me?" Seeing her hesitate, Fang Yingxian pleaded, "You're my only friend, and that gathering is really fun. If I go alone, I'll be all by myself." Shin Yuan Kai pricked up his ears, eavesdropping, and after learning that Hua Huai had agreed, he snorted coldly. It was called a student gathering, but the location chosen was a chaotic black bar. Hua Huai had no knowledge of bars and wasn't sure if this was appropriate. The bar was noisy, filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol, and the sound was so loud it almost pierced human eardrums. Following Fang Yingxian, Hua Huai arrived at a private room. The smell of smoke and alcohol inside was no less intense than outside, but the noise was significantly reduced. Inside the private room, 6 teenagers sat sprawled out. Hua Huai's gaze swept over them, and she could tell what bad habits each of them had. After entering the private room, Fang Yingxian slowed her steps, deliberately standing behind Hua Huai and quietly closing the private room door. In the private room, a boy with a cigarette in his mouth stood up, his gaze full of ill intent falling on Hua Huai. He walked closer and tugged at the bow on her collar. "Wearing your school uniform so neatly, you must be another good kid in the eyes of parents and teachers. Seeing the faces of people like you just makes me angry." Hua Huai turned around and asked Fang Yingxian, "This is the gathering you mentioned?" She pondered, "A really fun gathering?" Hua Huai wasn't foolish. After so many games, it was impossible for her not to have some ability to judge people. The reason she came here was to find out if Zhang Yuyan's realm of despair was related to them. Fang Yingxuan's purpose in bringing her here had been achieved. She smiled and introduced, "This person in front of you is Yang Bin, a second-year student in the junior high school section. Xinhuan is divided into a primary school section and a junior high school section, with 9 consecutive years of study." Fang Yingxian introduced the other 5, all of whom were junior high school section students without exception. "Bringing you here is actually for your own good. You've experienced the treatment you get at school. Those guys are arrogant. If you don't have the ability to deal with them, they'll keep bullying you until you graduate. 6th grade is a crucial period. If you can't study well, you won't be able to lay a good foundation for junior high school." After all that talk, it boiled down to one last sentence. "Brother Yang Bin can help you. As long as he says a word in our class, no one will dare to bully you anymore. However, you'll need to pay a small price. Using Hua Huai's current predicament, they threw out an appropriate bait. Everyone in the private room watched her, seeing her open her lips. What price? Yang Bin, who had been scowling, grinned and said, money, 1,000 yuan a week. This amount, for the former Hua Huai, was enormous. In the Hua family, it was common for parents to argue over such things. And their salaries were below average, they didn't have much money left at the end of the month. Hua Huai's expression was solemn. Yang Bin momentarily suspected he had asked for too much money. After all, the child in front of him only reached his chest when standing. Then his gaze shifted to her school bag, and he immediately dismissed his doubts. That school bag was expensive, and the logo on it was enough to shock people. To carry such a school bag out, she must be a child from a wealthy family. How could a child like this not be able to afford 1,000 yuan a week? As long as you pay on time every week, I guarantee no one will bother you. Hua Huai came to Xinhuan Primary School not for studying. As for the logo on the school bag, Hua Huai didn't recognize it at all. Xu Wenyao had bought it for her, and in her eyes, it was just an item that could hold books. The smoke in the private room was too heavy. She frowned and said, I don't like the smell of smoke. Can we talk somewhere else? The teenagers exchanged glances, communicating silently. After a while, Yang Bin spoke, where do you want to go? Hua Huai wasn't picky, any place without smoke is fine. This bar was probably the lowest class, with no management system, allowing customers to make a mess. Hua Huai's request wasn't difficult to fulfill, and Yang Bin agreed to her demand. On a public bench by the river, Hua Huai sat upright. From the bar to here, she made no attempt to escape, cooperating with them throughout, as if she believed what they said and saw them as her saviors. In reality, Hua Huai spoke first, you said you could protect me. But after dividing this price, the amount each of you gets isn't much. So, besides charging me protection fees, you've also charged others? I want to know who you've all charged and how many people there are in total. Just by looking at their familiar demeanor, she couldn't be the only one they were collecting protection fees from. Yang Bin couldn't help but pat his pocket, pulling out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. We've already been very patient with you by agreeing to bring you out. I warn you, don't push your luck. Hua Huai stared intently at the unlit cigarette in his mouth. Give me a number. How many people? I'll double that amount for you, but from now on, you can only listen to me. Arrogant. Fang Yingxian was a little flustered. She had led Hua Huai to these people. What if Hua Huai took them over and turned them against her? Her heart pounded faster, and cold sweat ran down her spine. She knew exactly what kind of people these were. Her panic made her speak carelessly, Hua Huai, don't force it. Why would Hua Huai spend such a large sum to do something thankless when the problem could be solved with 1,000 yuan a week? Yang Bin was startled, his hand, which was reaching for the lighter, delayed igniting the cigarette. He tentatively said, roughly 30-something people. Let's round it to 30. After conversion, that would be 30,000 yuan. Doubling it would be 60,000 yuan a week. Even after dividing 30,000 yuan, it wasn't a small sum. If they had such a large amount of money, would they be living in such destitution? They must be hiding something. Hua Huai said faintly, tell me the truth. The lighter sparked, igniting the cigarette. Before Yang Bin could take a puff, Hua Huai snatched it away, threw it on the ground, and crushed it. I said, I don't like the smell of smoke. Immediately after, 100 yuan bill was slapped onto Yang Bin's chest, your compensation. Hua Huai gave this 100 yuan bill to convey a message. She, indeed, had money. This amount, for her, was far from causing any distress. Yang Bin, who had been about to flare up, stopped. His expression visibly softened, and he chuckled, there was indeed some exaggeration involved. We charge different protection fees for different people. For someone like you, you're a distinguished guest. Only a slightly higher amount can match your status. Protection fee. So, in reality, the amount they received each week was not that much. Huahua said generously and decisively, "I'll give you 60,000 every week. From now on, you all listen to me. 60,000 a week, 240,000 a month. Divided among 7 people, each person would get about 34,000 a month." This figure was enough to make them tremble with excitement. Amidst the excitement, Yang Bin was slightly wary. "Do your parents give you this much pocket money every month? I have to tell you, if you tell an adult or call the police, you won't get off easy." It seemed that the 100 yuan bill had a time limit, the stimulation wasn't strong enough. Huahua didn't bring too much cash when she went out. She took out the remaining 900 yuan bills. They fluttered from her fingertips, and she didn't even glance at them. Can this prove my capability? How I give it to you is my problem to consider. Wait until you don't receive the money, then you can question me. After all, you're getting something for nothing right now. So far, they hadn't paid anything. When necessary, she could give them a sense of urgency. "At this price, I can hire more professional people. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else." Upon hearing about changing people, Yang Bin grew anxious. "Of course we want to do it. We didn't mean to question you. From now on, we will all listen to you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west." This was a big patron. Besides her, who else would spend such a large sum to hire people of their mediocre caliber? Huahua smiled faintly with satisfaction and added, "The money I'm giving is for hiring the 6 of you. Fang Yingxian is not included." Fang Yingxian, whose presence was almost nil, was mentioned. Was what she had predicted about to come true? Yang Bin asked for Huahua's intention. "Are you angry about her behavior? Do you need us to teach her a lesson for you? How could one take money and not do anything?" Yang Bin was very familiar with the rules and immediately caught on. Huahua hired them not to be hooligans. "I'm not angry. The reason I'm excluding her is because she won't be useful to you anymore, right?" "Of course, she's not useful to me either. My money doesn't come easily. I hope to use it in useful places." Her gaze turned to Fang Yingxian. "I want to talk to you alone." Yang Bin and the others consciously retreated. Fang Yingxian was a little afraid. Talk about what? In a short period, Huahua had brought these guys under her command. Fang Yingxian, who had originally had the upper hand, now plummeted to the bottom. Huahua went straight to the point. "Do you know Zhang Yuyan?" There was only one transfer student in class 6 grade 1, Huahua. Fang Yingxian had always attended Xinhuan Primary School and was involved with Yang Bin and others from the junior high school section, so she must be someone in the school. Bringing her before Yang Bin, coupled with Yang Bin having collected protection fees from many people. Most likely, Fang Yingxian used that hypocritical facade to attract prey and lower their guard. Such a person must know Zhang Yuyan. As soon as the name entered her ears, Fang Yingxian's entire expression changed. She stared with wide eyes and stammered, You, why are you asking about her?" Her attitude was off. To get clues, Huahua frowned, looking impatient. "That day at the hospital, she broke my favorite toy. My brother gave it to me, and I've always cherished it. I don't lack money, so I don't need her to compensate me, but I want to get even. I heard she was studying at this school, which is why I transferred here, but I haven't seen her at all." It turned out that Huahua was full of malice towards Zhang Yuyan, which greatly eased her tension. Huahua's identity was not simple. Yang Bin and the others had benefited from her, and Fang Yingxian wanted to as well. Children who haven't experienced major events always have such naive thoughts. Fang Yingxian quietly said, "Someone already taught her a lesson for you." To gain Huahua's trust, Fang Yingxian revealed everything. At school, Fang Yingxian searched everywhere for prey, looking for those who seemed like nerds, didn't talk much, and were easily bullied. Usually, such people, after being threatened, dared not tell their parents or teachers. As for the method of threat, it was truly unspeakable. They used the simplest tool, a mobile phone, to take compromising pictures of their prey. The more she described, the more agitated Fang Yingxian's expression became. her face turning crimson, with a somewhat morbid quality. So Qin Yuan Kai was right, Fang Yingxian was indeed a psychopath. During the winter vacation, the teacher sent a notice in the group that Zhang Yuyan had passed away, which is why you haven't seen her. Fang Yingxian knew that Zhang Yuyan was deceased, yet how could she still speak with such agitated emotion about the other party's tragic fate? It was these people who drove Zhang Yuyan to despair, ultimately leading to her death. Fang Yingxian, as the culprit, showed no sign of remorse. She probably believed deep down that Zhang Yuyan's death had nothing to do with them. Fang Yingxian had recounted so much, expecting a reward from Hua Huai. Hua Huai wasn't ready to turn hostile so quickly. There was no evidence yet, and they needed to be punished. The process wouldn't be too slow, in a few days, they would voluntarily deliver the evidence. Compared to players in a game, their thinking was shallow, unable to engage in deep-level mental activities. This meant they were destined to fall into Hua Huai's hands. The next day, Xinwan Primary School. As usual, childish behavior, the classroom door was locked, keeping Hua Huai out. Students watched Hua Huai through the window with interest, wanting to see her miserable state when the bell rang. Unexpectedly, at that moment, 6 teenagers arrived. Each of the teenagers was quite tall, much taller than the boys in the classroom. Someone recognized the leader, pointing at him and saying, "Isn't that Yang Bin from the junior high school section?" What were they doing at the primary school section? Before the rest of the words could be uttered, Yang Bin kicked the classroom door, with such force that the entire wall trembled. "If you don't want a beating, open the door for me." Yang Bin's furious voice came from the other side, and the students in the classroom shivered. Too violent. They usually collected protection fees from their prey, but they wouldn't go to this extent. Although they called it protection fees, they wouldn't actually protect the other party. Most of the time, they just put on a show. This kind of violent demeanor was truly rare. Although they didn't understand why, no one wanted to provoke Yang Bin. Soon, someone opened the classroom door. Then, a scene that astonished everyone appeared. Yang Bin actually respectfully bent down and invited Hua Huai into the classroom, his face wreathed in smiles, looking extremely friendly. When had they ever seen Yang Bin act like this? Now, no one dared to make any small moves against Hua Huai. Hua Huai returned to her seat unimpeded, smoother than ever before. Yang Bin didn't leave. He stood in a row with a few others, clapped the podium, and attracted everyone's attention below. "Listen up, everyone. Hua Huai is someone I'm protecting. From now on, whoever dares to bully her, just wait for a beating. Fight back." It was obvious Yang Bin was well known at school, every student in the class recognized him. After his short speech, no one dared whisper, their faces were ashen. Once Yang Bin's group left, Fang Yingxian leaned toward Hua Huai, excitement in her voice. "If there's anything you need, just say the word. I may not be as strong as Yang Bin, but I know almost everyone here. You'll need me." Perhaps because Hua Huai had treated her kindly yesterday, and the Zhang Yuyan incident had broken the ice. She assumed they now shared common ground. Yesterday Yang Bin and the others had added Hua Huai's contact info. This morning Hua Huai transferred the agreed amount. A full 60,000 yuan. She hadn't hesitated for a second. Fang Yingxian couldn't help wondering how wealthy Hua Huai's family must be to let her control that sum. If she got close to her, could she climb the social ladder too? Her older sister had nagged at home, "If only I were rich, I wouldn't have to slave away and watch people's moods. If I'd made rich friends back in school, I wouldn't be this miserable now." Unfortunately, her sister's school had been ordinary, no chance to meet rich kids. But this school was ordinary too. Could Hua Huai, a rich heiress, be here only for Zhang Yuyan? Looks like that toy had been truly beloved. So beloved that when it broke, she'd transferred here in a rage. Rare chances like this had to be seized. She was luckier than her sister. Fang Yingxian didn't realize her face had already betrayed every thought. Those greedy eyes longed to squeeze profit from Hua Huai. Hua Huai stayed calm. "How are things between you and Yang Bin's crew? Should she say good or not?" What answer did she want? Fang Yingxuan's hesitation didn't escape Hua Huai's notice. She finally smiled. I'm tight with Brother Bin and the others. Liar. If they were really close, she wouldn't have agreed so readily to rough up Hua Huai. To Yang Bin, Fang Yingxian was disposable. Without correcting her, Hua Huai pressed further. When you do this sort of thing, who handles the photos and videos? Fang Yingxian wasn't brilliant, but not stupid either. Basic caution remained. She hesitated. Why do you ask? Hua Huai smiled. Someone's bullying me, shouldn't I hit back? I didn't hand Yang Bin that fortune just to hear him roar a few lines on the podium. Money earned that easily would be too cheap. Yang Bin's gang did it for cash. Hua Huai didn't lack money, revenge was reason enough. After all, revenge was why she'd come. Spoiled rich kids don't swallow grievances, payback is natural. Fang Yingxian scanned the classroom with malice. Tell me who to start with, I'll arrange it. The usually lively class now sat silent, heads lowered like quails. One exception remained as unruffled as ever. Hua Huai's gaze drifted to him. He slashed my face and ruined my looks. That was Qin Yuan Kai. Anyone else would be easy, but he was the worst pick. Qin Yuan Kai had a foul temper and loathed Fang Yingxian. A few sweet words wouldn't lure him. He might even know what she was up to. Enticement was out, but they had numbers. However tough, Qin Yuan Kai couldn't take on 6 junior high school section boys at once. In an abandoned shack, Qin Yuan Kai was thrown to the floor. Yang Bin leaned against a concrete pillar, reaching for a cigarette, then remembered Hua Huai would arrive and forced himself to stop. He pulled out empty hands, crossed his arms, chin lifted. Do it! Qin Yuan Kai hadn't come quietly. His resistance had left him bruised and swollen, a wretched sight. They followed the usual routine. Fang Yingxian filmed with her mobile phone, thrilled. Qin Yuan Kai, so you have days like this. Several junior high school section boys closed in, reaching to strip his clothes. Outnumbered, he'd never suffered such humiliation. In desperation he roared, "What are you doing? Touch me and I'll kill you. My uncle won't let you off either." Yang Bin's crew had seen it all, they chuckled. See that phone? We're not filming for fun, we'll use it to keep you quiet. If you breathe a word, the clip goes online for everyone you know and don't know to see. Fang Yingxian laughed. Look at him tremble, so high and mighty usually, I thought only he could scare others. Hurry up, strip, shoot, and I can go rest. They yanked at Qin Yuan Kai, struggle as he might, it was useless. His collar loosened, buttons popping and rolling to Hua Huai's feet. From start to finish Hua Huai stayed off camera. She'd ordered Fang Yingxian and Yang Bin's crew never to mention her name or even hint at her identity during these acts. The reason was simple. She'd told them, my family's famous, I may appear on camera in the future, I don't want this black mark. Perhaps all rich kids were that careful. Anyway, they'd been paid, the small request was easy, just a bit of caution. In Fang Yingxuan's footage, aside from Qin Yuan Kai, no one truly appeared, only Yang Bin's voices could be heard. Hua Huai manually paused the recording, slipped the phone into her palm, and pocketed it. Stop, enough. I believe he won't talk. Looking down at Qin Yuan Kai sprawled on the ground, Hua Huai showed a maturity beyond her years. Not in looks, but in mind. You can go rest. I'll pay you double the price of Fang Yingxuan's phone tomorrow in cash. Fang Yingxian beamed inwardly, but feigned concern. He's hurt, but still a guy, aren't you unsafe alone with him? Lesson. Fang Yingxuan's acting was really unnatural. Hua Huai said coldly, if he dares to lay a hand on me, I'll post this video online for everyone to enjoy. Don't worry. I want a vent alone, having someone watch makes me uncomfortable. And no peeking or eavesdropping. If I catch you, you'll be next. In reality, Qin Yuan Kai had only lost his jacket, the open front revealed his collarbones, far from exposed. Disheveled, absolutely disheveled. Qin Yuan Kai glared at her. You're with them? You knew they'd do something like this and still stayed with them. Looks like you're no good either. Fang Yingxian snorted as though she'd heard a joke. Mind your own business. She waved. Hua, let's head back. See you tomorrow. To be sure they'd left, Hua had to turn away. Qin Yuankai seized the chance to grab the back of her collar. Unexpectedly, it was as if she had eyes in the back of her head. She squatted at just the right moment, dodging his lunge and leaving him clutching. Air. Hua, give me Fang Yingxuan's mobile phone. I'll admit I'm out of luck this time. Hand me her phone and I won't hold a grudge. Hua stepped back and drew the phone she'd taken from Fang Yingxian. If you wanted the phone, you should have said so earlier. She wagged it twice. Not giving it to you. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. The device might still be useful, she had to check its contents first. Qin Yuankai glowered. You're messing with me. Don't think one video can threaten me. Once it's out, at worst I lose face, but you lot are the ones doing evil. If my uncle sees that clip, you'll be sorry. The uncle Qin Yuankai kept mentioning seemed to be someone formidable, worth repeating. Hua didn't want to make an enemy of him. I'm not trying to blackmail you, as you said, that video can't really threaten you. I need this phone for something else. Qin Yuankai sneered. What use could it be except to threaten me? Hua answered, they've done this more than once. They're in the habit of using Fang Yingxuan's phone to record, there might be other videos inside. Qin Yuankai looked her up and down oddly. Are you some kind of pervert? You've got a weird fetish. Hua blinked. What? A moment later she realized Qin Yuankai had jumped to the wrong conclusion. He thought she wanted to watch those videos for enjoyment. Before she could explain, Qin Yuankai lunged to snatch the phone. His physique was stronger than most kids his age, his attacks methodical, clear evidence of systematic training. Perhaps because he was still young, what he'd learned was limited and half-hearted, leaving him at a disadvantage. Hua hadn't trained long, but her experience in the horror game elevated her past training to a new level. Besides, she trained seriously and competitively, never complaining of hardship, laying a rock-solid foundation. She read Qin Yuankai's moves and reacted the instant he struck. Through the entire exchange he never even touched the hem of her clothes. She dodged the whole time without counterattacking. If she'd wanted, she could have slammed him to the ground at any moment. That was what truly infuriated Qin Yuankai, he had never suffered such humiliation. Driven by frustration, he struck faster and harder, ignoring his injuries, desperate to land a touch. In his fervor he overcommitted. When Hua sidestepped, he couldn't stop and pitched forward. This was an abandoned building with uninstalled windows, huge floor-to-ceiling openings. A hard fall could send him straight off the building. To avoid being seen or heard, Yang Bin and the others had taken him to the 4th floor. From that height a plunge could cripple or kill. At the last second Hua caught his hand. One of his feet was already at the sill, another 2 centimeters and it would have been over empty air. By inertia, if she hadn't grabbed him he'd already be falling. Cold sweat drenched him, terror made him tremble. The pull hauled him backward and he plopped onto the floor. Hua was shaken too, she'd focused only on dodging and hadn't noticed what lay behind, almost a catastrophe. She had done strength training, but not for long, age was still a limiting factor. To be sure she could hold Qin Yuankai, she used both hands and threw all her weight backward, only then did she barely manage. They sat on the floor together while Hua took 2 deep breaths to steady her racing heart. Stop grabbing, you won't get it, and I'm not giving you the phone. Whatever you do, I'm still posting the video online. But I'll pixelate your face. Qin Yuankai stayed silent for a long time, seemingly stunned, lying motionless on the grimy floor. Just as Hua started to rise, he spoke. How can you dodge so well? I can't dodge half as well. If you fought me seriously, I'd lose. Is it because I made you fetch the basketball and you're holding a grudge? Incredulous, she said, just because of that? Such a trivial matter had left him bruised. Hua Huai must be vindictive indeed. Recalling how Hua Huai had told Yang Bin and the others to stop, and they did. And how she'd offered to pay Fang Yingxian, she must be loaded. She'd bought their help with money to rough him up. No wonder Yang Bin had actually protected her this morning. It had probably cost a fortune. Yet she was clearly stronger than him. Why throw away so much cash? You didn't need Yang Bin and company at all. Rolling halfway over, he propped his chin on his hands. Afraid of dirtying your own hands? That was the only explanation he could think of. Hua Huai shook her head. Too many people have been bullied by them. I just want to give them a lesson they'll never forget. The contents of Fang Yingxuan's phone are evidence. I can't give them to you. Her gaze drifted to him. I don't regret what I did to you. Someone who casually hurls a basketball out a window, shattering second-floor glass and injuring people, deserves a lesson too. It wasn't about fetching the ball, it was that such behavior is dangerous and can cause serious harm. Xin Yuan Kai glanced at the band-aid on her face and knew he was in the wrong. From what Hua Huai said, he more or less understood the lesson she intended for Yang Bin and the others. He clicked his tongue. How righteous of you. To him, if something didn't concern him, it might as well never have happened. Only when it landed on himself did he realize he'd been wrong. He lowered his eyes slightly. But I'm not as good as you. Go ahead and post it, no mosaic is fine. Without the blur I'll look even worse, bigger impact. Saying that meant he finally knew where he'd gone wrong. Hua Huai curved her lips. With the lines you shouted in your fierce face, you won't win much sympathy. A mosaic will actually make you look more pitiful. Qin Yuan Kai. He scratched his head irritably. Forget it, do whatever you want. Heat. To curry favor with Hua Huai, Fang Yingxian didn't even hide her mobile phone's unlock password. The video content could be seen by just opening the album. In all the videos, the camera was invariably aimed at the victims. There were more girls in the footage, perhaps because they were easier to control. Searching to the very end, Hua Huai didn't find any videos of Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan was no longer alive, and keeping a video of a deceased person they once bullied was not only useless but would also scare them. It was probably deleted. Even in the trash bin, no videos of Zhang Yuyan could be found. Hua Huai had seen plots on TV where deleted mobile phone content could still be recovered. She didn't know if it was true or false. She had a good reputation in the guild, and without much effort, a member came to tell her that videos could indeed be recovered. After a series of operations, all the deleted data on this mobile phone was recovered. Videos about Zhang Yuyan were indeed present on this mobile phone. She could soon fulfill the promise she made to Uncle Zhang. In addition, Hua Huai found Gung Lingxiu, an older sister in the guild who was skilled in editing. Hua Huai asked this older sister to help her merge and edit multiple videos, preferably to make the visual impact stronger. When Gung Lingxiu saw the videos and learned what Hua Huai intended to do, she agreed without hesitation. The final video product was excellent, and with corresponding text and music, it immersed people's emotions into the scene. It was as if the audience also stood in the victim's position, stirring up a strong sense of anger. First post this edited video, then post the one you filmed. Besides editing, Gung Lingxiu was very sensitive to online trends and knew what was most appropriate. Hua Huai secretly filmed from a distance, and that video contained the faces of the perpetrators. First, create a strong visual impact to make the audience wonder who the perpetrators are, then gather their strong curiosity, and finally reveal the truth. By then, the online popularity would definitely not be low. Gung Lingxiu clicked the mouse to operate the computer. At this time, most working people have already gotten off work, gone home, and eaten, so they have plenty of time to lie in bed and scroll on their mobile phones. Students are also out of class. It's a very active time for netizens, suitable for posting the first video. After a series of operations, she opened the web page and uploaded the first video. The title needs to be eye-catching, making people unable to resist clicking to watch. Gunlingshow typed on the keyboard, including keywords such as Shinwan Primary School plus Junior High School section and bullying. As Gunlingshow expected, as soon as it was posted, it immediately stirred up popularity online, with likes continuously rising and shares not far behind. Refreshing the webpage, the comment count scrolled rapidly. What era is this? Bullying still exists. Is anyone going to do something about it? Sure enough, demons come in all ages. Some people are just born evil. Why is the camera focused on the victims? Where are the perpetrators' faces? As more people watched, some noticed that the perpetrators' faces did not appear in the footage. This video was shot from the perpetrator's perspective. It's chilling to think about who's on the other end of the screen. Upstairs, do you mean it was posted by the perpetrator? I don't know, all the victims' faces are pixelated, so it might not have been posted by the perpetrator. Both possibilities exist, which gives the audience ample room for imagination. This space will provoke the audience's urge to comment. The number of comments is also a measure of popularity. Gunlingshow stopped with satisfaction, planning to post the other video tomorrow night, letting this one ferment for a while first. Yang Bin and the others had committed wrongs and should have faced legal sanctions. Although their fate would not escape punishment, before that, Hua Huai wanted everyone to know their true colors. Being young was not an excuse for their mistakes. Moreover, such behavior was malicious. The next day, Shinwan Primary School. The video that went viral last night led many internet celebrities and their teams to come here to check in, attempting to find the perpetrators in the video. A large number of netizens also watched the video, felt genuine anger, and spontaneously went to the school to find the perpetrators. Parents also gathered outside, demanding an explanation from the school. In short, they surrounded the school completely. The school's explanation was a consistent denial of bullying, claiming that malicious individuals were deliberately slandering the school. Anyway, the perpetrators' faces did not appear in the video, and the location was not within the school. There was no evidence to show that the perpetrators were related to the school. Some people listened to these words, found them reasonable, and left the school grounds, while a large portion refused to leave. Hua Huai pushed through the crowd and entered the school, returning to her classroom. Xin Yuankai saw her, his eyes lit up, and he greeted her with a smile, "You're here." He had seen the video posted online and didn't expect Hua Huai to actually have the guts to release those videos. Fang Yingxian slammed her hand on the desk, stood up, and angrily rushed in front of Hua Huai. "I treated you as a friend, how could you?" A stack of cash was stuffed into Fang Yingxian's arms, making her anger come to an abrupt halt. Hua Huai was true to her word, the promised double amount was all there. Fang Yingxian was momentarily uncertain, somewhat suspecting that Hua Huai had accidentally lost her mobile phone, and someone else had posted the videos. Otherwise, why would she give money when it was clearly her doing? Unexpectedly, Hua Huai was bold enough to admit, "One thing at a time, I did it." Bang! At the same time, the classroom door was kicked open, making a loud noise. Yang Bin entered the classroom with 5 others. Yesterday, he greeted Hua Huai with a smile, but today he wished he could beat her up. "Hua Huai, why did you do this?" It was hard to find such a big patron. If she could properly conclude this matter and use the account that posted the videos to tell everyone it was malicious editing, they could pretend it never happened. Hua Huai was fearless, children who make mistakes should be punished. She was alone, and there were 6 of them, all boys from the junior high school section. In this situation, she showed no sign of giving up in her words, making Qin Yuankai break out in a cold sweat for her. Even if she could fight, she couldn't fight so many people. Did she not want to live anymore? Having been beaten up yesterday, to be honest, he still had lingering fears. But Qin Yuankai couldn't just watch Hua Huai get into trouble. She was different from Yang Bin and the others, she was one of the few people who shone brightly. He also wanted to extend a helping hand when he saw others in distress. Right now, Hua Huai needed help. After some internal deliberation, Qin Yuankai blocked Hua Huai's path. "She's right. If you want to fight, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Uncle. Yang Bin scanned Qin Yuan Kai up and down with a look of disdain. You? You were beaten black and blue yesterday. I thought you wouldn't show up at school today. It was entirely Hua Huai's idea to lay hands on you, yet you're still defending her? His intention was to reveal this fact and make Qin Yuan Kai harbor resentment towards Hua Huai. Little did he know, Qin Yuan Kai already knew about this yesterday. I deserved the beating, it's none of your business. Don't try to sow discord here. Yang Bin was so shocked by these words that his facial muscles twitched. He sneered, did she brainwash you? I don't care about all that. If I could beat you up yesterday, I can beat you up again today. If you stand in front of her, you better be ready for a beating. He signaled to the others to grab Qin Yuan Kai, but Hua Huai pulled Qin Yuan Kai behind her. You don't need to play the hero. If I dared to come to school, naturally I was prepared. Hua Huai hadn't moved an inch, yet nobody could lay a finger on her. Shen Wenlin grabbed one person's shoulder with each hand. You little brats, at such a young age, you're doing things that corrupt social morals. And who are you trying to lay hands on now? That's our precious little sister. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. As long as they were alive, no one would dare touch Hua Huai. You grabbed two people by the back of their collars. I knew I had to come today. These little rascals are the worst bullies. Xiao Xingxue suggested, how about we just give them a good beating first, so they learn a lesson about who they can mess with and who they can't. In fact, even without the help of her three older brothers, Hua Huai would have been fine. Although she had only entered the Evil Spirit Tower once, it had given her unprecedented training. It made her understand her own shortcomings, allowing her to focus on those weaknesses and intensify her training. To this day, she could feel a significant improvement in her physical fitness. For the past 2 months, her diet had been rich and balanced, providing ample energy for her training, making her efforts twice as effective. Compared to Qiao Xingxue, Shen Wenlin was more rational. If we don't have to fight, let's not fight. This is reality. If we mess up, we might end up in jail. So many internet celebrities had gathered outside the school precisely to punish Yang Bin and his group. They shouldn't end up being punished themselves before they even got to punish Yang Bin. Their strength was immense. Restrained by them, Yang Bin and his group couldn't move. Their pathetic martial arts skills, relying solely on brute force, couldn't shake Shen Wenlin and the others. Shen Wenlin tossed the person forward. We don't want to fight. Hurry up and leave. The movement was as easy as tossing a small object. Yang Bin was usually the one who enjoyed the fearful gaze of others. Suddenly suffering a setback, he was naturally unwilling to back down. Shen Wenlin and the others were adults, yes, but there were only 3 of them. If they fought seriously, the outcome was uncertain. Yang Bin's thinking was naive, he wanted to win by numbers. He didn't know that Shen Wenlin and the others were not just adults, but also horror game players. Training was routine for them. Forget 2 against 1, even if all 6 of them attacked together, they couldn't beat Shen Wenlin. The physique of horror game players improves throughout the process of constantly entering the game. The life or death challenges in the game are much crueler than simple training. If you fail inside the game, you die. Yang Bin swung his fist, but Shen Wenlin caught it barehanded, remaining completely still. His strength was hardly different from a tickle to Shen Wenlin. Maintaining that posture, Shen Wenlin used his palm to push Yang Bin back several steps, making him stumble backward and exposing his disgrace. Beating up a kid isn't something glorious for me. Leave now, don't force me to act. Yang Bin could feel the disparity in strength between them. Terrified, he dared not lay hands on Shen Wenlin again. With that level of strength, if he really wanted to fight, he could probably kill him with a single punch. Despite their reluctance, Yang Bin and his group dispersed. Qin Yuan Kai nervously approached Shen Wenlin, hesitating to speak. Gathering his courage, he asked, what did you mean by reality just now? If it's not reality, were you referring to the horror game? Someone who didn't know about the horror game would assume it was just a regular game. The fact that Qin Yuan Kai could ask this question clearly showed he knew about the existence of the horror game and was very certain it was real. Shen Wenlin didn't answer. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Kid, why do you think non-reality means the horror game? Where did you hear that? Or are you a player too?" Shen Wenlin and the others had seen too many players, allowing them to notice the differences between players and ordinary people. Differences could be discerned in behavior, demeanor, and especially their eyes. Qin Yuan Kai's eyes told Shen Wenlin that he was just an ordinary elementary school student. Those eyes were bright and clean, incapable of hiding anything. He clearly looked like a cherished child. Facing the barrage of questions, Qin Yuan Kai said, "Are you Hua Huai's older brothers? To have such a wonderful sister like Hua Huai, you must be good people too." Hearing this, Shen Wenlin couldn't suppress a smile. "Of course. Hua Huai is great, and we are great too. Little friend, Gidge thinks you're very cute too. What do you want to eat? Gidge will buy it for you." There was suddenly a sense of déjà vu, like a creepy uncle trying to trick a child. Qin Yuan Kai shook his head. "I don't want to eat anything, and I'm not a player. However, my uncle is a player." Without Shen Wenlin and the others revealing anything, Qin Yuan Kai exposed his own secret. He wondered if his uncle would want to beat him up if he found out. "Uncle told me that the horror game isn't dangerous at all. Going in is just like playing a video game. At first, he didn't tell me he was trapped in the horror game. It was only after he got injured frequently, and I discovered and questioned him, that he had no choice but to tell me. He said they were minor injuries, just small cuts, nothing to make a fuss about. He even bragged to me that after completing a game, he would get a lot of money and could buy me lots of delicious things. I don't want delicious things. I just want Uncle to be safe and sound." As he spoke, Qin Yuan Kai's eyes welled up with tears. "I want to ask you, is the game really not dangerous? Is my uncle lying to me?" Qin Yuan Kai was too sincere, and Shen Wenlin and the others didn't know how to answer. If they answered truthfully, Qin Yuan Kai would definitely be heartbroken and would live in constant anxiety for a long time afterward. If they answered falsely, they simply couldn't bring themselves to lie to such a sincere Qin Yuan Kai. In that case, there was a compromise. Hua Huai said, "We are outsiders to you and your uncle. For something like this, you need to get the answer directly from your uncle. Honestly, your current attitude of doubting your uncle shows that you already have an answer settled in your heart. Our answer is simply not important to you." Deliberately. After a full day of fermentation, the video Gungling show posted garnered incredibly high popularity. The perpetrator's face wasn't shown in the video, causing viewers to argue endlessly in the comments section, analyzing it from all sorts of angles. Gungling show sat in front of her computer, chuckling, "It's time." The second video, click publish. In a short amount of time, traffic surged into this video. This video was filmed by Hua Huai, not for the purpose of intimidation, so it was very complete. To make the video appear more natural, Gungling show processed it. It looked as if a surveillance camera was installed in the distance, coincidentally capturing this scene. From being intercepted and beaten outside the school gate to the threats in the abandoned building, the perpetrator's face was clearly visible. The video's views quickly soared. Yang Bin, in front of his computer screen, had eyes that were about to split from anger. It turned out Hua Huai had been following them all along, filming the evidence of their crime. She even tricked them into thinking she would go straight to the abandoned building later. How could someone so young be so cunning? What should he do now? His face had been exposed. Judging by the crowd gathered outside the school today, an incredibly large number of people were paying attention to this matter. He felt like he would be beaten if he even stepped out tomorrow. He slammed the keyboard, unable to quell the anger in his heart. A figure appeared at the doorway. Yang Bin turned around as if he had found a lifesaver, his angry expression turning soft. "Brother, help me." Fang Yingxian was also staring at the video. Her face was in the video too. Scrolling down the page, comments one after another entered her vision. As she continued to scroll, she bit her fingertips until they bled, completely unaware. What to do? What to do? Clang. Suddenly, a mobile phone was thrown beside her hand. The identical video screen on the mobile phone made her heart sink halfway. Fang Yingxian, you've really made a name for yourself. The person who spoke was her older sister. Her cold tone seemed to imply that they were merely strangers connected by blood. Fang Yingxian clasped her hands. Wronged, I was wrong, sister, I won't dare to do it again next time. Her sister responded, having a younger sister like you is truly the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Do you know that because of you, I don't even have the face to go out and see people. And I have to clean up your mess, it's truly speechless. Fang Yingxian remained silent. As long as her sister was willing to help her, a few scoldings didn't matter. Her expression was somewhat twisted. Thank you, sister. The two were in different locations, but received the same response. Don't go out for the next couple of days, just lay low. The morning of the second day after this incident, Hua didn't go to school. The auction for horror game players was today. She, Xianglu, and Xu Wenyao were heading to the auction house. Wow, this is so extravagant. Xianglu entered the venue, her eyes wide with shock, her entire being in an excited state. The auction house was decorated in white and gold, revealing luxury within its elegance. A closer look would show that all the furnishings were incredibly valuable. Thump, thump. Leather shoes made rhythmic, crisp sounds as they stepped on the floor. Someone, not paying attention, bumped into Xianglu, almost making her fall. The person who bumped her continued forward without looking back. This person was wearing a modern-style cape-like overcoat with a thick fur collar, and their hair was meticulously styled into a perfect slicked back. Look. Judging by their style, they were not someone to be trifled with. Several fierce-looking, arrogant individuals followed behind him. To enter the auction house with such an air, they must have significant status and influence. As a lone player with no backing, the most rational thing for Xianglu to do was to swallow this injustice. Xu Wenyao's position in the Demon Guild was second only to Wei Shuai, his every move could represent the guild's stance. Without knowing the opponent's background, Xu Wenyao couldn't act rashly. Anyway, everyone here was a player participating in the auction, they could pay more attention to these people then and probe their background. Sometimes, revenge doesn't have to be exacted on the spot. But letting them leave so easily meant Xianglu would have to temporarily endure this grievance. Hua ran in front of the person and called out, "You bumped into someone, you should apologize." Just like the horror player banquet on New Year's Eve, all entering players wore half-face masks to conceal their identities. Hua couldn't see the person's face, but from the calm curve of his jaw, she could tell he wasn't going to apologize. His eyes looked down from a height, with a hint of interest and a hint of mockery. Since the other party didn't speak, Hua waited quietly, her gaze sweeping over the several people behind him, pausing on one of them. As if unsure, she looked for a bit longer. You? Haven't we met before? Hua noticed that the person's hand, resting at their side, subconsciously clenched into a fist. The leading man glanced at him and said, "You must be mistaken, little girl. He's my man, how could you have met him?" He leaned slightly, his eyes full of provocation. "To be honest, I intentionally bumped into your friend. A good dog doesn't block the way. If you have no strength, don't stand in the middle of the road." Xu Wenyao's original intention was to wait for the right moment, but the other party's words were too provocative. How could he endure it? He grabbed the other party's collar, his eyes cold. "Strength, you say? Then I'll wait for you to lose and be a dog." He threw a punch, aiming directly at the other party's face. The other party raised a hand to block it, and the several people behind him were eager to act. When you're out, you should be low-key. No one is allowed to make a move. Xu Wenyao knew how much force was in his punch. This person could block it so easily, their background was definitely not simple. His telling the others not to act actually showed that he was very confident in himself and didn't believe he would lose. Xiang Lu walked over, her cold gaze sweeping over the man, and said to Xu Wenyao and Hua Huai, "This is my business, you don't need to step in. Let's go in quickly, the auction is about to start. Don't forget our purpose for coming here. This kind of trash isn't important to us." Under Xiang Lu's urging and pushing, Xu Wenyao reluctantly released the man. Hua Huai knew that Xiang Lu had seen the disparity between the two, and Xu Wenyao's chances of winning were very small. After the small conflict, they were able to infer some of this group's strength, which was a gain. That man interrupted her, not allowing her to further confirm the person behind him. But that man surely wouldn't have thought that she had an excellent memory, especially for people related to Hua Yuan. She remembered them deeply. To find Hua Yuan, she had to remember the people around him. That person called Hua Yuan young master and now stood behind someone else. Could it be that Hua Yuan was adopted? The group of people just now must be connected to Hua Yuan. Perhaps Hua Yuan will also appear at this auction. She wonders how many games he's been through and what his strength is. Auction. Hua Huai thought a lot until she entered the official auction hall and sat in her designated seat. Each player attending the auction was given an auction catalog. The catalog included the name, function, and auction sequence of the items. There were over a dozen items for auction today, many of which were much more practical than those in the mall. Among many good items, some were exceptionally outstanding, with starting bids already at astonishing figures. 100 million. Did I read that right? That was just the starting bid, the final price was yet to be determined. This was not an item that ordinary players could afford. It was said that clearing an A-level difficulty dungeon solo only rewarded 1 million, and even with a doubled reward from a hidden task, it would only be 2 million. I'm not looking anymore, I can't afford this. Xiang Lu flipped through the catalog and saw an item. Isn't this made for me? This was the first item of the auction. After the auctioneer made an opening speech, he instructed the players to enter the mall interface and search for the injection solution. A scarlet interface popped up before the players, displaying the injection solution. Liquids contained in glass vessels appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a special item, called injection solution, produced from the Eternal Night General Hospital dungeon. The reason it's special is that these injection solutions need to be used with an injection syringe, and there are no injection syringes being auctioned in this session. One injection solution can inflict fatal damage on D-level and below specters, making it remarkably effective for quickly clearing low-level dungeons. There are 10 injection solutions in total, and they can be bid on individually. The starting bid for a single unit is 10,000. Compared to other items, these injection solutions were incredibly cheap. Only a handful of players raised their paddles for this item, mostly bidding because it was cheap, thinking that if they ever got an injection syringe in the future, it would be a huge bargain. Most people only raised their paddle once, and after being outbid, they immediately lost interest in the item. Without an injection syringe, it held little value for them. When the price reached 20,000 per unit, no one else raised their paddle to compete. Xiang Lu successfully bid 20,000 for all of them. This auction was really worth coming to. Official transactions would take place backstage after the auction ended. Now, the auctioneer introduced the second item. In the hall, a player raised a hand to summon a waiter, then followed the waiter backstage. Hua Huai and Xiang Lu were attending an auction for the first time and curiously stared at the departing player. That player didn't bid on anything, what were they going to do? Xu Wenyao noticed and explained to them, that player probably has an item they want to sell and went backstage to have it appraised. Xiang Lu was surprised. You can add items to the auction during the auction? Xu Wenyao nodded, that's right. Speaking of items to sell, Hua Huai remembered the silver gray sports car. Because it could only be used in modern dungeons, she hadn't used this item for 2 dungeons in a row. Moreover, game dungeons mostly had limited areas, so opportunities to use this item were rare. It would be more cost-effective to just auction it off, converting it into usable funds to bid on more practical items. That's what logic dictated, but she wasn't logical. The description of this item stated that Zhao Ling had seized it, giving it special significance. Even if she just kept it for display, she didn't want to sell it. Time passed, and they entered the fourth item of the auction. It was a pair of red high heels. This item hadn't appeared in the catalog, suggesting it was temporarily put up for sale by that player from earlier. The auctioneer introduced it. These are a pair of Spectre high heels, originating from the Sinful Deep Mountain dungeon. When a player's bound Spectre wears these high heels, its abilities will be greatly enhanced for a short period. Although the conditions are slightly strict, being able to enhance the abilities of Spectres below A level makes it an extremely powerful item. The reason for the strict conditions was obvious without needing much explanation. Players with bound Spectres were a minority, and the high heels further restricted the Spectre's gender. The starting bid is 5 million. Few, but not none. Someone raised their paddle, 5 million, once. The scarlet interface before Hua Huai trembled. She felt Jiang Changchan was anxious. High heels. Mamas. Hua Huai's heart tightened. The auctioneer just said this item came from the Sinful Deep Mountain dungeon. Could Jiang Changchan's mother be in this dungeon? Hua Huai quietly asked, "Are you sure?" The reply came, "Certain. I am very familiar with the wear and tear marks on those high heels." With Jiang Changchan's certainty, it was likely correct. If so, these high heels couldn't fall into anyone else's hands. Hua Huai decisively raised her paddle. According to the rules of this auction, after the first bid, subsequent bids would increase by 10% of the starting price. For example, if the starting bid was 5 million. The first bid required no additional increase, the second bid added 10%, making it 5,500,000, the third bid added another 10%, making it 6 million. Unlike the first auctioned item, the injection solution, quite a few people were bidding on this item. After Hua Huai outbid someone, she was quickly outbid again until the auction price reached 10 million. Observing the bidders, besides her, 3 others were still pressing on. One of them had recently had a conflict with Hua Huai and her companions. It was the man in the modern-style greatcoat. He sat in the middle of the first row, drawing considerable attention. Hua Huai absolutely had to get this item. After several more rounds of bidding, only these few individuals in the entire auction hall continued to raise the price. Someone nearby mumbled, and Hua Huai overheard. "This item sounds very powerful. Those with bound Spectres will definitely try their best to get it. But what's with this little girl? She's so young, could she also have a bound Spectre?" Another person quietly replied, "For her age, being able to enter the auction hall to bid is already unusual. Don't forget, the player trading privilege only unlocks when you become a C-level player. Meaning, she is at least a C-level player." After some thought, this reasoning was correct. That logic is sound, but I've truly never seen such a young C-level player. If she also possesses a bound Spectre, that would truly be heaven-defying. The heaven-defying person herself, Hua Huai, silently raised her paddle. To match the rising auction price, the auctioneer excitedly announced, 30 million. 30 million, once. 35 million, once. 40 million, once. As the numbers continued to soar, someone began to question, there are better items later. That item has a starting bid of 100 million. It's not worth losing everything on this item, is it? Hua Huai remained unwavering, raising her paddle. This bid brought the price to 50 million. Among the few people in the price war, 2 stopped. Only the person in the middle of the first row raised their paddle high. Embryo. Hua Huai was determined to get this item. No matter how many times the other party bid, she would follow. That person also seemed to want this item very much, and the price kept climbing, reaching a terrifying number. 99,950,000, going once. If someone bid again, the price would reach 100 million. Hua Huai decisively raised her bid. Xiang Lu's voice trembled slightly. "Shuanyao, do you have that much balance in your horror game key? Or, do you have a lot of liquid assets in the real world?" It was too frightening. To be able to deposit so much balance into a horror game key, one must be a player with a very rich game history. How many games had Hua Huai played? Even if she completed a hidden task in every game and received double the reward, she couldn't possibly have that much balance. Xu Wenyao calculated, my balance in the horror game key, plus the total liquid assets in the real world, is barely enough for 100 million. Listening to their conversation, Hua Huai understood that Xiang Lu thought Xu Wenyao would pay for her. Xu Wenyao didn't refute, he actually wanted to pay for her. Hua Huai blinked at them, I have this money. When the last dungeon was completed, Jin Jiayue gave me the 10 Li red makeup. The 10 Li red makeup was converted into balance and directly deposited into my horror game key, which is exactly worth 100 million. Xiang Lu and Xu Wenyao never expected Hua Huai to be the richest among the three of them. 100 million, just like that. Xiang Lu was slightly puzzled, although these high heels can be used by Jin Jiayue, 100 million is still a bit exaggerated. What Xiang Lu wanted to express was that it wasn't worth it. Hua Huai explained, these shoes belong to Changchang's mother. I promised Changchang that I would find her mother. So I must buy them. This item was sold for 100 million, and everyone except Hua Huai found it exaggerated. The man in the middle of the first row finally gave up bidding. The auctioneer called out 100 million 3 times, then brought down the hammer. Hua Huai successfully bid for this item at a price of 100 million. Xu Wenyao originally came on this trip to show Hua Huai and Xiang Lu around, and had no intention of bidding on items. Until the auctioneer introduced the last auction item. On the player's crimson interfaces, a wrapped flesh ball pulsed rhythmically, like a living creature breathing. This is a specter embryo, also from the sinful Deep Mountain dungeon. It is uncertain whether this embryo can hatch, and the specter level after hatching is also uncertain. Such an item is extremely rare, and this is the first time our auction house has seen such an item. It's not like an item that can immediately exert its ability, and it involves an element of gambling. However, it is truly rare. Once hatched, it can enable a player to obtain a bound specter. Therefore, the starting bid is 100 million yuan. As a B-level player, Xu Wenyao had not obtained a bound specter, so this embryo held extraordinary appeal for him. At that moment, he had an urge to bet all his assets. Hua Huai and Xiang Lu saw the eagerness in his eyes. Hua Huai said, I still have 29.28 million in my balance. Xiang Lu didn't spend much in this round, but she usually spent lavishly, so her remaining balance was even less than Hua Huai's. I have 6.53 million left. Even a tiny ant's leg is still neat. Considering you didn't trick me in the last dungeon, I'll contribute all of it to you. Xu Wenyao was certain that the price increase for this embryo would not be lower than that of the high heels. The high heels merely enhanced a specter's ability, while this embryo had a chance to be obtained by players who didn't have a bound specter. Even if it was just a probability, no one wasn't envious. Looking at the players' eyes in the venue, those with money had already gripped their bidding paddles, ready to start. Those without money looked regretful, their gazes unwilling to move away for a moment. Even with what Hua Huai and Xiang Lu were willing to give, it still wasn't enough. Xu Wenyao made a call, sell all the shares I hold. He knew that his current actions were very irrational. But opportunities were rare, and he had to acquire the specter embryo. Xiang Lu could understand Xu Wenyao's madness. A bound specter could grant abilities to the player themselves, creating a gap with ordinary players. In a short time, Xu Wenyao's shares were all sold, totaling 5 billion. After deducting the double conversion and adding his existing liquid funds, his available auction funds were 2.6 billion. Hua Huai didn't understand what shares were, or what selling them all meant. However, Xiang Lu understood. Selling all meant that Xu Wenyao would no longer have any connection with the Xu group. She couldn't help but ask, is such a huge sacrifice worth it? Xu Wenyao was firm, it's worth it. For me, this isn't a sacrifice, it's liberation. One day, I will stand proudly against the Xu group and let them know what strength gained step by step truly means. Without fighting or snatching, I can still carve out my own world. Since they covet my shares, then I'll just let them have them. Everyone faces different desperate situations. Xu Wenyao was not troubled by money, but by other predicaments. Xiang Lu said no more. In this round, all players with sufficient funds raised their bidding paddles. The price soared quickly, soon passing the 500 million threshold. Each bid eliminated a batch of players with insufficient balance. Hua Huai noticed that the man in the middle of the first row, who had competed with her for the high heels item, frequently bid on this item. He wasn't out of money earlier, he was waiting for this round of the embryo auction. Hua Huai found the back of another person who kept raising the price familiar, and then looking at the person next to him, she suddenly realized. It was people from the Bounty Guild, Xiao Qixing and Lu Xiyin. Indeed, how could the Bounty Guild let go of such a rare embryo? Everyone was determined to win, it was time to compete financially. Breaking through 1 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion. Xiao Qixing of the Bounty Guild began to hesitate, then decided not to bid after a moment. Mainly, the uncertainty of whether this embryo could hatch made Xiao Qixing back down. He didn't have that much money himself, Ran Ping had funded him to come to the auction. As for the outcome, Ran Ping did not insist. But no matter what, he couldn't let 2 billion go to waste. The cost was too high, he dared not gamble. The remaining two bidders reached 2.5 billion. It was truly tense and exciting, raising the hearts of all the players in the venue. Whose hands would this embryo fall into? Xu Wenyao only had 100 million left in his funds. If the other party raised the price again, he would be powerless. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He had done his best, now he could only leave it to fate. Anyway, whether this embryo could hatch was still a question. A company. Seeing them bid, several players spoke in low voices. Player A, we're all players, so why can they easily fork out 2.5 billion, while my balance is only a few million? Player B, do you really think they can afford that much on their own? They're either from a big guild, pooling everyone's strength to bid aggressively, or they come from wealthy families in the real world who can afford to splurge with double the funds. For members of small guilds like us, the combined funds of everyone wouldn't even match their change. Regardless of which type of bidder they were, there would always be a time when they couldn't bear the cost. Furthermore, this auction item involved an element of gambling. The man in the middle of the first row glanced back, his gaze fixed on Xu Wenyao and the others. He slightly raised his lips, his eyes full of aggression. It was unclear what he wanted to express, but he stopped bidding. The price finally settled at 2.5 billion. Xu Wenyao let out a long breath. I almost thought we wouldn't get it. You scared me to death. There weren't many opportunities to scare him, and it had been a long time since he felt this kind of thrilling tension. He felt that the money was well spent. When the auction ended, players who won items went backstage to complete the transaction, and the rest dispersed. The transaction location provided backstage was in a separate small room, where the auctioneer and the player who won the corresponding item entered. The room for a one-on-one transaction. Just like the interface seen at the auction venue, after the player was selected, the auctioneer set the price and filled in the name of the trading player. After Hua Huai successfully completed the transaction, the high heels were assigned to her own items. To obtain clues about Jiang Changchang's mother, Hua Huai did not leave immediately. She asked the auctioneer, "Excuse me, what is the difficulty level of the sinful deep mountain dungeon? I am very curious about the origin of these high heels, and I hope you can answer my question." The auctioneer apologized, "Since you successfully bid on this item, I shouldn't refuse to answer your question. However, I did not obtain this item myself. My friend entrusted me to resell it, and I have never entered that dungeon, so I truly cannot answer." According to Hua Huai's conjecture, since this item is effective against A rank and lower strange entities, its former owner was likely no lower than A rank. It is highly likely to be an A rank, or even higher level dungeon. The embryo Xu Wenyao successfully bid on also came from the sinful deep mountain dungeon. Before going backstage, Hua Huai had already asked him to help inquire about clues related to the dungeon. The auctioneer left first. When he opened the door, he saw several people standing outside, looking like they were not to be trifled with. The greatcoat worn by the leader was truly eye-catching. He was currently looking down, speaking to a small boy. "Let me see the results of your work during this period." Standing behind him was a woman dressed like an elite, and a man who looked proper and upright. At first glance, nothing seemed wrong, but upon closer inspection, anyone would feel uncomfortable. The malice in the small boy's eyes was particularly intense. The auctioneer was momentarily stunned, and the man noticed him. "I have no interest in you. Get lost quickly." An alarm bell rang in the auctioneer's heart. These people couldn't be provoked, he had to leave quickly. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be targeting the young woman inside the room. Someone who could bid 100 million was probably not a simple character either. He was just a mortal, so he wouldn't get involved in a fight between immortals. After the group entered the room, they locked the door. Hua Huai realized that the followers behind the man were different, yet they all felt familiar. Sure enough, the woman removed her mask. "Hua Huai, we meet again. I really didn't expect you to still be alive." "It's fine that you're alive, but why stir up trouble and mess everything up?" After not seeing her for a few dungeons, this person was Feng Chunju. She was the person who appeared in the Line 4 subway and once pushed Hua Huai out of her designated mission area, putting her in danger. If she hadn't bound Zhao Ling in the Changxi Quality Education School dungeon, that dungeon would have been her final stop. The man didn't need to take off his mask for Hua Huai to recognize him. Yang Shou. He had appeared wearing a half-mask at the player banquet during the new year. As for the small boy, Hua Huai would recognize him even if he turned to ash. It was Hua Yuan. As expected, he was with the man wearing the greatcoat. "Originally, it was just the two of us, but they seem to have a grudge against you and begged me to bring them. Coincidentally, I am also full of malice toward you. Let's start a life or death game together." This statement was not a negotiation. The leading man seemed to possess a special ability that could forcibly pull people into a horror game dungeon. Fang Chunju and Yang Shou wanted to say something. They weren't here to play a game. Before they could speak, the scene before their eyes gradually darkened. The scene before Hua Huai's eyes was identical, leaving her bewildered. Unable to comprehend, she could only interpret it as a privilege granted after a player reached a certain high level. During the process of entering the dungeon, an application popped up even before the dungeon information. Strange entity Jinjiayue applies to accompany the current dungeon as a player. Hua Huai recalled that the description of strange entities in the horror game mentioned strange entities entering dungeons as players. Jinjiayue's planning ability was formidable. If she entered the dungeon as a player to deduce clues, it would be a huge help to Hua Huai. Of course, the premise was that she had no ill intentions. Hua Huai considered the possibility of Jinjiayue having ill intentions, but the wooden hairpin was still in her hands. If the player died, the wooden hairpin, as an item, would disappear along with the player. The importance of the wooden hairpin to Jinjiayue went without saying. Given this, she could summon her. Hua Huai chose to agree. The scene before her eyes merged reality and illusion. The small room backstage at the auction transformed into another small room. The original room's overall decor was subtly luxurious, primarily white and gold. This room was overall gloomy, an unfinished shell of a structure. The brightness inside the room came only from a single incandescent lamp hanging from the ceiling. A single iron bed was placed in the corner. The room was square, with no partitions or windows, making it airtight once the door was closed. What seemed out of place in the room was a computer in front of her. This computer was probably the most expensive item in the room. The computer was placed right in the center of the room, directly under the incandescent lamp, the brightest spot. Many data cables were connected behind the computer, each at least 2 meters long. They were intertwined, making it difficult to determine the function of the cables quickly. The other ends of the data cables were connected to the wall, some were plugged into power sources, and others were embedded into the wall. Hua Huai was the only person in the entire room. Her clothes had been changed into a white shirt and a pair of jeans. The white shirt was printed with the number 30. Copy, Information Hive. Fully entering the game, the Scarlet interface displayed the dungeon information. Game loading complete. Game Dungeon, Information Hive. Game difficulty, A level. Mission requirement, survive for 7 days. This mission requirement. Isn't it too brief, too simple and crude? Furthermore, the difficulty of this dungeon is A level, which already gives Hua Hua a headache. As a C-level player, it was inherently impossible for her to enter an A-level dungeon. That man wearing the gray coat is highly likely an A-level player. Hua Yuan dislikes her. Did he convince that man to forcibly bring her into this A-level dungeon? He must want to eliminate her inside the dungeon without anyone knowing. After not seeing him for a few months, it seems he's finally learned to use his brain. The Scarlet interface dissipated, and the computer screen began typing automatically. It seemed someone was remotely controlling the computer. There are a total of 30 players in this building. You do not need to know the players' names, you can simply refer to each other by the number on your body. Every day hereafter, I will provide a question at exactly midnight, and you must answer it. You may answer with the truth or a lie, but please answer seriously. The answering period ends promptly at 7 o'clock in the morning. Failure to answer before the deadline counts as a failed answer. Every day after 7 o'clock in the evening, I will display the answers of all players. Please select 5 players and judge whether their answers are true or false. If the number of correct judgments is less than half, it counts as an analysis error. When more than half of the players judge correctly, the judged player counts as having a failed answer. During the periods before 7 in the morning and after 7 in the evening, players must lock their room doors and must not leave. Players who commit an analysis error, fail to answer, or are not in their room during the specified time will be punished. The rules state clearly that in this dungeon, they will still participate as players. The punishment at the end is obvious without much thought. No player wants to experience that. The question for the first day is, please describe an incident in your life where you felt wronged. Below this line of text, a blank area appeared, which should be the space for players to answer. There is a voice button in the bottom right corner of the blank area, allowing for voice input. The rules state that players can answer with the truth or a lie, and as long as they submit an answer, the morning period counts as completing the mission. The real difficulty lies in ensuring that the other players do not discover whether the answer is true or false. Furthermore, there are high demands on the player's memory and analytical skills. The grievances Hua Hua suffered were inseparable from the Hua family. If she told the truth, Hua Yuan would recognize it immediately, which would be extremely detrimental to her. Lying also carries a very high risk for her. Outside of the Hua family, she didn't believe anything she suffered could be called a grievance. After careful consideration, Hua Hua chose to mix truth and lies. She moved the mouse to the bottom right corner and clicked complete. Fake answer successfully submitted. The time between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening is the player's free activity period. Downstairs, there is a free public canteen, public bathroom, and public restroom to meet the player's daily needs. The bottom right corner of the computer displayed the time, currently 6:59 a.m. When the time jumped to 7 o'clock, the room door opened automatically. Hua Hua looked over and saw that the room door also had a number plate, representing the corresponding player's room. She stepped out of the room, and a long corridor came into view. Like the rooms, the corridor was also unfinished, with no signs of decoration, appearing gray and dusty overall. The other side of the corridor had a cement railing. Peeking out, one could see that this side of the building was shaped like a trapezoid. Looking down, she could clearly see not only the floor she was on but also the people moving about in the corridors on every floor. Damn it, why did I suddenly enter a dungeon? I still had rest time. Why am I being forced into a dungeon? And it's an A-level dungeon. If you want me dead, just say so, you don't need to beat around the bush. Someone was crouching in the corridor, filled with collapse and dread. With vacant eyes, he muttered, "I'm dead. I'm dead. How could I possibly clear a dungeon of this difficulty?" It was barely a few minutes past 7, and this person was crouching in the corridor, breaking down for everyone to see. Was he some kind of performance personality? Hua Huai's attention was drawn to him. The number 27 was marked on his clothing, and he was on the same floor as her. There are 5 players on one floor, arranged by serial number. Players 26 through 30 are on the 7th floor, which is also the top floor of this building. Someone responded to him, "Then go die." Ruthless and cold. The number on this person was 29, and it was Jin Jiayue, who had applied to be summoned into the dungeon. Despite changing into simple modern clothes, the classical charm of Jin Jiayue was still hard to conceal. Her every move retained the demeanor of a noble young lady. Upon hearing this, number 27 immediately straightened up, pointing at Jin Jiayue's nose and saying, "You little girl, why are your words so unpleasant? How can you say something like go die without any burden?" Jin Jiayue's tone remained unchanged. "If you don't want to die, then work hard to find a way to live. Does crying for us to see help? Or are you hoping for our sympathy?" In short, number 27's behavior was meaningless. Why don't we talk about something useful? Like whether the answer you submitted in your room was the truth or a lie. Jin Jiayue's gaze was fixed. Even appearing in human form, that chilling and eerie feeling remained intense and spine-tingling. Number 27 flinched under her gaze, feeling extremely guilty. In his panic, he said, "Of course it was the truth. Do you want to select me?" In the corridor, all the players watched number 27, seemingly analyzing whether he was worth selecting and whether his answer was true or false. No one could be sure based on just a few words. But in the horror game, the weak are usually devoured by the strong. From the moment he displayed weakness, he became the target of most players. Jin Jiayue chuckled softly and did not reply. She approached Hua Huai, extended her hand, and said, "Hello, I am number 29. Interested in collaborating?" If Jin Jiayue didn't mention it, no one in this dungeon would know they knew each other. If they interacted as people who already knew each other, it would easily draw the attention and targeting of other players. Using temporary team-up as a method reasonably increased their interaction without attracting too much attention. For most people, temporary meant unreliable. It might be a help, but it was more likely a trap. From the perspective of others, Jin Jiayue was clearly trying to set up Hua Huai. A normal person wouldn't choose such a weak child as a teammate. They wondered, that child wouldn't foolishly agree, would she? "I would be delighted to cooperate with a beautiful older sister." While agreeing, Hua Huai provided a reason, making it seem more rational. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, no one would step forward to stop her, even though they thought it was a trap. If they couldn't even look out for themselves, what did the life or death of others have to do with them? Information hive, madman. Upon first entering this dungeon, everyone was unfamiliar with their surroundings. All the players ran through the entire building, making the stairwells crowded. As Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue were going downstairs, they bumped into Fang Chunju and Yang Shou, who were coming up. Fang Chunju complained, "I just asked him to take me to find someone, and he ended up dragging all of us into the dungeon. I didn't want to enter the dungeon. Is there something wrong with him? And it's an A-level dungeon. I really want to beat him up to vent my anger. Those eyes of his are so arrogant, he doesn't care about our lives at all. Or rather, he doesn't even see us as people." Yang Shou said irritably, "Although I didn't want to enter this dungeon either, he's Rao Quan." "Watch what you say. If you get targeted by the Blood Hunt Guild, you're dead." Hua Huai's heart tightened. Rao Quan. She remembered that name. Rao Quan was the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild. Hua Yuan was actually mixed up with Rao Quan. Thinking back, Xiang Lu had mentioned Hua Yuan's crazy actions in dungeons. His behavior perfectly matched the Blood Hunt Guild, so it made sense that he would later be noticed by them. The two of them turned a corner at the foot of the stairs and saw Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue. Fang Chuanju's expression sobered, and her first instinct was to look at the number on Hua Huai. Hua Huai looked back. Fang Chunju was number 3, and Yang Shou was number 4. When enemies meet on a narrow path, how can they not exchange a few words? Fang Chunju, someone like you must have never suffered any grievances, right? The answer you filled out this morning was probably fake. To join the demon guild, she pushed her out of the dungeon's range, stupid, selfish, and so evil that she regarded human lives as mere grass. Being able to show such strength in the first game indicated her inherently malicious nature. Fang Chunju smiled, saying such things. Are you someone who hates evil as much as you love justice? Usually, people like that often suffer grievances. Can I use this to determine if your answer is truthful? Her smile carried malice, attempting to disrupt Hua Huai's thoughts and probe her. The answer, of course, couldn't be openly displayed. Without any clues, they could only make minor judgments based on the player's micro-expressions when questioned. Such judgments had reference value, but couldn't represent the final decision. The true answers would have to wait until 7 in the evening, when the players returned to their rooms to answer. Yang Shou and Hua Huai were also at odds. His previous injury and being kicked out of the banquet hall made him feel too ashamed to face anyone for a long time. He said to Fang Chunju, "It's not that simple. It's an A-level dungeon, after all. If you could figure it out at a glance, what's the difference between that and waiting to die?" I, on the other hand, think her answer is false. The 4 of them were piled up on the stairs, occupying most of the space. Someone ran up from below and, passing the corner, happened to hear Yang Shou's words. The person grinned, eyes wide open, with an exaggerated facial expression, shouting, "Fake! Fake! Ha 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 ha!" He danced over to Yang Shou, pointing at his nose, "Fake, fake! You are telling a lie! He he he!" He ran up 2 steps, then approached Hua Huai, "Fake, fake! You're also fake! He, it's all fake!" That face was so close that Hua Huai could clearly see the texture of his skin, rough and pale. Jin Jiayue glared at him. "Number 24, stop pretending to be crazy." The number 24 was marked on this person's clothes. Number 24 chuckled, completely unmoved by Jin Jiayue's words. "But what I said is true. He, you must choose me." Number 24 bared his teeth, and Hua Huai saw his slightly yellowed teeth. Noticing her gaze, number 24 covered his mouth and mumbled, staring at someone's teeth, "What a rude child." With a displeased look, he quickly ran off. Yang Shou was frozen in place, and after the person left, he blurted out, "Where did that lunatic come from?" "That kind of lunatic is actually a player. Let's hurry up and finish looking, I don't want to run into that lunatic again." He pushed Fang Chunju and went upstairs. Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue went downstairs and found that the rooms on the 6th floor were larger than those on the 7th floor, causing the corridor to extend out completely. The rooms on the 5th floor were larger than those on the 6th floor, also causing the corridor to extend out. This configuration was consistent for every floor downwards. This meant that the rooms on the 7th floor were the smallest, and the rooms on the 2nd floor were the largest. The players stood in the corridor. No matter which floor they were on, they could see all the floors. The 1st floor had no corridor, its outer walls were sealed, no room doors were installed, and the windows only served to let in light and could not be opened. The players could not leave this building through the 1st floor. The 1st floor was a public area, very spacious. The public canteen could easily accommodate 30 players eating at the same time. However, there were very few people dining at this time. Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue came to the window, and 2 pre-packed lunchboxes were delivered to them. There was no room for choice, it meant they ate whatever was given. Well, she wasn't picky anyway. Finding a seat, Hua Huai asked the question that was on her mind, "Did you fill out the answer this morning?" Jin Jiayue entered the dungeon as a player, but in reality, she was a ghost. Hua Huai didn't know if she needed to follow the rules of this dungeon. Jin Jiayue replied, "Yes, I did. I also need to follow the rules." Hua Huai chewed on a stalk of celery, moving it into her mouth like a rabbit, making crunching sounds. She blinked. What happens if you don't follow them? Jinjiayue ate gracefully, smiling slightly. I just returned to your side, there would be no danger. Huahui scooped up a large mouthful of rice, looking quite crude in comparison to Jinjiayue. Jinjiayue offered a fitting analogy, a hungry ghost reincarnated? Huahui, with puffed cheeks, said, you don't understand, rice tastes better when eaten in big mouthfuls. You clearly haven't been hungry before, so you don't understand the satisfaction of food entering your stomach. Jinjiayue didn't understand, she had never considered that someone would go hungry. She had always had everything handed to her, never experiencing the feeling of hunger. Now that she was in this state, she wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat, so she understood it even less. She asked with a bewildered and humble expression, what does hunger feel like? Huahui paused her eating, chewed and swallowed the food in her mouth, then answered clearly. When you're hungry, at first there's a clear empty feeling in your stomach, the kind that's hard to describe but you know there's nothing inside. Get a bit hungrier, and your stomach will start to churn, gradually causing pain. Your brain urgently tells you to find something to eat, anything at all. Then comes a feeling of weakness, your limbs become powerless, and your brain even starts to command your body, making you want to bite into things you see that aren't edible. Information hive, gathering. To be able to describe hunger in such detail, and even divide it into several stages. Jinjiayue guessed that Huahui must have experienced hunger more than once, perhaps even getting used to it. Precisely because of this frequent experience, Huahui's tolerance for hunger was very strong. Others might not be able to bear hunger for a day, but she could last at least 2 days. She knew what to do to maintain her physical strength and condition to the greatest extent when facing hunger. And due to its regularity, her stomach was smaller than an average person's. However, in the past 2 months, Huahui's diet had been good. She hadn't gone hungry again, and her appetite was a bit larger than usual. Of course, she didn't blindly overeat. Only by reasonably planning her diet could she adjust her physical condition to be even better. Jinjiayue was touched. You really are just as that woman know. 3 said, often wronged. You two have a grudge. It's a pity it's not in the place I was before, otherwise I could kill her at any time. Without violating the law of slaughter, anomalies cannot kill players. But the world of the horror game is not that simple. Jinjiayue could completely guide players to violate it to achieve her desired goal. She had done such things many times and was already extremely skilled. Anomalies always face slaughter without changing their expression. They are used to such things. Over time, Huahui understood that these things were as normal and simple to them as humans eating. I once told Xu Wenyao that I would take a third path, paved with the blood of villains. She belongs to that villain, so I will choose her tonight. Perhaps, they will also choose me tonight. Jinjiayue smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I have a plan. But it's not very elegant. How about you carry it out? Huahui listened intently, and upon hearing her plan, she thought, good heavens. It was indeed not very elegant. Huahui couldn't imagine herself doing such a thing. As expected of Jinjiayue, her mind was truly sharp. According to the dungeon rules, after returning to the room at 7 p.m., the player's answers would be revealed on the computer. This led to a severe lack of basis for players to judge the truthfulness of statements during free activity time. Blindly waiting for time to pass, the truth or falsehood identification session in the evening was as exciting as opening a blind box. Jinjiayue's method was to set a goal for all players. First and foremost, they had to gather the players. The simplest way was to make noise, attract the players' attention, and thus gather them. Aside from public facilities, the first floor also had a spacious open area. Clang! Clang, clang, clang. On the wall directly in front of the open area hung a gong, and a hammer lay quietly on the ground. Seeing these 2 items, it was easy to imagine they were used to gather people. The person on the other end of the computer, or rather, the non-person. That fellow's original intention was to have them gather people and spark discussion. Opening blind boxes was not their true goal. Whatever the other party's goal, the gong and hammer could be used now. The loud gong sound caught the players' attention, and they all gathered towards it. What's going on? Who's banging the gong? I was just about to go to the cafeteria for food, and this gong scared me. I was already furious about inexplicably entering the dungeon, who was tormenting my ears. In the center of everyone's vision, Hua held the gong in one hand and the hammer in the other. A child? Am I seeing things? There's a child in an A-level dungeon. Probably just messing around, let's just disperse quickly. You wouldn't even know how you died if you stayed with a child. Xian Lu once said that children in the dungeon were ticking time bombs, and the players' stereotypes needed to be eliminated. Before the players could act, Hua loudly announced, during the free activity time of this dungeon, it's hard for everyone to discern the truthfulness of others' answers. After returning to your rooms tonight, are you going to randomly pick 5 people and make a guess? Hua raised her voice, completely disregarding her image. With so many people present, she needed everyone to hear what she was saying clearly. Hua spoke clearly and logically, without any childishness, and her eyes clearly told everyone that she wasn't joking. She was quite different from the children players usually saw. The players were intimidated by her aura and didn't speak for a moment. Yang Shou had seen Hua before and knew she was different from ordinary children. He had suffered a loss at her hands last time, and it was still unforgettable. Yang Shou attacked with resentment, saying so much, you must have an idea in mind. Tell us, what do you want? I'm quite curious what kind of method you can come up with. After all, Hua was just a 12-year-old child. Yang Shou didn't believe that Hua's method could have much effect. With Yang Shou stirring things up, the other players urged, hurry up and tell us, I still need to go eat breakfast. The players didn't take Hua's words seriously, perhaps in their eyes, her age disadvantage hadn't been completely eliminated. But it didn't matter, as long as she stated her method, someone would definitely be tempted. Hua curved her lips, my method is for all players to verbally state the answers they filled in this morning, allowing other players to judge. With more information, our judgments will have a stronger basis. I guess. You're going to say, isn't this clearly putting your life into someone else's hands? In reality, when you verbally state it here, you can still lie. Before returning to your room tonight, we won't know if your verbally stated answer is true or false. The players became more and more confused. Yang Shou was so tangled that he struggled to recall it many times in his mind. He still didn't understand, so it was Hua's fault. Yang Shou said, since you can also lie here, what's the point of verbally stating the answers? Fang Chunju analyzed, standing there in a leader's posture, verbally stating the answers probably isn't important. She wants to shift our attention elsewhere, making other players suspect each other, and thereby excluding herself. A leader usually makes those at the bottom look up to her, believing she is important and can show everyone the right path. If one player chooses 5 people to judge, she can naturally be exempted. When all players don't choose her, the danger of being chosen disappears. Fang Chuanju's words were, to some extent, valid. But her thinking was too commercialized. With so many people present, how could they just listen to Hua's few words and completely not choose her? Even if the other players really thought that way, Hua wouldn't be so naive. Oh my, why is there such a foul smell? This stench of intrigue can be smelled from afar. The speaker, a female adult, had the number 18 on her. Her face was beautiful and alluring, the kind of character that was visually very eye-catching. Information hive, don't rush us. Number 18's words were clearly directed at Fang Chunju. Fang Chunju's face immediately flushed red with anger, and she gnashed her teeth as she attacked number 18. Who are you calling stinky? With that flirtatious face, your greatest skill must be seducing men. Look at your permed hair, just like a hostess in a nightclub. Sure enough, as a woman herself, she knew how to attack number 18 to hurt her more deeply. And because of Fang Chunju's words, the men present all turned their gaze to number 18. Her face attracted not only the opposite sex but also the same sex, overtly bright and yet alluring. Being stared at by so many eyes, Yen Lian remained calm. She smoothed her curly long hair and introduced herself, A-level player, Yen Lian. She looked at Fang Chunju with disdain. What's your rank? Fang Chunju, who had been full of fighting spirit, visibly deflated. Players who could climb to A-level were no pushovers. They not only performed exceptionally well in dungeons, but their connections outside the dungeon were also unimaginable to lower-level players. If one still wanted to survive in the horror game circuit, they absolutely could not offend high-level players. The players who had been staring at Yen Lian quickly looked away, pretending they had never done what they just did. Yen Lian let out a cold snort from her nose. Cowards. It was natural for A-level players to appear in an A-level dungeon. But not all players were A-level. Judging by the reactions of the players on the scene, they seemed to be at a relatively low level, and the reason they entered the dungeon might be similar to Hua Huai's. So, who brought these low-level players in? Hua Huai didn't believe that Yen Lian alone could bring in such a large number of players. And if she had brought them in, those men wouldn't have looked at her with such eyes. Then, after she reported her rank, they wouldn't have acted so guilty. The scene quieted down, and Hua Huai continued, the purpose of verbally stating the answers is for all of us to find a breakthrough. If we're given a blank sheet of paper out of nowhere, no one can infer or judge its content. I want to give everyone a chance to increase their survival probability. Relying on one's mind for reasoning is an advantage for smart people. Of course, smart people here has nothing to do with academic performance. Everyone wanted to be that smart person. The players had different ideas, but at present, they indeed needed a breakthrough. The blind box approach was too risky for them. If they didn't seize this opportunity to obtain clues, trying to inquire from others later would be like sticking their neck out, making them easy targets. Now that someone was willing to stick their neck out, why wouldn't they go along with it? Someone raised a hand. I agree with player 30's suggestion. In this dungeon, one should try to minimize their presence. As Fang Chenju said, if no one chose them, they could naturally be skipped. I also agree with player 30's suggestion. I also agree. More and more people agreed, creating an overwhelming situation. The remaining few who disagreed had no choice, the minority had to obey the majority. If those who disagreed left directly, they would most likely become targets for the other players. What Hua Huai found strange was Rao Quan's excessive quietness. Hua Yuan next to him was also silent. Only Hua Yuan's eyes were full of ferocity. Hua Huai had once seen a butcher slaughtering pigs. The look in their eyes at the moment they raised their knife and brought it down was exactly like that. Pigs were food for humans, and work for butchers. These were common facts. But at this moment, the way Hua Yuan looked at others was not much different from a butcher looking at a pig. He, agree, approve. This silly laugh came out very abruptly. Number 24, squatting in the corner, seemed to have just woken up and echoed the words of the other players. He had been burying his head until now, and no one had noticed him. Now, he made a sound, attracting the players' attention. Number 25 widened his eyes and exclaimed, Zhuang Si. How are you here? You're a player too? More than one person was startled and recognized number 24. Number 26 frowned. What's going on? He seems to have gone crazy. Although I almost died of fright the first time I entered the game, I didn't end up like him. Number 28 hesitantly stepped forward. You all look a bit familiar. Did we used to be together in? Just as the words were about to blurt out, the person fell silent, as if there was some taboo. Without needing to finish, several people had already reacted, their eyes filled with horror. Number 27 held it in for a long time before blurting out, What? A company team-building event. Since arriving at this open space, number 27 had been observing everyone and found many familiar faces. Those three were just the tip of the iceberg. He counted carefully, and there were as many as 10 people. Most were distributed in the higher number areas. In the real world, he thought the horror game was very niche. When he first came out of the horror game world, he told everyone about this game, but no one could respond to him. Those people looked at him as if he were crazy. But what was with the scene before him now? Why were all these former colleagues gathered together and also entered this game? They successively made sounds, pointing at number 24, I know him too. Had number 24 really gone mad? Under everyone's gaze, number 24 seemed oblivious to their stares and nonchalantly walked towards Hua Huai. The answer, I have the answer. I said it was a lie, everyone chose me, hee hee. Unlike what he said in the stairs, number 24 changed his statement. At that time, he said he filled in the truth. Now, he said he filled in a lie. Regardless of truth or falsehood, no one would believe a madman's words. Madmen usually had no logic, and reasoning would have no effect on him. If they didn't want to open a blind box, he should be the first to be eliminated. Today on the computer. After only a few words, number 24 suddenly covered his face and burst into tears, which came instantly. Not long after, it stopped abruptly, but tears still lingered on his face. Grievance, it asked me about the grievances I've suffered. He wiped away a tear. No one has ever cared about me like this, it's truly my good friend. He either considered the computer his friend or the person behind the computer his friend. He talked for a long time, rambling and without any clear point. Someone couldn't help it, hurry up and get down, don't waste everyone's time. The other party was a madman, how could he be restrained by their words? Number 24 bared his teeth, mimicking a dog's bark, and barked twice at that person. Don't rush me, and I'll bite you. He snorted, I'll say it now. Mom said I'm a good child and can't be special. You all say the answer, so I will too. Number 24 looked almost 30 years old, but the tone of his words was extremely childlike. Information hive, storytelling. A long time ago, I suffered a great injustice. At that time. Sobbing, choking. Whoa, at that time, my brother died. I'm so sad. Number 24's emotions came and went quickly. After speaking, her mood immediately brightened, and she chuckled, I'm done. I'm a good child. It's your turn. I want to hear your stories. That brief story in number 24's emotional shift made the players feel as if they had eaten excrement. The taste was indescribable. They really didn't want to hear another word from this madman. Hua Huai took over, how about we go in reverse order? Since number 24 has finished, we can skip him later. Since she brought it up, she naturally had to set an example first. Usually, people are accustomed to starting in forward order, so her suggestion of reverse order would make her seem frank and generous. Besides that, there was another benefit. The players who stated their answers earlier were more likely to have their memories blurred by everyone. Players needed to analyze and judge, and most people's minds couldn't simultaneously hold the answers of 30 players and match them with numbers. And people. When making the final choice, people would lean more towards the options they were confident about. Rao Quan was number 1, and Hua Yuan was number 2. Hua Huai brazenly raised her spear, aiming it at them. Rao Quan was arrogant, a slight curve of disdain on his lips, as if saying, I'd like to see how much trouble you can stir up. To influence Hua Yuan's judgment, Hua Huai deliberately chose a story from a long time ago. Her answer couldn't deviate too much from what she filled in this morning. After all, she didn't know Rao Quan, and as an A-level player, perhaps his memory was excellent. She could gamble on others, but not on Rao Quan and Hua Yuan. They regarded her as an opponent, and she them. When I was 5, my younger brother fancied an expensive toy, while I fancied a small cake in the display window. I didn't dare tell my parents, I was afraid they would think the cake was expensive. Actually, that day was my birthday, and I had never owned a cake of my own. Even though that cake was very small, I still longed for it. I longed for it so much that I was uneasy, wanting to speak up many times but stopping myself. No, Mom and Dad will get angry, I told myself. As a result, in a blink of an eye, they bought an expensive toy for my brother. I looked at the price tag on the toy, 580 yuan. The small cake was only palm-sized and cost only 20 yuan, even less than a fraction of the toy's price. I finally mustered the courage to tell my parents, "Today is my birthday, can you buy me a small cake?" I pointed at the cake in the display window. It was much cheaper than the toy, so Mom and Dad should agree, right? Then, they refused me without hesitation. Why eat cake? There's food at home, isn't that enough to fill your stomach? Hua Huai's eyes welled up with tears, perfectly displaying that sense of grievance. Because she was so engrossed in the scene from that time, her body trembled slightly, like a nightmare that made cold sweat trickle down. After a long pause, Hua Huai spoke with a trembling voice, This is my story. Everyone, judge for yourselves. As the first complete story, the players listened carefully. Very few players could empathize with her story, most were analyzing the truthfulness of it. Number 12, being able to tell the story so completely, with full emotion and no pauses, makes it more likely to be true. Number 9, I just saw her body trembling uncontrollably. Only someone who has truly suffered a grievance can achieve that level. Number 20, her emotional progression is very natural. In my experience, it's true. Most players present believed that what Hua Huai said was true. Next, number 29 was to speak. As Jin Jiayue passed Hua Huai, she reached out and clasped her hand, whispering, "From now on, no one will make you suffer." The warmth passed through, and she quickly let go. Jin Jiayue was comforting her? Coming to the center of everyone's vision, Jin Jiayue's expression was icy cold. I don't like to talk about these incidents that once made me suffer. Those guys should be torn to shreds. But, I have to obey the rules of the game. Then, she slowly narrated her story. When I was 15, the only son of an official family surnamed He in the city died. That only son was young and had not yet married. His parents were heartbroken by his passing in such a good age. To let their son rest in peace, they contacted a wealthy family and arranged for the daughter of that wealthy family. At this point, most players guessed what she was about to say. That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking. The daughter of that wealthy family was me. Marrying a living person to a dead one, and they still talked about parents' orders and matchmakers' words. I am a person, I have my own thoughts. I already had a beloved, but they didn't care and brutally killed my sweetheart. They tied a huge rock to his body and sank him into the pond. At that moment, the resentment in my heart was unprecedented. In an instant, a strong killing intent flashed in Jin Jiayue's eyes. She quickly hid it, taking a deep breath. They are the ones who gave birth to me and raised me, I shouldn't be like this. But sometimes I really wonder about their purpose in giving birth to me. The meaning of my existence in this world should be to live for my own happiness and joy. As a strange entity, Jin Jiayue had existed in the horror game world for an unknown amount of time. The depth of her understanding was difficult for many to grasp. The judgment phase began. Number 7, is this story about a ghost marriage? Does such an outrageous thing still exist in this era? Number 16, the story is well told, but it has too many fatal flaws. The theme of the story and the act of murder both sound outrageous. Number 25, her acting is quite good, but it's a pity it's wasted on this story. I think it's false. Most players judged Jin Jiayue's answer to be false. Following the order, number 28 was next to speak. Before everyone stood a burly man, approximately 35 years old. His voice was a bit rough, and his Mandarin wasn't standard enough. He was timid and spoke very slowly. The injustice I suffered. After entering society, I feel I'm suffering injustice every day. So I just picked one thing. Number 28 was very nervous. He didn't want to be nervous, but he couldn't control himself, and his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Gradually, his body also began to shake, and even if he pressed his left hand with his right, and his right hand with his left, he still couldn't stop. It's Information Hive, Storytelling, Part 2. Wanting to finish quickly, number 28 sped up his speech and pinched his arm hard. The pain diverted his attention slightly, allowing him to finally narrate normally. That day, I went to the convenience store to buy a drink. It was one of those drinks where you could win a prize, and I happened to win, so I could exchange it for another bottle. But when I went to exchange it, the store clerk treated me very poorly. His gaze seemed to say, "You're even taking advantage of such a small discount, what a waste of my time." I'm a very sensitive person, and his attitude made me feel like I had done something wrong. Later, I thought about it carefully again and realized I hadn't done anything wrong, it was clearly his fault. After telling his story, number 28 quickly blended into the crowd. This story was too ordinary, no one could guarantee that a convenience store clerk wouldn't act this way. His timidness added to the plausibility of the story. It belonged to the category where it was hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. With a breakthrough, they could find ways to obtain clues individually after the gathering. Hua prepared to remember all the players' stories. As the players narrated, she closed her eyes and listened only with her ears. This allowed her to concentrate highly, forming images of the stories in her mind. Next, except for number 24, numbers 27 to 19 all told minor incidents similar to number 28's. They didn't sound like they would cause much grievance. Only given number 28's personality could they barely be called grievances. He was robust, if he could display this advantage, most people wouldn't dare to belittle him. Hua reasonably speculated that it was highly probable someone among the players who had just spoken was lying. Blatantly lying about an answer already provided was either an irrational act, or it was overly rational, skilled at using intellect to manipulate other players. The reason for saying it was irrational was that once someone remembered his answer, they could naturally discern the truth when they returned to their room at night. Although the players gathered to obtain clues, if someone truly lied here, they would easily become a target. Even if they miraculously survived that night, it would be difficult to gain the trust of others afterward. As for the latter, Hua couldn't tell for now if there were any exceptionally clever players among those who had just spoken. Besides the players' speeches, Hua noticed that number 24's gaze occasionally drifted but mostly fixed on the speaker. It gave the impression that he cared about what the other players were saying. Player number 19 finished speaking. It was player number 18's turn, and Yen Lian began to speak. She smoothed her meticulously styled wavy hair and said calmly, "I've never been wronged, no one can make me feel wronged. That's my answer." Number 26 questioned, "How can anyone never have been wronged from childhood to adulthood?" Number 23, "It must be fake, the probability of never being wronged is too small." The players discussed animatedly, but Yen Lian didn't explain, merely chuckling. Given her rank, no matter what she said on stage, only a few would choose her tonight. She reported her rank precisely for this advantage. People usually tend to pick on those weaker than themselves. When a strong person appears, and people cannot estimate how powerful they are, they enter a state of observation. The speeches from numbers 17 to 11 didn't have many memorable points. Now it was player number 10's turn to speak. This person was a woman, appearing to be around 25 years old, with a wolf-cut bob, sharp eyes, and lips pressed into a thin line, a serious individual. Her voice was slightly neutral. "When I was little, I was a child in an orphanage. In my eyes, the orphanage was like an airtight cage, trapping me within. I stared at the calendar hanging on the wall, counting down the time until adoptive parents arrived, longing to leave this cage. Days passed, but no adoptive parents came. I was abandoned. That's when I understood a principle: it's better to rely on yourself than others. Don't long for anything. Just wait for school to start, at least then I can breathe fresh air for a moment." It was clear that number 10 harbored resentment towards the orphanage. Being in the orphanage itself was a form of grievance for her. Numbers 9 to 5 finished speaking. Number 4, Young Shou, spoke. "Recently, something happened that made me feel wronged and angry. My scoundrel younger brother actually became a ruffian, collecting protection money from younger students. And guess what? Not only did he do bad things, but he also got caught with evidence, forcing me, his older brother, to lose face and apologize to them. Player number 3, Fang Chunju, spoke. My original family makes me feel wronged. Why can other children casually show off expensive cosmetics and bags, while I have to climb up step by step through my own efforts? The finish line I struggle to reach is someone else's starting point at birth. This world is so unfair. Player number 2, Hua Yuan, spoke. He subconsciously glanced at Rao Quan, then withdrew his gaze and burst out, I've killed many people, the blood is very red and doesn't smell good. It's tiring to kill people with your brain, I don't like it, so I feel wronged. Hua Yuan was even younger than Hua Huai, and few present believed him when he said such things. Player number 1, Rao Quan, spoke. He smiled, things that made me feel wronged, perhaps there were some before, but ever since entering the horror game world, those memories have become blurred. I'm too lazy to dwell on such trivial matters, so I simply wrote none. Not all players finished speaking. Some players suddenly came to their senses, having forgotten the speeches of the earlier players, and their memories became inaccurate. To avoid forgetting everyone's answers, they simply memorized the players who spoke last. These brief statements alone were not enough to make an accurate judgment. Barring any surprises, the situation would escalate further in the afternoon. Most players dispersed at this point, and number 24 squatted in the corner, head down, utterly silent. Number 24 was a bit strange. Hua Huai paid extra attention to this person. She noticed that number 24's gaze lingered the longest when numbers 28 to 21 and 5 to 7 were speaking. These people had one thing in common, they were all male players, roughly between 28 and 40 years old, with strong physiques that didn't look like they came from gym workouts. Their previous behavior indicated that they knew number 24. For some unknown reason, these people also knew each other. However, it seemed they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as they still couldn't recall names even after careful recognition. An absurd thought emerged in Hua Huai's mind, these 10 or so people were brought into the dungeon by number 24. Number 24 was, at the very least, an A-level player. And the more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became, bringing people in with such planning and purpose, number 24 was likely not a madman. So many people were brought in, and they even knew each other after not seeing each other for a long time. What circumstances led these people into despair and then into the horror game world? Information Hive, the unknown ghost. Time moved into the afternoon. The originally scattered players gradually gathered in groups to discuss, while Jinjiayue sat on the railing, looking down. She said thoughtfully, it seems some people think it's too early and have a better method, so they aren't ready to implement it. The method Jinjiayue had discussed with Hua Huai that morning contained another point. The reason she didn't let Hua Huai state it immediately was to see how many people could figure out the same method. Hua Huai said, on the first day, the situation is unclear, and everyone is observing. There's nothing wrong with being cautious in the dungeon. Jinjiayue raised the corner of her lips slightly. Tonight, you choose number 3 and number 4. I will choose number 1 and number 2. Every player must choose 5 people, and only if more than half of their judgments are wrong will they be punished. This means they each have 2 spaces for error tolerance. The purpose of choosing separately was not to give accurate judgments, but to figure out the enemy's answering habits. For the remaining 3 people, we will choose the same ones, and they must be 100% accurate. Jinjiayue's gaze drifted toward the 3 remaining rooms on the 7th floor, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. If both of their judgments were correct, it would undoubtedly increase the probability of those 3 people being punished. Hua Huai knew little about those 3 people. This was her first time targeting unfamiliar players. Hesitation choked her words, making it difficult for her to simply agree. Jinjiayue stepped down from the railing and leaned close to Hua Huai. Are you going soft? When dealing with this, either others die, or you die. If you don't want to die, fiercely pull out your knife and stab it into someone else's chest, just like you did in the illusionary realm. I followed you here not to see you display this kind of expression. Jinjiayue placed her hand on Hua Huai's shoulder. she leaned in close to her ear. Watch closely. I'll give you a demonstration. She walked up to number 28, said nothing, and kicked him in the abdomen with lightning speed. The force was so immense, coupled with the inertia, that number 28 was sent flying to the opposite wall. The wall immediately shook violently, and dust crumbled down. The power Jin Jiayue unleashed was completely beyond what an ordinary human possessed. Paired with her delicate face, it gave the impression of Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. Number 28 was talking with number 27 and number 26. The sudden turn of events left the other two stunned in place. After a long moment, they reacted, their hearts filled with dread. Number 27 whispered like a mosquito, "She looks so delicate, how can she be so strong?" Number 26 tugged at him. "Stop talking. What if you attract her attention and she hits me too?" Jin Jiayue stepped past them and stood before number 28, looking down. "Recite the answer you filled out this morning again." She wasn't asking number 28 to directly answer whether it was true or false, but to recite it again. Number 28 had been kicked severely, he felt his internal organs vibrating. He glared hatefully at Jin Jiayue. "Why should I recite it for you? Reciting it for you will increase my probability of death. If I don't recite it, you can't kill me either." He had a point, but she didn't care about logic. Jin Jiayue said calmly, "I can tie you up in the room so that you won't be able to make choices or judgments tonight. Tomorrow morning, you also won't be able to answer the questions. Of course, you might not even live until tomorrow morning." Number 28 glared at her. "I checked. There are no ropes in the room." Jin Jiayue chuckled lightly at this. "Aren't the clothes and pants you're wearing ropes?" The three men on this floor broke out in cold sweat. She looked so skilled. Could she also be an A-level player? Entering a dungeon of this difficulty for no reason felt like a demand for their lives. Forced by the threat, number 28 said with a mournful face, "Can't I just tell you?" If he spoke, there was at least a sliver of hope for survival. If he were tied up, he would definitely die tonight. What number 28 recited was the same version as the morning. Jin Jiayue's face turned cold. "I want the answer you filled out in the room." She had seen too many people and knew exactly how to make people like number 28 tell the truth. Number 28 trembled, startled by her, his gaze darting around. Finally, he muttered, "There are too many people, I can't say it directly." Jin Jiayue leaned in. Number 28, as if possessed, opened his mouth to bite her ear. But he bit nothing. Jin Jiayue grabbed his neck and slammed his head against the wall. Jin Jiayue exerted force with her arm, lifting number 28 up against the wall. Before number 28 suffocated, she casually tossed him onto the corridor. "You're not suited for playing smart, your reaction is too slow." Jin Jiayue tore the shirt off his body with her bare hands. "I'll give you one more chance." Hua Huai found these words somewhat familiar. After all, she had heard them over 100 times in the illusionary realm. It would be impossible not to be familiar with them. Number 28's head was dizzy from the heavy impact, he likely had a slight concussion. He felt that if he didn't behave, Jin Jiayue might beat him into an idiot. Finally, he quietly spat out the answer he had filled out in the room. The difference between the two answers was minute, making them hard to distinguish unless one paid close attention. Jin Jiayue applied the same method to number 26 and number 27. Before she even made a move, the two willingly spoke up. Regardless of any doubts she had about the answers, as long as she asked, the two would immediately answer her to avoid a beating. Jin Jiayue could detect extremely subtle inconsistencies, their clumsy attempts at concealment had no effect on her. "Since you came here, you are going to die anyway. The person who brought you in is preparing to drag you into hell. Letting you die as an understanding ghost is my compensation to you." Returning to Hua Huai's side, "You can see it too, right? Someone with motive brought them in. Kindness is useless toward those who are about to die. What's more, they don't deserve your kindness." Hua Huai found her last sentence hard to understand. "Do you mean they are bad people?" Psychological maturity doesn't mean having extensive exposure to the world. Her exposure was ultimately limited. Jin Jiayue nodded. In my deduction, yes. Do you still remember what number 24 said? Although he was raving mad, he provided one piece of information: his older brother died. He deliberately said it in front of everyone and didn't avoid the players he had dragged in. Those players are most likely related to the older brother he mentioned. Furthermore, the ages of those players happen to match the age group that number 24's older brother could have interacted with. Number 24 said it specifically for them to hear. Hua Huai understood immediately. While those players were speaking, number 24 frequently looked at them, actually observing their reactions. Aside from number 24, the reactions of those players were indifferent, and the stories they told contained no mention of his older brother. After the morning session ended and everyone dispersed, number 24 squatted in the corner with his head down, perhaps seriously recalling the stories those people had told. Information Hive, option. After dinner, all players returned to their rooms before 7 p.m. During today's free activity time, Rao Quan and the others did not appear on the 7th floor, nor did Hua Huai run to the 2nd floor. As the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild, Rao Quan held a high position, so Hua Huai naturally had to be cautious in how she treated him. As for what Rao Quan and the others were thinking, she didn't know. Sitting in front of the computer, 30-player number plates appeared neatly on the screen. To the right of the number plate was the corresponding player's answer. Hua Huai did not rush to choose, she needed to check the answers of Rao Quan, Hua Yuan, and the others. Rao Quan's answer, as he said, was very brief, just the 2 words no. Hua Yuan's answer was also exactly as he stated, not a single word different. Fang Chuanju's answer was largely consistent with what she had said. Yang Shou's answer. After hearing his words, Hua Huai didn't believe such a coincidence could exist. Yang Shou, Yang Bin. Fang Chunju, Fang Yingxian. So that's how it is. Yang Shou and Fang Chunju came to the backstage of the auction house probably because of Yang Bin and Fang Yingxian. Entering the game dungeon was not their original intention. After all, it was an A-level dungeon. Even Wei Shuwei was cautious when dealing with dungeons of this level. Rao Quan brought them in purely to use them as cannon fodder. As for Hua Yuan, he didn't seem like cannon fodder, it was more like Rao Quan was practicing goo. Putting a poisonous insect into a goo pot with many poisonous insects, letting them fight each other to determine the ultimate winner, is called goo. Scrolling down, many players' answers did not match what they had stated in the morning. The players brought in by no. 24, in particular, did not match. Their coping abilities were too weak, giving Hua Huai the impression that they had only recently started playing the horror game. Could it be all these people are F-rank players? The mistakes of these people were too obvious, making it easy to guess that many players would choose them on the first night. As agreed with Jin Jiayue, Hua Huai selected no. 26 to no. 28, and also selected no. 3 and no. 4. The difference in no. 28's answer compared to his verbal statement in the morning was between a convenience store and a supermarket. This slight difference did not affect the overall story. The main thing was to determine whether the answer filled in on the computer was true. When Jin Jiayue asked no. 28 about the answer filled in on the computer in a threatening tone, he clearly stated the difference between the two. This indicated that he remembered the difference in his mind and it wasn't a slip of the tongue. Why change such a small detail? Was it to make others think he was feeling guilty? From the perspective of other players, the probability of what he said in the morning being false was higher. Therefore, the probability of the answer on the computer being true was higher. Judging from no. 28's performance during the day, he wouldn't be foolish to that extent. From no. 28's perspective, the two needed to be reversed. The answer on the computer was false. No. 27's answer was false. No. 26's answer was false. Yang Shou's answer was false. Feng Chuanju's answer was true. After submitting the judgment on the 5 people's answers, the answer card flipped over, showing Hua Huai's selection accuracy was 100%. When the card disappeared, a string of data was displayed. A total of 5 players chose no. 30, and all 5 made incorrect judgments. Immediately after, the computer automatically typed out a line of text, one by one. Friendly reminder, please rest early, players, and don't miss tomorrow's answering time. There was no alarm clock in the room, and this computer could not set an alarm sound. In a room without windows, even when it was daylight, no natural light would penetrate. Without light, it was easy to fall into a very deep sleep. Hua Huai did not plan to turn off the lights tonight, to avoid missing tomorrow's answering time. The mechanism of this dungeon decreed that someone would have to face punishment tonight. Inside player no. 28's room. He had chosen 5 players, and had just finished judging and submitting. Unexpectedly, the screen suddenly froze, then refreshed to display 5 news options. Option 1, a residential building caught fire, burning a family of 4 to death. Option 2, in the dead of winter, an elderly mother went looking for her son and froze to death at his doorstep. Option 3, a child accidentally fell into the water, and onlookers watched with cold indifference. Option 4, a section of a highway collapsed, and several cars plunged into the collapsed section, with rescue efforts proving futile. Option 5, high-voltage power line malfunction, causing Lin Momo to be electrocuted to death. Next to each option was a small picture. What was this? No. 28 didn't understand. A countdown of 1 minute appeared on the screen. Why was he given such a multiple-choice question? Was he supposed to read the news? What would happen if he didn't choose? He hesitated, moving the mouse down one by one, from option 1 to option 5. As it passed option 3, the mouse suddenly clicked automatically. No. 28's heart skipped a beat. Looking closely, the countdown had ended. Selection successful, punishment is being prepared. Before receiving punishment, please see the following data. A total of 12 players chose no. 28, 3 made incorrect judgments, and 9 made correct judgments. Even if Xin Jiayue and Hua Huai hadn't chosen him, or had answered incorrectly, the outcome would not have changed. No. 28's eyes widened. How could so many people have chosen him? Those 5 news options were the punishment. He had failed the quiz. The screen began to play the news related to option 3, a child struggling in the water after accidentally drowning, with onlookers remaining silent. Drip. At the same time, no. 28 felt dampness on his face. When he wiped it, it was water. He looked up at the ceiling. Water was gathering there. In the bare room, the ceiling's color was already dark enough. However, after the water appeared, soaking the dark color of the ceiling, it became so dark that it made one's vision black out. The light bulb made contact with the water, flickered once, and the light went out. Only the faint light from the computer remained in the room, accompanied by the splashing sound of the child in the water, which made one's heart race. Drip. 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 The frequency of the falling water grew faster and faster, gradually soaking no. 28's shoes. As the frequency increased, the sound from the computer was drowned out. Tonight, would the water on the ceiling stop? No. 28 thought this was his punishment. Most likely, it wouldn't stop. There were no windows, and the room door was tightly sealed. The water accumulating in the room had nowhere to flow out. Staying put and waiting for death was agonizing. He didn't want to die. He had to do something. No. 28 pounded on the room door, but it had no effect. He stepped back a few paces and used the full force of his body to crash into the room door. It rattled loudly but didn't budge. The scene on the computer screen had, at some point, focused on the onlookers. At this moment, they were staring out of the screen, towards no. 28, with mocking smiles. As if mocking his overestimation of himself, attempting to break a room door that simply couldn't be broken. The water spread to his ankles, then to his knees. Blood stained the room door. No. 28's right arm was dislocated from the impact, making him unable to hit again, and his left hand's 5 fingers clawed at the room door, all showing his desire to survive. Information hive, try it. The water was chest high. Number 28 knew scratching was useless, so he switched to punching. After a long while, the water level reached his neck, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. It was no use at all. At this time, all players were in their respective rooms, and no one could come to save him. Number 28's eyes filled with terrified tears and snot, and a sound came from the computer. Strange, the computer was completely submerged in water, yet it hadn't short-circuited. The image on the computer screen appeared somewhat distorted due to the water. He's almost drowned, should we go save him? Save him? What if his family tries to extort me? I didn't push him into the water. If I don't save him, there's no problem. If I do, I'll have to take on the risk. The water covered his ears, and number 28 could no longer hear the sound from the computer. But, when did the onlookers in the computer start staring at him? Gurgle. Who knows how long passed, the water filled the entire room. The onlookers watched the floating number 28 with cold eyes, their gazes hollow and utterly eerie. Morning arrived. With the lights on all night and going to bed early, Hua Huai woke up naturally around 5 in the morning. New questions appeared on the computer, waiting for the players to answer. The question for the second day is, please describe any negative evaluations you have received in your life. Negative evaluations don't necessarily come from the internet, they can also come from complete strangers. No one can be perfect and loved by everyone. The only thing Hua Huai could think of that everyone loved was money. There were many opportunities to receive negative evaluations in life, and she could choose an incident that no one in the dungeon knew about. She could do this, and so could the other players. What was the point of answering the questions this way? Hua Huai didn't know, she only knew that she had to fill in the answers according to the dungeon rules now. The false answer was filled out and submitted. Last night, 8 players analyzed incorrectly, 10 players failed the question, with 6 overlaps, resulting in a total of 12 players receiving punishment. Remaining players in the game, 18 people, no. 1, no. 2, no. 3. The computer listed the numbers of the surviving players. At 7 in the morning, the room doors opened on time, and all surviving players emerged from their rooms. The soundproofing of the rooms was excellent, no players heard any strange sounds last night. Upon checking outside, they realized that the room numbers of the punished players had been flipped over, showing the side without numbers. The room doors were wide open, seemingly inviting the surviving players to admire last night's works. Ugh! Sounds of vomiting came from most floors simultaneously. On Hua Huai's floor, numbers 26 to 28 had all been punished. As soon as she stepped out, she smelled a strange odor. From number 28's room wafted a heavy scent of water vapor. Upon closer inspection, number 28 was bloated and pale from being soaked, making one's skin crawl. Despite the heavy water vapor, not a drop of water could be seen in the room, and the bedding on the bed was still dry. The computer appeared intact, but no matter how it was operated, it couldn't be turned on. In number 27's room, there was a smell of something burnt. What came into view could barely be called a person. The thing was sprawled by the door, indistinguishable from a lump of charcoal, looking like it would crumble at a touch. The computer screen was black, and like number 28's room, it couldn't be turned on. Number 26 stood in the room. The air was filled with the scent of fresh earth. Although he had no breath, he remained standing. From time to time, dirt rolled from his mouth, dropping to the ground and quickly vanishing. The computer screen was black and couldn't be turned on. After just one night, nearly half of the players were lost. At this rate, by the third night, they would all be wiped out. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from downstairs. Madman, what are you doing? Stay away from me, damn it, this early morning is making me sick. Being on the same floor as this kind of person is bad enough, why isn't he dead yet? As a madman, he was definitely chosen by a minority. But he also needed to choose people, and judge at least 3 correctly, to avoid punishment. His survival meant he judged correctly last night. I really don't know what kind of dumb luck he had, truly, fools have their blessings. This person believed that number 24 survived purely by guessing. Hua looked down from the railing, clearly seeing everyone in the corridors on the lower floors. Number 24 had darted into one of the rooms and torn off the arm of a player who had been punished last night. The heavily odorous arm waved in his hand, with chunks of flesh occasionally falling off, creating a horrifying scene. Meat. It's edible meat, you guys try it. He held up the arm, approaching a player, startling them into a huge backward step, who then turned and ran downstairs. Number 24 chuckled, chasing that player to the 5th floor, where he bumped into Yen Lian. Without giving Yen Lian another glance, number 24 went around her and continued chasing the other person to the 4th floor. Yen Lian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. She nonchalantly smoothed her long hair, looking seductive and languid. Passing the 3rd floor, they arrived at the 2nd floor. The chased player frantically fled, shouting, "Who can make this madman go away?" Waving body parts around and telling living people to eat them, he's really sick. Yes, he was already sick. As he was drenched in sweat and despair welled up in his heart, he seemed to see a hero. Rao Quan stood in front of number 24. That's enough, don't scare others. He was helping someone out of a difficult situation? Rao Quan didn't seem like a good person. Number 24 stared at Rao Quan for a moment, wondering what he was thinking. After 2 seconds, he held the arm up to Rao Quan's face, grinning to reveal a row of yellow teeth. If you want to eat, you should have said so earlier. There's a lot more in those rooms, you can have it. As he waved it, more chunks of flesh fell from it. The arm was held to Rao Quan's mouth. Visibly, his eyes grew cold, and his face twisted slightly. Stop pretending to be crazy. That's enough. I don't believe an A-level player would be a madman. If you don't act normal, I'll beat you until you are normal. Rao Quan exuded a chilling aura, his feet unmoving. The person chased by number 24 to the 2nd floor had the number 22 on him. Rao Quan's words shattered number 22's perception. He said in disbelief, how could he be an A-level player? You must be wrong. No one can fake being crazy so convincingly. Before he finished speaking, number 22 thought of a possibility. Given his player level, his presence here was inherently illogical. He never wanted to enter a dungeon, but not only did he enter, it was an A-level dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, he had met this madman once. At that time, he hadn't appeared so deranged. Besides him, quite a few players in this dungeon had seen number 24. Number 22 suddenly shivered. If they were brought into the game with a plan, this madman would be too terrifying. Information hive, winning over. Hesitantly, number 22 asked. Madman. Why did you bring us into an A-level dungeon? Number 24's eyes flickered, his hand holding the severed limb frozen in place. After a long while, the curve of his mouth turned upwards again, and he tossed the severed limb in his hand towards number 22. Don't waste it, this is precious meat. Tomorrow, you'll become this kind of meat. Number 24 chuckled, appearing to be in a worrying mental state. Yang Shou, with his hands in his pockets, replied to number 22, bringing you into an A-level dungeon is, of course, to make you stay here. Such an obvious thing, do you still need to ask him directly? Changing his tone, however, being able to portray a madman so well is indeed a skill. Number 24, the madman himself, ran off without looking back, as if he hadn't heard Yang Shou. Fang Chunju asked number 22, what did you do to offend him? To make him scheme to drag you in like this? Number 22 quickly dodged the severed limb thrown by number 24, greatly puzzled, what could I have done to offend him? Before entering the dungeon, I just met him and hadn't even had a chance to speak. I only know his name is Zhuang Si, and he's the head of a loan company. Hua Huai leaned against the railing and saw Rao Quan nod. The voices on the second floor couldn't be heard on the seventh floor unless someone shouted loudly. Although he couldn't hear, Rao Quan's actions undoubtedly indicated one thing. Rao Quan is trying to win over number 22. Jin Jiayue leaned beside her. Using fools to clear minds is a good idea. Judging answers he was confident about, he incited others to give him uncertain answers. The advantage was that he could both distance himself, avoiding being chosen by this group, and have a 50% chance of eliminating other players. These other players were called minds. To maximize the effect, these minds would have to be at least of Yin Lian's level. High-level players are often more dangerous in dungeons, making others wary. First floor public canteen. Today's atmosphere was different from yesterday's. The players were much quieter, occasionally glancing at others out of the corner of their eyes, like thieves. Rao Quan entered the public canteen, with a long line behind him. In a short time, he had actually won over 4 people, bringing his team to 8, including himself. Of the 18 surviving players, nearly half were with him. This display made some people eager to move. Number 12 ran up to Rao Quan, asking nervously, Are you teaming up? If they teamed up, they usually wouldn't choose teammates from within the team at night, but would agree to unite against outsiders, greatly increasing their safety factor. Before Rao Quan could speak, Hua Yuan stepped forward and pushed number 12, Get out of the way, you're blocking me. Seeing this, Rao Quan shrugged with a smile, He doesn't like you, so it's best to listen to him. Once upon a time, Fang Chunju had also tried to be friendly only to be met with indifference. Without thinking, she blurted, Why is his tone so aggressive? It was not hard to tell that she was speaking up for number 12. Hua Yuan turned his head, and Fang Chunju was suddenly enveloped by his gloomy gaze. If you don't like it, then get out. We don't need you. If you leave, it'll be just right for him to come in. It seemed they weren't planning to add more people to this team. For someone to come in, someone naturally had to leave, to maintain their expected numbers. Rao Quan was inexplicably lenient with Hua Yuan. No matter how outrageous his words were, Rao Quan would always side with him. If Hua Yuan was determined to make her leave, then she had to leave. Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver, and Fang Chunju forced a smile. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. In this team, she was cannon fodder. If she left this team, she would be a mine to be cleared by 8 people. Mainly, she was afraid of Rao Quan. She would rather be cannon fodder. Yen Lian took her lunchbox but didn't sit down, forced to watch a show. Number 12 left dejectedly, and Yen Lian sat down next to Hua Huai, very naturally. Hua Huai paused in her eating and glanced at her. Yen Lian looked back, Number 30, I'm very curious about you. Hua Huai looked confused, curious about what? Yen Lian lowered her voice, your name is Hua Huai, right? Hua Huai was silent for a moment, didn't answer, and instead asked, What's wrong? This dungeon didn't seem to have a rule against revealing real names. Yen Lian analyzed, based on my experience, there aren't many small players like you in the game, and even fewer who are so calm about entering an A-level dungeon. You must have been through many games, but there's definitely a distance to A-level. Who brought you in? Logically, Wei Shuwei should have brought you in. But Wei Shuwei isn't in this dungeon, which means you were forced to come in. Could it be Rao Quan? In Yen Lian's mind, she had clearly already equated her with the name Hua Huai. Hua Huai sighed, My name is indeed Hua Huai. Who are you? Why do you know so much about me? Yen Lian's eyebrows curved into a smile, I'm from the Bounty Guild. Xiao Qixing told me all of that, he's been praising you everywhere. The Bounty Guild is widely distributed, with outposts in different cities. We usually communicate by phone. Before the last Worm Village dungeon, we even made a bet to see who would reach A level first. She seemed unable to hold it in and burst out laughing. The result is, he lost. He's not flexible enough, he's too rigid in dungeons. If he doesn't change, I'm afraid death will come before he levels up. Her smile gradually faded, and she said seriously, "But you changed him, why? It's understandable that the Bounty Guild, as the top guild in China, has many branches. The Demon Guild also has more than one outpost. Players are scattered across various cities. Although not as numerous as the Bounty Guild, they are still quite a few." Hua didn't understand what this meant. "I didn't do anything. She just did what she could, what she believed was right, without intentionally trying to change anyone." Yan Lian didn't continue the conversation, waving to the distance. At her signal, 3 people came and sat near them. They were number 16, number 19, and number 20. She smiled and introduced them. "These are the people I brought in, they firmly stand with our faction." Glancing away, you saw Rao Quan's actions. He's trying to win over players. Tonight, they won't choose each other, we will be their target. Yan Lian felt a little guilty, smoothing her wavy hair. "Coming at this time, does it seem a bit intentional on my part?" She cleared her throat. "Actually, I wanted to tell you that we are trustworthy. At a time like this, everyone cooperating leads to a win-win situation. When choosing teammates, it means that one of the 5 choices in those people's hands is implicitly crossed out. Among the remaining 4 choices, 3 must be checked off. The reduced fault tolerance is a wasteful act. Instead of using it on their own people, it's better to unite against outsiders." Information Hive, adding dishes. Rao Quan was indeed the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild. After his series of maneuvers, Huai's actions of gathering players yesterday now seemed like self-inflicted trouble. During the upcoming verbal answer segment, Huai had to be extremely cautious, not letting them correctly guess her choices, nor overlooking even the slightest reaction from Rao Quan and the others. After all, they were attacking as a group, and Rao Quan wouldn't care about the lives of those players. Once they determined that so many people had chosen the same judgment, either they collectively discarded a choice, or they successfully eliminated a trap. Since Rao Quan and the others' choices were concentrated, they couldn't be too scattered. They needed to plan their choices reasonably. Before that, Huai asked Yan Lian and the others about their choices and results from last night. Yan Lian directly stated her choices, numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All judgments were correct except for number 1. 0 people chose her. Number 16 chose numbers 27, 26, 25, 23, and 22. All judgments were correct except for number 22. 7 people chose her, 4 judged incorrectly, and 3 judged correctly. Number 19 chose numbers 5, 6, 8, 27, and 28. All judgments were correct except for numbers 6 and 8. 8 people chose him, 5 judged incorrectly, and 3 judged correctly. Number 20 chose numbers 8, 13, 15, 25, and 28. All judgments were correct except for numbers 15 and 25. 10 people chose him, 8 judged incorrectly, and 2 judged correctly. In fact, among the few people Yan Lian brought in last night, 1 had already been lost. That person was number 17. Huai and Jinjiayue also provided their chosen numbers from last night. Huai's accuracy rate was 100%, while Jinjiayue made mistakes on numbers 1 and 2. Jinjiayue slowly said, "I thought the players were too smart, number 2 is too stupid to be thought about with normal logic. As for number 1, he's too cunning, and the information I got from him was too brief, making it difficult to judge. Making a mistake there was within my expectations." She looked up at Yan Lian. "What was your basis for judging number 1? Yan Lian blinked. "Because he's Rao Quan, such a bad person. Who could make him suffer?" Jinjiayue had never seen Rao Quan before, nor had she heard of him, so she hadn't expected anyone to use such a method of judgment. She nodded. 15 people chose me last night, and all of them judged incorrectly. The story was too absurd, no normal person could have judged it correctly." Yan Lian and the people around her fell silent. After a long while, she asked, "Could a ghost marriage really have happened to you?" She laughed disbelievingly. "No way, performing a ghost marriage is illegal in this era." Her smile half froze on her face. She pursed her lips, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Jinjiayue and Huai. She gasped, "Sister, you're creepy." Yan Lian immediately got goosebumps. She stood up abruptly, making a considerable noise that attracted the attention of all the players in the cafeteria. She quickly reined in her shocked expression and sat down as if nothing had happened. She calmed her face, but her heart still trembled uncontrollably, and she didn't quite dare to look at Jin Jiayue. The three players who entered the dungeon with Yan Lian, hearing this, silently moved one seat away. Yan Lian, who should have maintained an authoritative demeanor, now seemed a little humble. "Sister, what's your level?" She cupped her right hand over her mouth, her voice extremely soft, afraid of being overheard. Jin Jiayue put down her chopsticks. "What is a level? I often hear you all say that, but I don't know what it means." Human players didn't know what the world of the Eerie was like, and the Eerie similarly didn't know what the world of human players was like. In their world, I can sense the strength of auras, which might be related to what you call levels. There's an existence here with an aura stronger than mine, yet it's like a shadowy rat, hiding in the darkness and peeking. Jin Jiayue indicated that the dungeon boss had a stronger aura than her, yet dared to speak so arrogantly. Yan Lian vigilantly scanned her surroundings, fearing a terrible change. "No need to look, it can hear, but it can't act, the rules here bind it. I don't know about the next few days, but for now, it's temporarily safe. Besides the most powerful existence here, there are many other guys hidden in the darkness. They whisper and casually discuss the players, they are some long-tongued monsters." During the day, the cafeteria had good transparency, with sunlight able to shine in through the windows. As far as Hua Huai's eyes could see, there was no place shrouded in darkness. From Jin Jiayue's words, there were quite a few eerie beings in this dungeon. Compared to the previous dungeons, Hua Huai had been in this dungeon for more than a day and hadn't seen any eerie beings yet. Would they only appear at night? But at night, the players had to return to their rooms on time. For a dungeon that leans slightly towards rules, she wondered if there was any possibility of exploration. The entire building was an explorable area, all players could move freely. It seemed completely open, with no need for exploration. Hua Huai asked, "How do they discuss the players? Can you hear clearly?" Jin Jiayue closed her eyes, carefully sensing the movements in her surroundings. Her eyelashes trembled, and her brows furrowed slightly. "After becoming non-human, my temper is very bad, they easily make me angry. Yesterday's sounds weren't that loud, but today's are a bit noisy." She opened her eyes. "I'm not listening anymore, or I won't be able to resist tearing them apart." Entering the dungeon as a player meant Jin Jiayue couldn't use her eerie abilities. The feeling of wanting to act but being powerless was even more frustrating. When Hua Huai and the others were almost finished eating, Zhuangxi, number 24, ran in, carrying dismembered body parts, his body covered in a strange smell. Many players who saw this scene almost threw up the food they had just eaten. When they noticed Zhuangxi's gaze looking over, they quickly covered their mouths, afraid of being targeted by Zhuangxi and being chased all over the building like number 22. Zhuangxi looked around, then ran to Rao Quan's table with the dismembered body parts, shouting, "Extra dish! Extra dish!" Clang! He threw all the dismembered body parts onto Rao Quan's table, knocking over their lunchboxes. Number 22 slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Zhuangxi, "Don't go too far. I've already let it go that you chased me up 5 floors this morning." Yang Shou had barely eaten a few bites and was also affected. Relying on Rao Quan's presence, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're an A-level player. If you only target number 22, I won't stop you, but you shouldn't be so tactless." Information Hive, saw. Yang Shou glanced at Rao Quan. "This is the leader of the Bloodhunt Guild. Before you act, you'd best weigh how capable you truly are." The Bloodhunt Guild was infamous. When players thought of this guild, they would involuntarily associate it with the words bloodthirsty. This realization simultaneously gave people the impression that the Bloodhunt Guild was very powerful. And Rao Quan, as the leader of the Bloodhunt Guild, was naturally extremely powerful. The players who relied on Rao Quan believed he was strong, naively thinking that as long as they listened to Rao Quan and stood by his side, they could survive the dungeon. Perhaps after leaving the dungeon, they might even have a chance to join the Blood Hunt Guild. However, Yang Shou forgot one thing: this was an A-level dungeon. In a dungeon of this level, Rao Quan's status as an A-level player was not unique. A chainsaw appeared out of thin air in Zhuangxi's hand. He skillfully started it, and everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Shou panicked, hastily trying to get away from Zhuangxi. They had long since exposed Zhuangxi's identity as a madman, so why was he still persistently acting? Could it be that Rao Quan's assessment was wrong, and he really was a madman? If a madman wanted to kill, no rules could stop him. Clinging to life was the priority. Rao Quan now felt a drop of cold sweat slide down, and his hand gripping the chopsticks tightened. He couldn't remember the last time he had been this nervous. This person, by all accounts, was indeed a fake madman. But his current behavior truly resembled a madman. Zhuangxi wielded the chainsaw, smashing it towards Yang Shou, who narrowly dodged it several times. The chainsaw left deep scratches on the floor, clearly showing its sharpness. "Threaten me, ha, try threatening me again?" Zhuangxi chased Yang Shou, his eyes, brows, and mouth all revealing a look of madness. Yang Shou, who had been standing tall and accusing Zhuangxi, now fled in disarray, the approach of death making him continuously shout, "Help! Help me! Rao Quan, save me!" In Rao Quan's eyes, saving people was divided into worth it and not worth it. The Yang Shou before him clearly belonged to the not worth it category. Don't you want to join the Blood Hunt Guild? Figure out how to solve this predicament yourself, and I'll give you that chance. If Yang Shou couldn't solve this predicament, and Zhuangxi really killed him, that would truly open Rao Quan's eyes. The rules of the horror game would backfire. No matter how high a player's level, they couldn't escape this backlash. The greatest possibility was that both would die. Using a cannon fodder to take down an A-level player seemed like a good deal no matter how you looked at it. Several times, Zhuangxi's chainsaw almost split Yang Shou in half, making everyone present's hearts pound. Initially, Yang Shou was full of energy and could dodge several rounds, but later his stamina gradually depleted, and dodging became difficult. Swish! A layer of his hair was shaved off. Swish! A bloody scratch appeared on his skin. He was just a hair's breadth away from meeting the King of Hell. He truly realized that Zhuangxi genuinely wanted him dead. How could this be an act? Who would risk their own life to feign madness? If he died, Zhuangxi would also not escape the backlash. But he didn't want to die yet, so he could only desperately dodge. But he had no strength, he couldn't dodge anymore. Was he going to die? The chainsaw swung down at his head, and Yang Shou tightly closed his eyes. The pain never came. The chainsaw stopped just above his head, making his breathing instantly halt. The chainsaw's chain was still rotating, just an inch from him. Any lower, and his head would have been split open. A trickling sound of water came from near Yang Shou. Everyone looked, and a puddle of water appeared on the ground beneath Yang Shou's crotch. His pants were soaked. A foul smell permeated the public canteen, making people instinctively cover their noses. Yang Shou had actually peed himself from fright. It wasn't Zhuangxi himself who stopped moving. He was pressing down with force, his malicious gaze fixed on Yang Shou, trying hard to split his head open. It was Hua Huai who stopped Zhuangxi's actions. She used her puppet ability to restrict Zhuangxi's movements. Yang Shou, having snatched back his life, hastily fled from beneath the chainsaw, leaving the public canteen without looking back. The cafeteria was silent for a moment, then erupted in an uproar. No. 11, I didn't see wrong, did I? That little girl is using a Spectre's ability. No. 9, I haven't even bound a Spectre yet, how can she, being so young, have one? No. 12, Rao Quan wasn't even willing to save Yang Shou, and yesterday during the day, Yang Shou kept targeting her, yet she was still willing to step in and save him. Yan Lian had information about Hua Huai given by Chao Qixing. She knew that Hua Huai possessed 2 specters. Of course, that number had refreshed just now. Now it was at least 3. Comparing people really makes one furious. Hua Huai possessed more bound specters than those people imagined. Zhuangzi struggled twice, found he couldn't break free, and with a furious expression, yelled, "Let me go, bad person." His chainsaw was extremely lethal. Many of the tables and chairs in the cafeteria were hacked to pieces, like a battlefield that had experienced a great melee. To ensure safety, Hua Huai said, "Put away your chainsaw, and I'll let you go." Zhuangzi held onto it, refusing to let go, and they remained in a stalemate. Fortunately, Hua Huai's patience was good, and she was willing to persist with him. 2 hours passed, and the chainsaw in Zhuangzi's hand finally disappeared. This guy was truly stubborn. Hua Huai's arms were aching from holding them up. With so much time delayed, the players collectively postponed the oral answer session to the afternoon. Clang, clang. The gong sounded. The players gathered collectively in the open space on the first floor. Yang Shou, who had just been frightened, stood among the crowd. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Zhuangzi, as if fearing when Zhuangzi might pick up the chainsaw again and swing it at his head. He originally didn't want to come, but Rao Quan insisted on dragging him down, saying they couldn't break the rules. What rules? It was all up to Rao Quan to decide anyway. Once upon a time, he had a strong yearning for the Blood Hunt Guild, wanting to join it, but couldn't find a way in. Hoping to attract the Blood Hunt Guild's attention, he had their emblem tattooed on his collarbone, deliberately showing it off. He also wanted to become strong, to become an existence that reaped others' lives. Instead of being at a disadvantage everywhere, being used by others, and becoming an insignificant cannon fodder like he was now. He had finally met the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild as he wished. Even when brought into a dungeon of this level, he didn't complain much. He wanted Rao Quan to notice him. But in the end, he was like a clown jumping around, and Rao Quan didn't even put him in his eyes. His former aspirations were shattered. Putting his thoughts aside, someone had already arrived at the center of everyone's vision. For fairness, yesterday was in reverse order, and today would be in forward order. Player No. 1 began to speak. Negative evaluation. There are too many negative evaluations about me, so I just picked one. Many people gave me the same negative evaluation. They said, "Mind your own business, I don't need help from a child who crawled out of the garbage, it's disgusting." Information hive, tactics. Rao Quan said expressionlessly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Player 2 speaks. Huayuan stepped forward, fearless. "They say I'm a demon, I wonder if that counts as a negative evaluation." Player 3 speaks. "I often hear people say that my work ability is too strong, leaving them no room to play." Player 4 speaks. "I'm already a scoundrel, and I have a scoundrel brother, ha. Before, I was most often called trash, a useless good-for-nothing." The events of the morning seemed to have completely broken Yang Shou's composure, and he began to speak recklessly. Players 7 and 9 have finished speaking. Player 10 speaks. "Your face is so foul, just seeing it makes me lose my appetite." Another expressionless speaker was added, showing no emotion at all. Players 11, 12, 14, and 16 have finished speaking. Player 18 speaks. "Vixen, it must be you who seduced my husband, I'll kill you." When Yan Lian said the word kill, murderous intent suddenly appeared. Players 19, 20, and 22 have finished speaking. Next, it's player 24's turn to speak. He squatted in the corner as he did yesterday, tilting his head slightly, adopting a posture that suggested he wouldn't speak to them. Alright, skip. If they really were going to skip him, he wouldn't be happy, so he rushed to the center of everyone's vision before Jin Jiayue. "Your brother went mad for money, staying alone at the construction site after work, and now he wants the company to pay compensation because something happened? I'm telling you, don't even think about it." He seemed to be playing a role. After the speech, he stood opposite his original position. He rushed forward, made a gesture of grabbing the other person's collar, his eyes red. "Nonsense, my brother said that day he would come back early, he never lies to me. Where is my brother's body? Give me back his body." His position changed again, and he made a gesture of pushing a hand away. He lifted his head, he fell beyond recognition. The company sympathized with your family's plight and sent him to the crematorium for you. Position shift. Gritting his teeth, my brother has been doing this line of work for a long time and is usually very careful. I demand to see the nearby surveillance footage. Position shift. This is a construction site, where would there be surveillance? I sympathize with your difficulties, but don't make trouble, hurry up and leave. Position shift. I can't leave, this is where the incident happened, there must be evidence left behind. It was as if someone was pulling him, he struggled and roared, but was still thrown out. He lay on the ground, pounding it with his fists, his cries heartbreaking, making everyone deeply feel the agony of a broken heart. Players 7 and 22 simultaneously took a step back subconsciously, shocked, their pupils trembling. The next moment, player 7 knelt and kowtowed, tears streaming down his face, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Player 22 spoke with difficulty, so. It was you. Recalling the past, player 22 thought of the tragic situation at the time, we were just bystanders in that matter. No wonder there were so many former co-workers in this dungeon. Player 22 always felt that the matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't even understand what had happened. Zhuangxi's wailing subsided, and he looked at him coldly, just. Bystanders? Because of his emotional breakdown, his facial muscles twitched, and his lips trembled, are you a block of wood? Are you a motionless creature? That day, you were clearly there, why wouldn't you say a word to me? If you're a bystander, can you just keep watching? Did I not look for you afterward? No one, absolutely no one was willing to tell me the details of that day. You impatiently waved me away, telling me to get lost. Every day after that, you avoided me like the plague. I couldn't collect any evidence, I was so sad. I wanted to die. I wanted to kill you damn bastards. There was no ripple in Zhuangxi's eyes, only the two of you are left in this dungeon. He grinned, tonight. You will surely die. He burst into laughter, devoid of joy, his eyes full of emptiness. Player 7's face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground. Player 22 was indignant, how could Zhuangxi be so certain? Everything was decided by the game dungeon rules. As long as he made the correct judgment tonight, and fewer than half of his judgments were wrong, he would be safe and sound, just like last night. Player 29 speaks. The young lady is truly rebellious. Not only does she disregard her parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words, but she also wants to elope with her beloved Wenchang. The master and madam's faces have been completely shamed by the young lady. Player 30 speaks. With her family's circumstances, she doesn't have the means to attend cram school, yet her academic performance is so good, ranking first overall in her grade. She must have cheated, right? In reality, Huai's academic performance at school was not good, but no one had ever cared about her studies. Not even Huayuan, her brother, knew her grades at school. All players finished speaking, and everyone dispersed. Yanlian leaned closer, let's plan our individual choices for tonight. There are 8 people on the other side, 6 of us here, and 4 unknowns. Let's ignore those 4 unknowns for now. To eliminate the other side as quickly as possible, we should ideally divide our choices into odd numbers, spread out, ensuring each person on the other side is chosen by 3 people. As long as 2 people make the correct choice, we can take out 1 person on the other side. In this game dungeon, tactical arrangements to stabilize players' choices are actually more important. This was precisely the other point Jin Jiayue and Hui discussed yesterday morning. She had known about tactical arrangements for a while, but the situation on the first day was unclear, making it unsuitable to casually involve others, as it could easily lead to being backstabbed. According to Jin Jiayue's observations, these high-level players in the dungeon, except for player 24, all possessed this mode of thinking. Any remaining choices should all be concentrated on the same person. As an A-level player, Yan Lian's thinking and reasoning abilities were impressive. First, let's infer based on what the players just said. If you find anything different after returning to your rooms, change your choices temporarily. Players always need to have individual capabilities and cannot rely on others for everything. Yen Lian could only do her best to protect the people she brought in. If they themselves weren't up to par, there was nothing she could do. Those few people nodded repeatedly, indicating their understanding. Then let's start with player 1's inference. Too few people truly know Rao Quan. I had only heard of him before, never expecting to actually meet him. I heard that he is a mass murderer in dungeons, and very few people who enter the same dungeon with him are lucky enough to come out. Unlike Wei Shuwei, who needs time to settle down before entering an A-level dungeon, he usually acts on a whim, entering whenever he feels like it. With no discernible pattern. Each time, he manages to emerge safely from the dungeon, which shows his strong adaptability. Typically, such people have reverse thinking. The more impossible something seems, the more likely it is to be true. In my estimation, he is telling the truth. Information hive analysis. Hua had a different opinion on this. Yesterday, Rao Quan already used reverse psychology. You and Jin Jiayue made a mistake in your judgment of him. Last night, Rao Quan's answer was no. Those two overly simple words made Yen Lian forget about reverse psychology and choose the truth. Firstly, she wasn't familiar enough with Rao Quan, thinking, who could make the leader of the Bloodhunt Guild suffer injustice? Secondly, she reported her A-level player identity. Rao Quan must have encountered many players of this level and could infer their corresponding thought patterns. It was highly possible that he deliberately spoke the truth to guard against her. This led Yen Lian to choose the opposite approach, which resulted in her getting rebuffed. So, the truth corresponding to Rao Quan's answer yesterday was yes. This coincidentally matches what Rao Quan said today. It would make people subconsciously connect the events of the 2 days. A story emerged in everyone's minds. Rao Quan had suffered injustice when he was young and received negative evaluations at that time. At that time, his family was very poor, even to the extent that he was called a child who crawled out of a garbage heap. The words disgusting further showed the evaluators' aversion towards him. But this story wasn't specific enough. That was Rao Quan, after all. I think it's false, but I'm not 100% sure. The risk of choosing Rao Quan is too high. Each person has 5 choices, I'll give him 1. Rao Quan is the least suitable person to waste the remaining choices on, so only 3 people need to choose him tonight. So, 2 more people were needed. Facing Rao Quan, numbers 16, 19, and 20 showed hesitation. It was clear they didn't want to choose Rao Quan, for whom they had no certainty. Yen Lian glared at them and scoffed, cowards. Those few didn't dare to retort and silently agreed. In that case, only I and this sister are left. Yen Lian pondered for a while, thinking that the era Jin Jiayue became a ghost must have been ancient, so she was undoubtedly much older than her. She simply used that address. Jin Jiayue didn't care about the address and nodded, saying, no problem. Tonight, I will choose a lie. Since Hua and Jin Jiayue both agreed to choose a lie, Yen Lian closed her eyes and decided to take a gamble, then I'll also choose a lie. Having temporarily reached an agreement, they moved on to the speculation for number 2. Hua understood Hua Yuan, his spoken answer was too brief, leaving no opportunity for manipulation. Moreover, she had seen someone give Hua Yuan such an evaluation before. She said, if Hua Yuan's spoken answer is consistent with what he filled out this morning, then it's definitely the truth. Jin Jiayue chuckled, based on my verification last night, Hua is correct. Yen Lian was about to speak when numbers 16, 19, and 20 said in unison, I choose number 2. Their simultaneous declaration took up 3 choices. Hua conceded, then you 3 choose him. Yen Lian turned back and glared at the 3, you guys always pick on the easy targets, don't you? I brought you into the A-level dungeon for training, and you begged me to bring you in. Can't you use your brains and think independently? The 3 of them laughed, isn't Sister Yin here? We're not completely unthinking. We're smarter than number 17, we understand the principle of adapting to circumstances. otherwise, we wouldn't have survived until the second day. The 5 of them entered together, possessing a natural trust. Presumably, they had gathered yesterday to analyze and discuss, assigning choices to each person. From their words, number 17 did not adapt last night and was therefore punished. Yan Lian reprimanded them a few times, then they moved on to the speculation for player number 3. Hua Huai was unfamiliar with the workplace, and Jin Jiayue had no experience with it either, so they could only look expectantly at Yan Lian. Yan Lian expressed understanding and proactively said, "Such remarks indeed exist in the workplace. However, that woman, number 3, is too narcissistic." She was clearly asked to talk about negative evaluations of herself, yet she ended up praising herself instead. From her remarks and demeanor, I don't think it's to the extent that someone would be passive-aggressive due to jealousy. When it was her turn to speak yesterday, I already felt she was very narcissistic, thinking the whole world revolved around her, and if anything went slightly wrong, she would immediately blame the world for being unfair. If her answer is consistent with what she filled out this morning, I believe it contains more lies. Yan Lian's analysis was very thorough. The 3 choice slots fell into the hands of Jin Jiayue, Hua Huai, and number 20, respectively. They proceeded to speculate on player number 4. When Yang Shou spoke, he had a sense of self-abandonment, and his emotions regarding those 2 sentences were very strong. His turning point of self-abandonment was after Zhuangxi attacked him in the public canteen this morning. This indicated that he didn't have such emotions before leaving the room, and it was highly likely that his spoken answer and written answer were completely different, making him a very risky character to choose. The people Yan Lian brought in still lacked strong impromptu judgment skills. She took on one choice herself and let them volunteer for the others. The 3 looked at each other, and after a long while, numbers 16 and 19 raised their hands. There was not an ounce of confidence on their faces. Hua Huai took a deep breath. "I'll do it." Yang Shou had attacked her at the banquet, they were already like enemies. Jin Jiayue didn't care who she chose, since Hua Huai chose Yang Shou, she didn't mind choosing Yang Shou either. Numbers 16 and 19 quickly put down their hands and thanked the 2 of them. The remaining 4 in Rao Quan's team were numbers 7, 9, 14, and 22. Among them, numbers 7 and 22 were Zhuangxi's targets and would definitely be chosen by Zhuangxi tonight. Since Zhuangxi could bring them into this dungeon, he must know them very well, making the probability of his judgment being correct higher. To prevent rogue players from splitting votes, Yan Lian still planned to allocate 3 choices to them. 3 choices for number 9. And all remaining choices were thrown to number 14. As night fell, all players returned to their rooms. The computer screen flickered with the remaining players' number plates and their corresponding answers. Hua Huai saw that Hua Yuan's and Yang Shou's answers were different from their spoken answers. Hua Yuan's written answer was, "You're so strong, you can smash people to death with bricks. Did you crawl out of a monster's belly?" Yang Shou's written answer was, "He's an unwanted child, I heard his parents died in an accident, both gone, how pitiful." Hua Yuan's mind was straightforward, even if he tried to be indirect, the deviation wouldn't be significant. It was still the truth. For Yang Shou, she thought back carefully, searching for a breakthrough. Given the behavior of the brothers Yang Bin and Yang Shou, their education level should not be high. Yang Bin started acting like a hooligan as soon as he entered junior high, clearly not interested in studying. Children without parental discipline often end up in this situation. Information hive, alive. Hua Huai ticked the previously agreed numbers, 1, 3, 4, 7, 9. With 3 members already in Hua Yuan's group, Hua Huai couldn't afford to split the vote. The selection ended, Hua Huai held her breath as the result appeared. The answer card flipped, showing 100% accuracy. In an instant she smiled, her judgment had been right. After the accuracy was shown, the statistics for players who chose her appeared. Players who chose no. 30, 0. Her smile faltered, no one had picked her tonight. Did they think her rank was too low to be worth a vote? Rao Quan's team was so large, surely they could spare 1 vote for her. Unless, every spare vote was being used against Yan Lian and Zhuangxi. After all, they were A-level players, Raoquan's only real rivals. Still, she'd read Raoquan correctly tonight, and together with Jin Jiayue and Yen Lian she'd nailed at least 3 picks. If Raoquan survived till tomorrow, it meant at least 7 had chosen him and the other 4 had all misjudged. A polite reminder popped up on the computer again. Hua didn't rush to bed, it was only 8 p.m. Yesterday, unsure when she'd wake naturally, she'd played it safe and slept at once. Now that she had a sense of time, she needed to explore the room. Some cables behind the computer were embedded in the wall, she tugged but they didn't budge. The wires seemed fused with the cement unless the whole wall came down, there was no telling where they led. She touched the wall, a substance darker than cement crept from her fingertips and began to corrode it. Suddenly the wall trembled like human skin, as if crying out in pain. Hua held still while the wall pulled away from her palm. The once perfectly vertical surface now arched outward. Hua's breath caught. This wall, this room, perhaps the whole building, was alive. This was an A-level dungeon, the abnormal boss would be A-level too. She withdrew her hand before she overstepped and angered it. The room was so sparse she could take everything in at a glance. Only the computer merited further inspection. She clicked and opened a browser page. News headlines scrolled past, she idly flicked through 2 pages until one name made her freeze. Eternal Night General Hospital. Before entering this dungeon, Xiang Lu had won an injection at auction that came from that very place. Yet the dungeon before her seemed unrelated to that hospital. Why was its name here? She moved the cursor and clicked the headline. Hashtag thought it was just a cold, but it turned out to be multi-organ failure. The attending doctor said it was too late, family knelt outside the hospital in tears. Hashtag. Below was a gloomy gray-blue photo of Eternal Night General Hospital, shot near nightfall. A hazy blue mist shrouded the scene, grieving relatives knelt with bowed heads, faces unseen. The hospital looked frigid, its windows rendered pitch black by the lighting, only the white tiles on the outer wall standing out stark and bright. Squinting, she spotted what looked like a palm pressed against a 4th-floor window at the far end. The photo was chilling, as though the people in it might suddenly lift their heads and meet her gaze. Heart pounding, she closed the page. If Eternal Night General Hospital showed up, maybe Sinful Deep Mountain Dungeon could be found too. She typed its name into the search bar and hit enter. Nothing about that dungeon appeared. No matter what keyword she swapped in, the result was blank. She began to suspect the computer's search function was useless. She tried typing Eternal Night General Hospital again. This time the earlier news story reappeared. Next she tested several dungeons she and other reading room players had experienced. She discovered 3 limitations of the computer. 1. Ancient era dungeons couldn't be found. 2. Dungeons that had never been reported in the news were likewise missing. 3. Dungeons already closed were also untraceable. If you survived this dungeon, entering it would practically be a windfall. During the 7 in-game days, players could memorize vast amounts of intel. Hua had no intention of wasting the opportunity. Even if useless to her, she could add the data to the reading room for her guildmates. Xu Wengyao had done so much for the guild, as a member who'd long enjoyed its benefits, she had yet to give back. This would be her first contribution. Her memory was good, but her mind wasn't free to store all this raw data right now. She opened the mall interface and looked for recording items. Items couldn't be summoned in the real world, but she could bring pen and paper into the next dungeon and copy the contents. Then she could carry those notes out intact, no harm done. It was a makeshift solution, but she refused to let this intel slip away. After some searching, an item called mobile phone currently live streaming caught her eye. She clicked it to read the description. This phone has only basic functions, photos, live streaming, calls, etc. When the live room audience reaches 10,000, further permissions will unlock. The phone could take photos, perfect for her current needs. She ignored the rest, those features were irrelevant for now. The price, 1 million coins. Rather steep. She hesitated, psyching herself up. Outside the dungeon she'd spent 100 million, what was 1 million in comparison? The thought calmed her. She clicked confirm. A flamboyant pink phone materialized beside her hand. She picked it up, few apps, only the basics as promised. The live stream was on by default, no matter how she swiped she couldn't turn it off. The room was empty, bullet comments silent, in the upper left corner a single letter ID read why. Both followers and fans lists were blank. Had no one ever used it before? Or did ownership reset everything to her identity the moment it became her item? Information hive, vibrant flowers. Hua Huai briefly checked her new mobile phone, minimized the live streaming page to the background, and activated the camera function. She snapped a flurry of photos of the news information displayed on the computer. There was a lot of content on the computer, and Hua Huai photographed until 9 o'clock, preparing to rest early. Just as she was about to turn off the mobile phone, Hua Huai suddenly remembered that the alarm clock should also be one of the basic functions of a mobile phone. She wondered if it had one. After some exploration, she found that it could indeed be used. Unsure if the time on the mobile phone matched the flow of time in this dungeon, Hua Huai did not rely entirely on the device for reminders. On the first day of using the alarm clock, resting earlier was the safest course of action. During her exploration, Hua Huai also tried to find the search engine on the mobile phone, but after flipping through all the pages, she couldn't find it. It seemed that such a feature was not part of this mobile phone's basic functions. In a corner Hua Huai couldn't hear, inside room 3. Fang Chunju sat in front of the computer. After submitting her judgment for the day, the screen displayed her accuracy rate as 60%. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, 5 options suddenly appeared on the screen. Those 5 options looked extremely familiar to her. They were clearly the death penalties for the players. The corpses of the players she had seen this morning were exactly the same as the options presented. She had to do something. She absolutely could not wait passively for death to arrive. What did the numbers appearing on the screen mean? Was it a countdown? 60 seconds. Now only 51 seconds remained. Since the computer was counting down, she would find a way to cut the power to prevent it from continuing the countdown. So many data cables were plugged into the computer and connected to the wall. She easily pulled the data cables out of the wall. One of them had a 3-pronged plug and should have been the power cord. After unplugging it, the screen remained lit, and the countdown didn't stop. These cables served no purpose for the computer, they were no different from decorations. They were fake. Fang Chunju quickly realized that the data cables connected into the wall might be the real ones. 32 seconds. There was no time left. She used all her strength to pull, but the data cables were like flexible steel bars. No matter how much she tugged, there was no sign of them breaking. Sweating profusely, veins throbbing, she gritted her teeth and desperately pulled. Time flew by, and the countdown on the computer reached 0. Fang Chunju was struggling with the data cables and didn't see the computer screen, where the mouse cursor automatically checked all the options. The computer began playing chaotic wails, filled with misery and shrillness, like vengeful spirits crying for help in hell, making one's heart pound. Water droplets fell from the ceiling, the cement wall turned into a mud wall, and the data cables were easily yanked out by her. She saw that the data cables contained not copper wires, but fresh blood streaming out. Her hands trembling, she tried to throw the data cables away. However, the data cables exerted strength as if they were alive. The moment she threw them, they pierced her abdomen and finally extended out of her mouth. The mud wall bulged and squirmed, as if mocking her overestimation of her own abilities. The alarm clock Hua Huai set was for 5 o'clock in the morning. When the time arrived, the alarm sounded promptly. Light up the mobile phone's light. Step into this live streaming battlefield. Lift the corner of your mouth, a puppet-like smile. My audience, please click follow. The alarm song sounded like it came from a young maiden. The tune of this song was fashionable and cheerful, mixed with a hint of the uncanny. Listening to it for a long time, she felt as if a young maiden was standing not far away, watching her. Just like in the song, she wore a puppet-like smile. If she didn't click follow for her, the maiden would continue to watch her like a shadow. After Hua Huai finished listening to the song, she shot up into a sitting position. For a moment, she thought there was an extra person in the room. It turned out to be the mobile phone alarm sound. She turned off the ringer and went to the computer to check the time. It was 5:01 a.m. The time on the mobile phone was the same as the time in the dungeon. In the following days, she could use the alarm clock to prevent oversleeping. The computer refreshed the question for the day, waiting for the players to fill it out. The question for the third day is, have you received more negative evaluations or more positive evaluations? Today was a multiple choice question. The players could only answer positive or negative. In the eyes of the players in this dungeon, her performance was quite proactive. Those unfamiliar with her would certainly assume she had more positive evaluations. In reality, over the past 12 years, those negative evaluations had nearly drowned her. And they all came from the Hua family. What could be sharper than knives from the mouths of family members? Hua Huai lifted the corner of her mouth and filled in more negative evaluations. Immediately, she clicked submit. As for Hua Yuan, relying on his strength alone, it would likely be difficult to sway the judgments of the other players. When they first entered the dungeon, those players were prejudiced against Hua Huai's age, and Hua Yuan would be no exception. After submission, a line of data appeared on the computer screen. Players who analyzed incorrectly last night, 3. Players who failed the quiz, 5. Overlap, 3. Total receiving punishment, 5. Remaining players in the game, 11 people, no. 1, no. 2, no. 4. After the players teamed up to discuss and rationally plan their choices, the number of people receiving punishment was significantly reduced. What surprised Hua Huai was that Rao Quan was safe and sound. His predictive ability was truly astonishing. There were only 4 players who had not formed a team. Hua Huai didn't believe that all 4 of them would choose Rao Quan and all make incorrect judgments. It was highly likely that Rao Quan had foresight, prepared a backup plan, and instructed the players in his team to select the wrong option for him. Regardless of how he achieved it, he successfully survived. After the time reached 7 o'clock, the players immediately went to check the rooms of the players who had received punishment the previous night. When they saw the scene inside room 3, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Speaking of tragedy, player no. 3, Fang Chunju, had the most horrific death. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had just registered the danger before being pierced by the data cables. Those data cables spread out from her mouth, using her body as a vessel, filling it with mud, and weaving a vivid flower. Yang Shou blinked his dry eyes, his legs trembling with fear. In this dungeon, the person whose situation was most similar to his was undoubtedly Fang Chunju. Dying in such a tragic state on only the second night immediately made Yang Shou foresee his own end. Rao Quan would not help Fang Chunju, nor would he help him. He had already witnessed this yesterday morning. In such a dangerous situation, Rao Quan only needed to lift a finger to save his life, but Rao Quan did not do so. In the dungeon, no one could be relied upon. What should he do? He didn't know what to do. Information hive, replacement. After learning the results of last night, the players went to the public canteen with worried expressions. Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue took their seats, and Yen Lian and others sat beside them shortly after. Last night, number 16 was punished, which made Yen Lian's expression somewhat heavy. Number 19 spoke, "My judgment of player number 2 yesterday was false, I judged incorrectly." Number 20 lowered his head, "Me too." Number 19 felt unconvinced, "Smashing someone to death with a brick, that's fake, right? He looks very young. If he used his brain in the dungeon to kill other players, I could understand it a bit. Using a brick is crude and simple, not to mention no player would foolishly stand still and let him hit them. Moreover, doing so would incur a backlash from the horror game." Thinking this way, only the real world outside the game matched the description in Hua Yuan's answer. When Hua Yuan smashed someone to death with a brick, that incident caused a huge sensation when it first happened. In a short period, its online popularity rapidly soared, and then, in an equally short time, it vanished without a trace. Perhaps number 19 and number 20 hadn't paid attention to the internet then and hadn't seen this news update. In the understanding of ordinary people, seeing blood in the real world is a very serious matter. They couldn't do it, so how could Hua Yuan do it? After all, he was still so young. The results are always so unexpected. After last night, Raoquan's team lost 3 members, leaving 5. Only numbers 10, 12, and 24 remained among the rogue players. With fewer people, dining in the cafeteria seemed exceptionally quiet. All the people number 24 brought in had died, so he no longer went crazy and darted in front of other players. Today was a multiple-choice question. Perhaps due to a change in the question format or the reduced number of players, no one suggested giving verbal answers. Yan Lian and the others followed Hua Huai and Jin Jiayue to the 7th floor to discuss how to act tonight. Number 19 said irritably, "This morning's question was multiple choice. No matter how you fill it out, the answer is 2 characters. In this situation, even if other players were to state their answers verbally, it wouldn't make much difference. Asking directly is like begging for your life from others. No fool would be willing to speak up." Number 20 looked anxious. "Are we opening a blind box tonight?" Dejectedly, "My luck is always bad." Yan Lian rubbed her temples, a headache brewing. She also found this problem very tricky. How could the dungeon give such a question? The players' answers wouldn't be revealed until tonight, so they didn't even have a chance to use the answers to probe others. After so many game dungeons, this was the first time Yan Lian had encountered such a situation. Hua Huai looked thoughtfully at the computer in the room, a wooden hairpin appearing in her palm. "I'll go down and take a look." She tied her hair into a bun, and as the wooden hairpin was inserted into her hair, she vanished before their eyes. Number 19 was startled. "This? She's invisible?" Number 20 subconsciously looked at Jin Jiayue, then silently averted his gaze. With a bound specter, possessing an item that grants invisibility doesn't seem so strange. Hua Huai descended floor by floor, first passing the 6th floor. Currently, only Zhuangxi, player number 24, resided on the 6th floor. The tragic state he described yesterday prevented Hua Huai from feeling any hostility towards him. Just as she was about to leave, she was drawn by his condition. At this moment, he was lying on the bed in his room, staring up at the ceiling, muttering something. Hua Huai, emboldened by her invisibility, approached and leaned in to hear what he was saying. "Still 8 people short. How do I get them in? They have many people around them. It's hard for me to get close to them. I need to plan carefully. This dungeon is so hard. Should I really not have entered an A-level dungeon directly? But A-level dungeons clear people faster. New players are almost certain to die if they enter. I also need to find a way to get out. I can't die here before I deal with them." Zhuangxi suddenly sat up, nearly bumping into Hua Huai's nose. Hua Huai quickly stepped back, but Zhuangxi still grabbed her arm. "Ooh. His impromptu reaction ability is truly strong." She was invisible, yet Zhuangxi managed to grab her by instinct. After Zhuangxi shouted, a chainsaw materialized in his left hand. Hua Huai watched him activate the switch, then swing it towards her. Didn't Zhuangxi consider that the person he was holding might be a player? If he acted directly, what if he accidentally killed a player? Hua Huai quickly spoke. Wait. I mean no harm, don't attack." Removing her invisibility, Hua Huai's figure appeared. "I was just curious about what you were muttering. I absolutely have no intention of choosing you tonight." The chainsaw's teeth were rolling, and Hua Huai's full attention was on the chainsaw. "You might not believe it, but on the 1st and 2nd nights, I didn't choose you." No emotional fluctuations were visible in Zhuangxi's eyes as he asked an unrelated question. "Did you voluntarily enter this dungeon?" That was overly erratic. Hua Huai didn't understand why he asked this. "No, why?" Zhuangxi lowered his gaze, looking at the little girl who only reached his waist. "If you want to leave together, don't return to your room tonight. I'll take you directly out of this building. If nothing unexpected happens, this building is the abnormal boss of this dungeon. And the scope of this dungeon is also this building. Hua pondered the meaning of his words, recalling when she had escaped the Line 4 subway dungeon, she had only left the current dungeon area, not the horror game world. Was Zhuangxi trying to avoid danger by leaving the dungeon area? But once she left, she couldn't return to this dungeon. Because not being in her room at night was already considered a violation of the current dungeon specter's law of slaughter, returning after leaving wouldn't negate this. Was Zhuangxi trying to frame her? If she listened to Zhuangxi and didn't return to her room on time, the specter would definitely attack her. Zhuangxi, meanwhile, would have returned to his room early and eliminated her effortlessly. Having stayed in the dungeon for so long, her thinking was inevitably affected, inclining towards the worst-case scenarios. Hua probed, after leaving this dungeon, how do we return to the real world? Zhuangxi looked outside the building and said directly, within the horror game world, many dungeons are running simultaneously. We just need to break into an ongoing dungeon to replace the current dungeon mission. However, the horror game world outside of dungeons has no rules, and all specters can pounce and tear humans apart. They erupt with their greedy, bloodthirsty instincts. Those with bad luck might become the specter's prey before they even find the next dungeon. Replacing a mission, Hua had never heard of it. She asked, how do we find the next dungeon? Zhuangxi replied, what you should be asking isn't how to find the next dungeon, but how to avoid breaking into an S level, or SS level, or SSS level dungeon. Of course, with my current strength, even breaking into an A-level dungeon is a bit much to handle. Information Hive, to win. Those dungeons were so high-level that Hua had to crane her neck just to look at them. She couldn't help widening her eyes. What do you mean? Zhuangxi bared his teeth. It means the dungeon we break into could be any rank, player level won't limit it. If it's a low-level dungeon we can cope, but if we barge into a really high-level one, we might not even get the chance to escape. The horror game has safeguards for players, yet a player's own choices don't fall under that protection. Leaving the current dungeon is, in a sense, exploiting a loophole in the horror game. Naturally, the horror game won't add another safeguard just for that loophole. Hua felt as though a brand new door had swung open, everything felt fresh and astonishing. She exclaimed, so that's possible. Hope flickered across her face. There shouldn't be many of those high-level dungeons, right? Zhuangxi rolled his eyes. I've never touched a dungeon above A level, and I don't go raiding others often. It's not just reckless raiding that's dangerous, any zone the horror game doesn't police is risky. You could meet anomalies of any rank, it all depends on your luck. Changing the subject, Zhuangxi warned, don't let curiosity about this world run wild, and don't get too greedy. Once you've earned enough rest time for the rest of your life, stop immediately. Some feel lucky and keep gambling until they lose everything, left with nothing but regret. But Hua wasn't one of them, she wasn't here to gamble. This world itself is a predator that claims lives. Put nicely, the horror game has protective rules. Put bluntly, if the horror game didn't exist, those people wouldn't have died. The rules of death are granted by the horror game. She wants to understand the horror game, to understand this world, so she can make it vanish. Inside dungeons, human malice is magnified without limit, yet not everyone is purely evil. Some people simply don't deserve to die. Suddenly Zhuangxi frowned, rubbed his temples, his face contorted in pain. Thinking too much again, the headache's back. To avoid leaving my stuff inside a dungeon, I didn't even bring medicine. Get going. When I lose it, I won't care if you're a kid. Agree to my plan, come to the 6th floor tonight. Be there before 7:05. I can't stall much longer. Miss that time and I'll take it as a no. Only because you stopped me yesterday am I helping you now. Zhuangxi meant that yesterday she'd stopped him from attacking Yang Shou. He knew what the consequences would be, yet he couldn't control himself. Looks like he really had been losing it yesterday. Hua nodded. All right. Then she re-entered stealth and vaulted past the 5th floor. This floor belonged to Yen Lian and players 19 and 20, right now no one was around. She passed the fourth floor, still empty. On the third floor, player 10 sat at a computer while player 12 stood nearby. Sis, we paid you. You can't drag us in and then ditch us. Player 10 looked calm, as if the words were a breeze. She replied, given this dungeon's mechanics, there's nothing I can do for you. Before entering an A-level dungeon, didn't you ask how hard it would be? That you've lived to day 3 already exceeds my expectations. Player 12 flushed red, finally spitting out, last night Team 1 lost 3 people. I'll defect to them. When they vote you out, don't say I didn't warn you. The threat carried 0 weight, player 10's lips curled. Go ahead. The airy dismissal made player 12 look like a clown whose makeup had cracked. Fuming, player 12 stalked off, player 10 watched him go. She shrugged. No young master fate, yet flaunting young master airs, of course I'll drag you in. From their talk Hua gathered that player 10 was at minimum an A-level player. No wonder on day 1, when it was her turn to speak, she'd radiated such composure. Hua bore her no ill will and turned to the second floor. This level held the highest survivor count of the entire building. Several people leaned against the corridor wall. Player 9 asked, what do we pick next? If it's multiple choice, each of us only has a 50-50 shot at judging anyone. Player 14 mused, not necessarily 50-50. Player 30 looks very young, and from her behavior these 2 days she doesn't seem like someone who'd rack up lots of negative reviews. She outperforms many kids her age, she's exactly the type who easily earns praise. Hua Yuan's face darkened as if everyone owed him money. Whose praise could she get? She's inferior to me in every way, even away from home she won't be liked. She'll definitely get more negative reviews. Player 14 stared at Hua Yuan, uneasy. The kid gave off an indescribably nasty vibe. Harsh to strangers was understandable, yet player 30 was clearly his elder sister. It was strange how 2 siblings could be polar opposites. Still, Hua Yuan was player 30's brother, that family bond clouded player 14's judgment. Let's move on to player 29. Unless forced, player 14 wouldn't pick player 30, in his heart he still believed she'd received more positive reviews, though not with complete confidence. He simply lacked enough certainty. Hua listened quietly. Even though she'd left home, Hua Yuan's malice toward her remained thick. She had imagined meeting him inside the horror game, pictured him trembling in terror. In reality, Hua Yuan adapted to the horror game far better than she'd expected. Zhuangzi said he would wait for her tonight. She guessed she wouldn't be leaving this dungeon just yet. With Hua Yuan inside, she absolutely wouldn't retreat. She would win right in front of his eyes. Among those analyzing, players 9 and 14 were the most vocal. Rao Quan rarely spoke and looked thoroughly bored. He'd probably decided long ago and was simply humoring them. After yesterday, Yang Shou no longer joined the discussion, staying alone in his room, anxious and on edge. After a while Rao Quan yawned and went back to his room. The chatter between players 9 and 14 cut off abruptly. Player 14 frowned. What's player 1's problem? Won't join the talk and acts like he can't stand listening to us. Player 9 snapped. Fine, we split up and each pick our own. Thinks being an A-level player means we have to curry favor. Just a higher level, that's all. It's not that we're incapable, just lousy luck keeping us out of high-level dungeons. After a few more A-level dungeons I'll soon be an A-level player myself. Player 9 treated raiding A-level dungeons as child's play, full of casual bravado. He truly believed his own words and swaggered upstairs. Left with only Hua Yuan, player 14 figured there was nothing worth saying and left as well. They'd banded together only yesterday. And today they already fell apart? What on earth is Rao Quan thinking? Information hive, no choice. Hua gained almost no useful information from this trip. That night, back in her room, the computer screen displayed the number of surviving players and their corresponding answers. Players 1, 2, 10, 18, 19, 24, 29, and 30 filled out their answers, with mostly negative reviews. Players 4, 9, 12, 14, and 20 filled out their answers, with mostly positive reviews. Regarding this question, there was no doubt that player 1, Rao Kwan, would have mostly negative reviews. He was the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild, and countless players had been persecuted by the Blood Hunt Guild. His negative reviews were inescapable. Just as she was about to select it, she found she couldn't click anything. Was the computer broken? Hua Huai tried selecting others, but still couldn't click. As she felt confused, the mouse moved on its own, automatically selecting numbers 4, 9, 12, 14, and 20. Number 20 was the person Yen Lian brought in. Hua Huai wanted to regain control, but the mouse ignored her commands and clicked confirm methodically. Next, the judgment on them appeared. It wasn't truth, nor was it lie. Instead, it was answer failed. For a single choice, there was fundamentally no choice at all. Hua Huai's heart pounded wildly. The 5 people the computer automatically selected were all players who chose mostly positive reviews. This dungeon did not allow for more positive reviews. From the moment the answering period ended this morning, it was predetermined who would be punished tonight. Discussing it further during the day was meaningless. No wonder Rao Kwan lacked enthusiasm for discussion. He probably already knew this and was too lazy to talk about it. Hua Huai was glad that she had filled in the correct answer. Only when she realized this did she notice that the dungeon actually contained many hidden clues. For example, the questions from the previous 2 days, the grievances suffered, the negative reviews received. Although the questions were different, both focused on negative aspects. The news information searched on the computer was indeed related to other dungeons. But upon closer inspection, she would find that the information revealed in those news reports was also entirely negative. It seemed that from now on, she needed to be even more careful and cautious. It was still early, and Hua Huai didn't waste time, using her prop phone to take pictures of the news information on the computer. This mobile phone seemed not to require charging. She had used it for over an hour yesterday, yet the battery level hadn't decreased at all. At 9 o'clock that evening, Hua Huai set an alarm and went to bed to rest. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the alarm sounded. Hua Huai sat up from the bed in a state of shock, covered in cold sweat. She didn't know why, but she felt more frightened than the previous morning. Perhaps because she had visualized the scene yesterday, today she could conjure the image in her mind without even trying hard. She let out a long breath and calmed her mind. On the computer, today's question appeared. The question for the 4th day is, describe your mentality when receiving negative/positive reviews. This question made Hua Huai frown. Could it be that positive reviews were allowed, contrary to what she thought? No. That shouldn't be the case. Hua Huai submitted her answer doubtfully. Subsequently, a line of data appeared on the computer screen. Players who analyzed incorrectly last night, 0. Players who failed to answer, 0. Total number of people punished, 0. Remaining players in the game, 11 people, 1, 2, 4. Could this kind of data exist under the rules of this dungeon? It was already hard to explain why the 5 people the computer automatically selected last night weren't punished, let alone the fact that Zhuangxi wanted to escape the dungeon. Regardless of success or failure, the remaining players in the game should have been reduced. Unless Zhuangxi stayed in his room all night. Was he lying to her? To verify this, as soon as it reached 7 o'clock in the morning, Hua Huai immediately went to room 24. Just then, Zhuangxi came out of the room. Seeing her, he greeted her warmly, "Number 30, you're up so early? Shall we go downstairs together to eat at the public canteen?" He was fine. Surprisingly clean, and without any stubble. When she saw him a few days ago, he looked very messy, exactly like a lunatic. Hua Huai paused, suppressed her curiosity, and replied, "All right." Passing the 5th floor, Yen Lian's voice came over, "Hey Chang, why are you acting strange?" Hua Huai looked over. Yen Lian was speaking to number 20. Number 20 replied, "No, I've always been like this. It's breakfast time now, let's go downstairs and eat." Zhuangzi tugged Hua Huai, who was staring blankly, urging her, "What are you looking at? I'm hungry and want to eat quickly." Not only was number 20 strange, but Zhuangzi was strange too. Arriving at the public canteen, Hua Huai realized that quite a few people were strange. Why did the cafeteria today give off a sense of harmony? Several players sat together, chatting and laughing, as if eating in a cafeteria in the real world, completely devoid of worry. When they saw Hua Huai and Zhuangzi arrive, they even waved, signaling that they could sit beside them. Zhuangzi led Hua Huai to get their lunchboxes. He walked ahead and thoughtfully got one for Hua Huai directly. Holding the lunchbox, he sat down next to the players who had waved earlier, without the slightest hesitation. Hua Huai sat across from Zhuangzi. He pushed the lunchbox toward her, opened it, and placed the chopsticks neatly on the open box. "Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold." They weren't familiar enough to this extent, were they? Hua Huai looked at the players around her. Their numbers were 9, 12, and 14. These people were precisely the players who had chosen mostly positive reviews yesterday. Yan Lian and her group entered the cafeteria. Number 20, smiling, saw the players next to Hua Huai wave and quickly walked toward them. He curiously stared at the food in the players' lunchboxes, muttering, "There's beef, carrots, potatoes, and pork ribs. The meal today is really good. I'm going to eat it all up." Yan Lian frowned and couldn't help but say, "What kind of fit is this?" Observing the strangeness of the other players, she had a thought, took a lunchbox, and sat down next to Hua Huai. Number 19 felt the atmosphere was weird and asked tremblingly, "Sister Yan, are they not human?" Yan Lian had this suspicion, but Zhuangzi's abnormality made it difficult for her to judge. Only 5 players chose mostly positive reviews last night, and Zhuangzi was not among them. His change truly left Yan Lian bewildered. Information hive, negative reviews. Hua Huai, who knew about Zhuangzi's actions last night, already had a judgment in her heart. These guys are definitely not human. She just didn't know what they wanted to do by taking on the players' identities. Number 19's voice was very soft, but after that sentence fell, 6 pairs of eyes immediately stared straight at him. On those expressionless faces, muscles twitched almost imperceptibly. The reason for saying 6 pairs was because there was another pair, standing at the door, Yang Shou's eyes. Could it hear from such a distance? Hua Huai and the others were horrified, their bodies tensed, ready to react at any moment. Unexpectedly, they didn't make a move, but instead said, "What do you mean not human? You're the one who's not human. Number 19, we're being so nice to you, aren't you ill-mannered for talking like that?" Only a child without parental upbringing could say such things. With many voices, the accusations were unstoppable. "I originally wanted to be friends with him, but now it seems he's not worthy of being my friend. Look at his clothes, so tasteless. His hair looks like it hasn't been washed in days. Wow, his face is so pockmarked, if an ant climbed on his face, it would probably trip." The originally friendly attitude instantly turned into an attacking stance, and it increasingly deviated from their main topic of attack. All the players wore the same clothes, number 19's hair was very clean, and he only had slight acne marks on his face, not pockmarked. These guys were using a loophole to wantonly release malice towards number 19. Hua Huai felt a sense of foreboding and immediately shouted, "Number 19, leave the cafeteria quickly." Initially, Hua Huai didn't understand why these guys appeared, but now she found out. They were mixed among the players, without any concealment, just to make the players ask this question. Once it went as they wished, negative evaluations would follow. They weren't naturally good-natured, on the contrary, the dungeon rules restricted their attitude, forcing them to put on a smiling face. These guys, having taken on the players' identities, might also have the right to make judgments at night. Hua Huai's reminder came too late. Number 19's face showed signs of collapse, his hands tightly covering his ears, yet he refused to get up and leave. Yan Lian reacted and quickly went to pull number 19. His butt seemed glued to the seat, and Yen Lian had to exert a lot of effort to pull him up. Away from those guys, number 19's mind finally recovered, and he said blankly, "What happened to me just now? I feel so sad, as if the whole world has abandoned me, and living has no meaning for me. When I had this thought, I really wished to die in this dungeon." The more she listened, the uglier Yen Lian's expression became. Number 19 wanted to speak again, but Yen Lian stopped him. "Don't say anything more." He seemed to understand something, stretched his lips into a smile, his eyes welling with tears. "Sister Yen, I'm going to die, aren't I? It was my fault for being too eager for success, clearing a few low-level dungeons alone, and then thinking my abilities had improved, becoming complacent. I imagine clearing an A-level dungeon and becoming as strong as Sister Yen. I don't want to die, but regret is useless. Sister Yen, please carry the weight of my life and climb to a higher place. If this horror game can disappear, then no one like me will die in a game dungeon." These words deeply touched Yen Lian, causing her to shed tears. "Sister Yen, don't cry. Although I regret it, I don't blame you. It's my own fault. When you cry, I feel very uncomfortable." In her heart, she truly felt uncomfortable. Having seen too many lives lost in dungeons, Yen Lian had long become numb. Even for those she brought in herself, her emotional fluctuations weren't significant when she saw them die. But number 19's words struck a chord in her heart. She had never known what feelings those who looked up to her harbored. She always felt that she had failed their expectations and shouldn't be looked up to by them. Inside the public canteen, Hua Huai followed Yen Lian and number 19, and because she was walking behind them, she should have been the last to leave the cafeteria. Just then, a lunchbox was thrown, preventing Hua Huai from stepping out of the cafeteria. Food spilled everywhere. Fortunately, this wasn't the Changxi Quality Education School dungeon, otherwise the person who threw the food would be punished. From the direction the lunchbox came, Hua Yuan arrogantly raised his head. "Hua Huai, you should clean up the food." This wasn't the Hua family. Did he really think she would obey his command just by saying something? It had been too long since Hua Yuan received a lesson. It seemed he was itching for one. "Wait. Calm down. There must be a reason for Hua Yuan doing this. He hadn't done anything provocative in the past few days, so doing it suddenly now meant someone must be directing him. The only person who could direct him in this dungeon was Rao Quan. Girls should be virtuous and are naturally meant to do housework. Cleaning is included in housework. If you can't even clean well, what man would dare marry you in the future?" Hua Huai had heard these words before. The words her parents once said to her were perfectly mimicked by Hua Yuan. What good would it do Hua Yuan and Rao Quan to provoke her like this? There was good. Of course there was. Today's topic was to describe the player's mentality when facing negative or positive evaluations. The results screened from yesterday's topic, and the existence of those guys. It proved that the players alive today could not have positive evaluations. The latter half of today's topic was a facade, not for the surviving players to describe. So, deleting the latter half and only looking at the first half, the player's mentality when facing negative evaluations became the focus. No one stipulated when or where negative evaluations had to be received. It could also be within the dungeon. To most directly show the player's demeanor when facing negative evaluations. Those guys were watching intently, wanting to exploit the dungeon rules. Rao Quan was using this to lure her into anger and attack Hua Yuan. To provide an opportunity for those guys to give negative evaluations. If Hua Huai hadn't thought to this extent, she would have fallen into his trap by now. She wouldn't have thought so far originally, thanks to Rao Quan's actions. She didn't get angry, instead, she smiled. Number 2, wasting food is a shameful bad habit, and ordering others to clean up the mess you made is even more ill-mannered. Considering you're younger than me, I can tolerate your rudeness this time. With a glance, aren't you going to quickly clean up the trash you made yourself? Hua Yuan had an explosive temper, provided someone backed him up. He knew his own limits and wouldn't do something he clearly wasn't confident about. Now, he instinctively looked at Rao Quan. Successfully receiving the signal, Rao Quan casually said, "Since number 30 said so, then go clean it up." Information hive, all pulled out. At this moment, the eyes of those guys were fixed on Hua Yuan. In their eyes, there was mockery, observation, and the readiness to interfere at any moment. Hua Yuan completely ignored them. He only knew that Hua Huai, who usually didn't speak loudly to him or scold him, was now evaluating him in a completely unfamiliar tone. Where exactly did things start to change? Was it when she returned to the Hua family and threw the discarded pencil case at him? Or was it when she finally left the Hua family and squeezed ketchup all over his face? Hua Yuan clenched his fists, silently lowered his gaze, and felt uneasy in his heart. It was a feeling of emptiness outside his control, an inexplicable rage stemming from the fact that he could no longer boss Hua Huai around in the future. Rao Quan saw him frozen in place, as if his soul had been sucked out. If he continued to remain inactive like this, Rao Quan would have to collect Hua Yuan's corpse tonight. Those guys opened their mouths, about to utter their first syllable, but were interrupted by Rao Quan. He slapped Hua Yuan across the face. "Can't you hear me talking to you? If you correct your mistakes properly, you'll still be a good child." The slap knocked Hua Yuan's head sideways, causing his entire body to hit the cafeteria table and chair behind him. Soon after the slap, his face swelled up red, showing how hard Rao Quan had hit him. The sudden, fierce slap made everyone's heart jump. Those guys closed their mouths and returned to their observational posture. When had Hua Yuan ever suffered such injustice? In the Hua family, Hua Yingxiao and Zhang Yan had doted on him dearly, treating him as if they were afraid he would melt if held in their mouths or break if held in their hands. He quickly got up, his face full of hostility, seemingly ready to retaliate against Rao Quan. In response, Rao Quan leaned in slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "If you want to die, just say the word." Rao Quan's actions were intended to save Hua Yuan's life. Unfortunately, given his stupidity, he couldn't grasp this intention. Rao Quan's direct warning finally made him restrain himself. His chest heaved violently twice, and he obediently replied, "I will clean it up." The Bloodhunt Guild is known as one of the three great guilds. Its scale must be significant. What virtue or ability does Hua Yuan possess that makes him worth protecting by Rao Quan, even after showing his fangs? Hua Huai found it strange and couldn't figure out the reason right away. Leaving the cafeteria and walking in the corridor, she ran into Jin Jiayue. In her hand, she was carrying two computer mice. Hua Huai was surprised. "Whose mice did you unplug?" Jin Jiayue stuffed the two mice into her pocket and whispered, "Number 1s and number 2s. Those two guys have ill intentions. If they dare scheme against you, I have to scheme back." Hua Huai was stunned. "You didn't go to the cafeteria, how did you know they schemed against me?" Jin Jiayue explained, "You know I can hear sounds that you can't, right?" Those voices were discussing it very fiercely, revealing everything that happened to you in the cafeteria. While they are not in the room, it's the perfect time to unplug this thing. Of course, I'm not just going to unplug those two, I have to unplug everyone who poses a threat to you. Unfortunately, the pockets were too small, one pocket could only hold one mouse. To avoid attracting attention, she would have to make several trips. Hua Huai truly couldn't imagine the sight of a noble daughter stealthily unplugging someone else's mouse. But she had another question: when they leave the room, they should lock the door. "How did you get in?" Jin Jiayue took it for granted. "I had those guys open it for me. They are everywhere." Did those guys refer to the specters she couldn't see? The abnormal boss here is another specter entirely, why would it follow Jin Jiayue's commands? Hua Huai's confusion was written on her face. Jin Jiayue smiled and said, "Maybe I'm stronger than them. For now, I feel like they are quite obedient." Subsequently, Jin Jiayue unplugged the mice of the entire building, except for Yan Lian in number 19. As Jin Jiayue satisfactorily admired her masterpiece, someone downstairs roared. Who unplugged my mouse?" One after another. "My mouse is gone too." Which bastard did this? This outburst only lasted a few minutes. They quickly seemed to gain direction, rushing upstairs and stopping precisely outside room 29. The door to room 29 was tightly shut. Jin Jiayue stood in the corridor, looking at the visitors, number 4, number 9, number 12, number 14, number 20, and number 24. Number 12 was the first to ask, number 29, was it you who unplugged our mice? Number 4 followed, number 29, it must have been you who unplugged our mice. Number 9, you're trying to frame us, number 29. Number 20, without a mouse, we won't be able to make judgments tonight. You're going to kill us. Number 24, hand over the mice immediately. They clearly hadn't witnessed Jin Jiayue unplugging the mice, yet they were absolutely certain the mice were in her hands. The display of anger revealed a strong sense of being a false human. Like creatures wearing human skin, unsure how to act like humans, making them strange and grotesque. Jin Jiayue flatly denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof? Where I come from, slandering people without evidence gets you thrown in jail. They had no evidence, and hearing this made them furious. Number 9, open the door to the room, and we'll know once we look inside. Number 4, if it's a misunderstanding, we will apologize. Number 24 placed his hand on the doorknob and twisted it gently, the lock opened automatically. Before he could push the door open, Jin Jiayue said, entering my room without my permission is extremely rude. I wonder if you are often this rude and annoying, having lived this long. What's more, I am a girl. How can you, a grown man, trespass into a girl's room? That is hooliganism. Don't use shamelessness as your key to open doors, that is simply too thick-skinned. Jin Jiayue's tactic, using their own method against them, was executed beautifully. She didn't use any force, she just moved her lips and made those guys freeze in place. Even though the door was unlocked, they dared not push it open and enter. After a long stalemate, sweat beaded on their bodies. They seemed to be secretly competing with something, and ultimately they lost. They shifted their gaze, turned to Jin Jiayue, and said, we were rude. This matter shouldn't have been done by Miss Number 29. Now, whether Jin Jiayue did it or not was irrelevant. They were afraid of negative evaluations, just like players. Since they were using the skin of players, they naturally had to obey the players' game rules. Following closely behind those guys were Rao Quan, Hua Yuan, and Number 10. After watching the entire scene, Number 10 expressed her opinion, Number 30, you truly are extraordinary. The protagonist of the scene was Jin Jiayue, yet Number 10 said this to Hua Huai. She had already deduced that Jin Jiayue was Hua Huai's bound spectre. Information hive, despair. Although the intelligence of specters is unrelated to their level, most intelligent specters are high level. This was the experience gained by __32_3_3_ after playing the game for a long time. Since the bound spectre possessed this level of intelligence, her bound player must have suffered greatly when acquiring her. _26_ completely changed __32_3_3_s perception of her. __32_3_3_ did not linger, they had witnessed what just happened. Even if the mouse was genuinely in __32_5_s hands, they couldn't take it back. _27_ was the only one present who felt unwilling to concede. He yelled, without the mouse, we'll die tonight. Why aren't you angry? It wasn't that they weren't angry, but anger was useless. _3_32_ chuckled, do you want to go and snatch it from her? Go ahead, I won't stop you. His tone was utterly casual, like calling out to a dog. _27_ gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. I can't beat her, how am I supposed to snatch it? _3_32_ clearly wanted to enjoy his embarrassment, and he sneered, I'm not going. Anyway, I won't be the only one to die. None of you are worried, so I'm not worried either. He turned and left. Underscore 3 underscore 32 underscore underscore and underscore underscore 32 underscore 3 underscore also did not linger. During the remaining free activity time, they were extremely quiet. It was understandable that those wearing the underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore skins were quiet. Underscore 3 underscore 32 underscore underscore and underscore underscore 32 underscore 3 underscore were experienced underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 3 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 4 underscore 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 us, and they shouldn't have remained inactive. Underscore 27 underscore couldn't possibly wait obediently for death either. Night fell, and it was 7 o'clock again. Underscore 26 underscore sat in front of the underscore 25 underscore screen, displaying the number of remaining underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore just like the previous days. The entities occupying the player identities appeared on the screen, as expected. Their answers were quite exuberant, with an unnaturally positive attitude. The answers from the real underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore were completely different in style. Today, underscore 26 underscore could control the mouse and make judgments about the underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore. She selected underscore 32 underscore 2, 4, 9, and underscore underscore 32 underscore 5 underscore, but her hand movements stopped abruptly just as she was about to make the judgment. She recalled what had happened over the past few days, as well as the questions given each day. During the first 2 days of entering the underscore 2 underscore 32 underscore underscore, real underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore were required to make judgments. Yesterday, underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore were not required to make judgments. In reality, the underscore 25 underscore made the judgment itself, or rather, something else was controlling the underscore 25 underscore. Since those entities had brazenly given negative evaluations this morning, how could the final decision be determined by the underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore? Who would receive punishment tonight must have been determined long ago. Underscore 26 underscore, hesitating, moved the mouse over to underscore underscore 32 underscore 6 underscore. If nothing unexpected happened, regardless of who she chose or what judgment she made, she would fail, unless it was underscore underscore 32 underscore 6 underscore. But the game underscore 29 underscore stated that 5 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore needed to be selected. Was there a possibility that these 5 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore could be the same person tonight? Underscore 26 underscore clicked on underscore underscore 32 underscore 6 underscore twice, and sure enough, she could select them. In that case, this was the true solution for tonight. Underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore needed to select the person who had received negative evaluations from the underscore 9 underscore s, allowing the corresponding player to receive punishment. Today, only underscore underscore 32 underscore 6 underscore had received a negative evaluation from the underscore 9 underscore s, leaving underscore 26 underscore with no other choice. Selection successful. Submit. 5 identical cards flipped over, underscore underscore 32 underscore 3 underscore 0% accuracy. A line of data was then displayed. The number of underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore 32 underscore underscore who selected underscore underscore 32 underscore 7 underscore was 0. The next morning, underscore 26 underscore woke up earlier than her underscore 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 32 underscore 8 underscore underscore alarm. She sat down in front of the underscore 25 underscore to look at the question refreshed for the day. After thinking all night, she realized one thing. As time progressed inside the underscore 2 underscore 32 underscore underscore, the questions given became increasingly strange and dangerous. It seemed underscore 3 underscore 32 underscore underscore could understand the meaning of the questions before she did every time. As the danger intensified, she couldn't afford to be so passive, only barely understanding the situation after the danger had arrived. Click to view. The question for the 5th day is, have you ever felt despair? What did you do when facing despair? With yesterday's question in mind, _26_ quickly guessed what might happen today. Compared to yesterday, today was the real danger. Today's answer was still unimportant. She filled it out and submitted it, followed immediately by a refresh of data. _32_32_32__, who analyzed incorrectly last night, 0. _32_32_32_, who failed the quiz, 0. Total receiving punishment, 0. Remaining __32_32_32_ in the game, _32_32_ people, _32_, 2, 4. The data was exactly the same as yesterday, which was confusing. She looked toward the _23_ door. When the time reached 7 in the morning, the _23_ door opened automatically. In just a moment, a human face poked out from behind the door, flashing an extremely twisted smile. _32_7_, you're in the _23_. Let's go down to the _32_7_ together for a meal. This was the face of _32_8_22_. Even _22_ himself couldn't make such an expression. His body was hidden behind the door, only his head was sticking out. It's here. _26_ put her hands behind her back, and the rib bone dagger materialized in her palm. She slowly walked toward _32_8_. The door needs to open wider, or I can't get out. She tentatively reached out to pull, but a _32_6_ instantly stabbed toward her. _26_ quickly withdrew her hand. Today, this _2_32_ was going to make all the _32_ experience despair. These entities wouldn't kill the _32_, at least not during the free activity time. But they would plunge the _32_ into despair, making them unable to live or die. _32_8_ was using a player's identity, but its strength was astonishingly great in reality. Even the extremely dull _32_6_ could exert immense power in its hands. _26_ dodged sideways. _32_8_ lunged forward, and the _32_6_ landed on the _20_, immediately hacking out a gap. Taking advantage of the moment he was pulling out the knife, _26_ left the _23_ and ran into the corridor. _32_5_ was also busy. 4 was fighting her with a knife, and she grabbed 4's arm that held the knife. Comparing their strength, _32_5_ appeared to be at a disadvantage. Her face flushed red. How dishonorable. A big man using a weapon to fight a defenseless young woman. Because she entered the _2_32_ as a player, _32_5_ temporarily couldn't use her abilities as a specter. If they only competed in strength, _26_ was not their match either. She used the puppet ability to force 4 to let go. _32_5_ quickly ran to _26_'s side. Let's go. Her steps were very small. At this speed, she probably couldn't outrun the entities behind them. _26_ reached back and pulled her, trying to increase her speed. But it wouldn't work. If she went too fast, _32_5_ would fall. She looked embarrassed. I rarely used my legs to walk before. My skirt hems were very long, and I couldn't take big steps. The existence of her _32_3_ made it difficult for her to walk for long periods. Underscore 26 underscore couldn't blame underscore 32 underscore 5 underscore for this. Since running away was impossible, they had to find a way to deal with these entities. They were not underscore 32 underscore, so killing them would not violate the horror game underscore 29 underscore. In an underscore 32 underscore, even the most ordinary specters would not be low level. During the underscore 28 underscore 2 underscore 32 underscore 26 underscore was helpless against the underscore 2 underscore. Currently, she wasn't confident she could defeat 4 and underscore 32 underscore 8 underscore. All she could do was give it her absolute best. She hoped that 4 and underscore 32 underscore 8 underscore would be restrained by the underscore 2 underscore 32 underscore 29 underscore and continue to maintain their player disguises. The corridor was narrow. Underscore 26 underscore said to underscore 32 underscore 5 underscore, find a place to hide first. There are at least 4 more entities like this. Underscore 26 underscore meant that she intended to stop 4 and underscore 32 underscore 8 underscore by herself. A warm feeling flowed through underscore 32 underscore 5 underscore S heart. Binding with underscore 26 underscore was the result of her tempting underscore 26 underscore with benefits. She had never expected underscore 26 underscore to treat her kindly. Information Hive, live streaming room. Temporarily unable to use her eerie abilities, all Jin Jiayue could do was ensure she didn't drag Hua Huai down. As Jin Jiayue left via the stairs, a cutlery knife lunged toward Hua Huai's abdomen. She dodged sideways, the blade slicing through her pant pocket. The pink mobile phone slipped to the ground. Numbers 4 and 24 were completely oblivious, their eyes focused solely on attacking Hua Huai. Number 24 raised a foot, about to step on the mobile phone. That was the prop phone Hua Huai had purchased for 1 million, and it contained important data. It absolutely could not be crushed by number 24. As number 4 attacked, Hua Huai squatted down and rolled, perfectly evading the strike. Number 24's foot was about to land. Hua Huai quickly used her puppet ability, attempting to ensnare the mobile phone, but number 24 kicked it away. It slid to the corner at the other end of the corridor, resting at a 45-degree angle. It looked like they wouldn't step on the mobile phone now. The two figures swung their cutlery knives at Hua Huai. Because she was prone on the ground, the knives scraped sparks off the floor as she dodged, creating an extremely grating sound. Their movements were too fast. For the first few seconds, Hua Huai couldn't even stand up. When she finally caught her breath, she used a rolling motion to slide up to her feet. Simultaneously, she used her puppet ability on number 4, restricting number 4's movements for a short period. Unfortunately, the puppet ability could only target a single object, leaving number 24 free to move. To restrain number 4, Hua Huai had no time to worry about number 24. Hua Huai didn't know the level of these two guys. To ensure enough damage, she condensed a layer of black substance onto the rib bone dagger. It was Zhao Ling's corrosion ability. Without the slightest pause or hesitation, Hua Huai moved close to number 4 and raised the rib bone dagger. At that instant, the puppet ability failed on number 4, and number 24's cutlery knife slashed toward her shoulder. Judging by how quickly number 4 broke free, these guys should be around C rank. Dodging now would put her at a disadvantage. Dragging the fight out for too long would be detrimental to her. If the other guys heard the commotion and ran upstairs, she would truly be in danger. Once number 4 could move freely, it swung its knife at the closest range, stabbing toward Hua Huai's waist. She quickly seized number 4's wrist holding the cutlery knife. The black viscous substance rapidly climbed up, initiating corrosion. In the blink of an eye, number 4's wrist snapped off at the point of corrosion and clattered onto the floor. No blood flowed from the severed wrist, instead, a plume of black mist surged merrily. Oh dear, I've been found out. A grotesque expression emerged on number 4's face, and an eerie voice drifted from its throat. But before it could finish speaking, the rib bone dagger plunged into its throat, cutting off its words. The aura around number 4 rapidly weakened, and the puppet ability would not fail if used on it again. The cutlery knife behind her was only an inch away from Hua Huai. Using the puppet ability, she swapped positions with number 4. Because their body shapes were different, during the swap, the cutlery knife plunged below number 4's shoulder blade and sliced downward, carving a long wound. Putrid organs spilled out of the wound, radiating an eerie vitality. The series of actions was completed in an instant, so thrilling it made one's heart pound. Seeing that the target of the attack was wrong, number 24 immediately pulled out the cutlery knife and locked onto Hua Huai again. Number 4 was swaying, yet it still had the ability to move. Worst of all, Hua Huai heard movement coming from the stairs. It sounded like quite a few people were running upstairs. The stairs in this building were one way, and this floor was the top floor. Who would be crazy enough to run further upstairs? She couldn't stay here any longer. Hua Huai ran to the other side of the corridor at her fastest speed and picked up the mobile phone. Just as she was about to put it in her pant pocket, she realized the pocket was completely ripped and couldn't hold anything. It looked like she would have to put it back into the horror game key. Hua Huai flipped the mobile phone over, and with a casual glance, her gaze froze for 2 seconds. Wait, the mobile phone had automatically entered the live streaming page. Her live stream room now had nearly 100 viewers. Several bullet comments were floating across the screen. Wow, is this live stream room filming a short drama? It looks so exciting and realistic. The one-shot filming technique, the smooth, fluid movements, and not a single flaw in the items. It's absolutely amazing. Streamer, please tell us the name of the short drama. I absolutely must follow it. Hua Huai looked at it, her mind full of question marks. What the hell? Where did these viewers come from? This mobile phone was an item from the horror game world, and the comments posted by the viewers gave her a sense of returning to the real world. The number of followers in the live stream room was increasing. Hua Huai recalled that if the follower count reached 10,000, further permissions would be unlocked. An item that required 1 million to purchase should certainly have more than just basic functions. People rushed up the stairs and onto the corridor. There were 4 of them. They were numbers 12, 14, Yan Lian, and 19. Number 19 was the one who received the punishment last night, and he had also turned into one of those things. Yan Lian was standing with them, so why wasn't she being attacked? Her expression was wrong. She was just as manic as the others, staring fixedly at Hua Huai as if she wanted to gouge a piece of flesh out of her. Could it be that Yan Lian made a mistake in her analysis and was therefore punished? But the data on the computer this morning showed 0 relevant information. Hua Huai's head was a mess. She didn't know how many players were still alive today. She couldn't think about all that right now. If they attacked together, dealing with them would be too strenuous. Getting to the other end of the corridor and leaving via the stairs would also be extremely difficult. These guys had completely blocked the narrow corridor. Crossing them without getting hurt was something Hua Huai's current abilities couldn't achieve. Her gaze shifted toward the railing. It was a stepped building. If she jumped straight down, she would definitely land on the 6th floor. Those guys were gradually closing in. There was no time for hesitation. Hua Huai put the mobile phone in her mouth, gripped the railing with both hands, and with a push, suspended herself in midair. During her training at the Demon Guild, Xu Wenyao had taught her how to handle her posture when falling from a height to minimize danger. It was only the height of 1 floor, she could do it. Hua Huai steadied herself, let go just before the group lunged, and protected her vital areas according to the training instructions. Falling from this height, she only sustained minor scrapes on her arms. Not daring to linger, she quickly scrambled up and ran downstairs. From the 6th floor down to the 2nd floor, Hua Huai didn't see a single person. It wasn't until she entered the 1st floor that she inserted the wooden hairpin into her hair. As long as she wasn't touched by those things and didn't make a sound, they shouldn't be able to sense her location. Information hive, all-rounder. The best places to hide on the 1st floor are the back kitchen of the public canteen, the stalls in the public toilet, and the cabinets in the public Bathroom. Among these, the most complicated hiding area was undoubtedly the back kitchen of the public canteen. Clang. Metal utensils clashed, creating a loud noise. It came from the back kitchen. The sound attracted the attention of number 10 and number 9, who rushed toward the back kitchen. Hua turned sideways to let them pass, and upon seeing the numbers on their bodies, her expression froze slightly. Number 10's skin had also been taken over. She had left so calmly yesterday that Hua thought she had the ability to escape unscathed. Her mind was buzzing. If this was the case, how many genuine players were left in the dungeon today? Upon arriving at the back kitchen, she saw Rao Quan fighting number 20. A metal serving basin smashed onto number 20's head, and the immense force caused the opponent's head to cave in. Rao Quan, who had lost his mouse, was unharmed but exposed before this group of entities. The slightly open cabinet door showed that Rao Quan had originally been hiding in that spot. But for unknown reasons, his location was exposed, and he was reluctantly engaged by number 20. Fighting inevitably makes noise, especially a fight between a human and a wretched entity. Someone might lose an arm or a leg. Even Rao Quan could not afford to be careless when facing a wretched entity in an A-level dungeon. Hua wasn't very familiar with Rao Quan, and this was a good opportunity to observe him. Finding a safe area, Hua activated spectator mode and started live streaming on her mobile phone. So exciting, so exciting. So thrilling, so thrilling. This immersive first-person perspective makes my heart pound. When the streamer jumped down from that height just now, my heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat soaked my clothes. Is the person fighting now an important supporting character? They must be a member of the protagonist group. This person is truly strong. Smashing someone's head in with a metal basin is quite exaggerated. But it's just a short drama, it's all fake, so a bit of exaggeration is fine. I still love watching it, it's like a zombie movie. In the camera frame, Rao Quan was nimble and agile, turning anything in his hands into a highly lethal weapon. When dealing with just number 20, Rao Quan was relatively calm. When number 9 and number 10 entered the area, he frowned and delivered 2 heavy punches to number 20. They were called fists, but they were no less destructive than the metal basin. Those fists must have been made of iron, hitting number 20 so hard that black smoke streamed out of its mouth, as if it were about to kick the bucket. At any moment, number 9 and number 10 attacked Rao Quan simultaneously. The back and forth created a lot of noise, and it seemed like more entities were gathering here. Rao Quan rubbed his sore wrist and flashed a bloodthirsty smile. You bastard, grown wings, have you? How dare you attack me? Trying to use these guys to kill me? You underestimate me too much. Who else in this dungeon would dare to attack Rao Quan? Hua didn't have time to think deeply when suddenly something pushed her. Unprepared, she stumbled forward, crashing into a metal table with a grating noise. Number 20 was lying on the ground, and Hua tripped over it, nearly falling. Barely steadying herself, a hand gripped her ankle, and a blurred, distorted face showed a twisted smile. Got you, number 30. How did it know she was number 30? The invisibility failed. Her black hair fell loose, the wooden hairpin was gone. The entity that had just pushed her had conveniently taken the wooden hairpin. Hua quickly scanned her surroundings but saw no extra person. So, she wasn't the only one in this dungeon with the invisibility ability. If they both had invisibility, how was the opponent able to pinpoint her location? Could it be that the opponent's item ability was stronger than hers? She had no time to worry about anything else, she needed to resolve the current predicament. Rao Quan's presence made the situation feel even more dangerous than dealing with those entities. She was fully alert. Rao Quan sneered, "Little friend, we meet again. Your little brother has great ambition, wanting to kill all of us." Hua had initially thought it was Jin Jiayue, especially since there were at most 4 remaining players, and one of them was Hua Yuan. He was brought in by Rao Quan, so he shouldn't be attacking Rao Quan after Rao Quan protected him. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually reasonable. When had Hua Yuan ever cared about others' efforts? He probably only remembered Rao Quan publicly humiliating him, and a singular emotion of anger drove him to act and commit all sorts of irrational behaviors. Number 20 was barely breathing after being beaten by Rao Quan. A single kick from Hua Huai was enough to push it away. He's always been against me, so I'm not surprised he'd do this to me. She suddenly raised her lips. But you, being bitten by the evil dog you personally raised, does it taste good? Rao Quan dodged number 10's attack. The taste is certainly refreshing. Let's call a temporary truce, little friend. What's in front of us is more important now. The entities that ran up to the 7th floor must be coming back down now that they've lost their target. Entangling herself with number 9 and number 10 was not a good idea. Hua Huai turned and ran. You figure it out yourself. I won't let Hua Yuan reap the benefits. She had observed that the wooden hairpin was not in the back kitchen, nor had she heard the sound of it dropping. The wooden hairpin was a special item. Lu Yang's soul resided inside it, making it very important to Jin Jiayue. Any item could be lost, but not this one. Hua Yuan was slightly shorter than her, so he had more areas to hide than an adult. For example, the small cabinet beneath the sink could accommodate his body. What made Hua Huai uncertain was Hua Yuan's invisibility ability. She didn't know how long Hua Yuan's ability could last. If the free movement time ended and he still hadn't appeared, her search would be fruitless. In that case, she might as well use Hua Yuan's goal to make him come to her. Hua Huai only needed to find a good place to hide. The public bathroom had a bath pool. Embedded in the upper right corner of the bath pool was a huge storage cabinet, which had doors on the top and was open on the bottom, used for placing various bathing supplies. Number 24 walked into the public bathroom, scanned the area, and stopped at the small wardrobe near the entrance. It didn't rush to act, but politely asked, "Number 30, are you inside?" It came specifically to find her. Hua Huai made no sound, quietly watching as number 24's expression suddenly changed. It raised its hand and plunged a cutlery knife into the small wardrobe. It didn't open the cabinet door, it stabbed the knife directly into it. It gave the impression that the cabinet door wasn't made of wood, but paper. After stabbing for a long while, the cabinet door was riddled with holes. Seeming tired, it let out a long breath, opened the cabinet door, and said disappointedly, "Not inside." It instantly turned its head, staring at the storage cabinet in the upper right corner of the bathroom. Definitely there. It approached step by step, its distorted face close by. Don't think about running. None of you can escape today. I finally get a chance to unleash my nature, I can't let this opportunity go, hee hee. It slowly opened the door of the massive storage cabinet, and inside, it was empty. Information hive, pain. Hua Huai saw a hint of disbelief and stiffness on number 24's face. Number 24 murmured, "It's not here?" He looked around. There's nowhere else. Could it be? He quickly pulled aside the curtain next to the giant storage cabinet. It's not there either. It vanished into thin air. How boring. I'll go play with someone else. Number 24 was about to leave the public bathroom. Just as Hua Huai was about to sigh in relief, her 5 fingers gripping the curtain rod were pried open one by an invisible entity. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Hua Huai. What the hell? She was positioned very high up. For someone to be at that height and still have a free hand to pry open her fingers, the opponent was likely not human. Never underestimate the enemy, that was the first lesson Hua Yuan taught Hua Huai. She was overly familiar with Hua Yuan and subconsciously merged him with his past self. Therefore, she never considered that he might also possess a bound specter. The hand that let go of the curtain rod revealed the rib bone dagger in its palm. It was right beside her, something invisible should still be attackable. However, she couldn't touch the opponent at all, but the opponent could touch her. Only 2 fingers of her other hand were still clinging to the curtain rod. This couldn't continue. Hua Huai was forced to land. The curtain billowed, and number 24 instantly turned around, eyes wide, and said, "Number 30, you're really good at hiding, climbing so high like a monkey." A bound spectre cannot be summoned for a long period, and when the spectre is summoned, its owner cannot use the current spectre's ability. In other words, Hua Yuan must be visible at this moment. The moment she landed, black mud crawled all around, engulfing the entire public bathroom, and then began to contract toward the center. Number 24 curiously reached out and touched the black mud, which immediately emitted a corrosive hissing sound. His finger melted into the black mud, and a wisp of black smoke drifted from the wound. A strange cry came from the air, pain. So painful. It wasn't number 24 making the sound. Something was crashing wildly within the black mud's range. Whenever an area dented, the entity would let out a shriek. As its aura gradually weakened, a small, ugly, stick-like figure appeared out of thin air. The puppet ability restrained it. Hua Huai slowly approached, held out her hand, and said, "Wooden hairpin." The figure flickered, and the puppet ability seemed about to fail against it. Unexpectedly, after flickering for a moment, its body solidified again. It seemed its weakened aura made it difficult to release its inherent ability. Number 24 quickly walked over, and with every step, a cloud of black smoke drifted from his feet. It turned out the ground was already covered in muddy black mud. With every step, he sank into it, his body shrinking slightly as it was continuously devoured. By the time he reached Hua Huai, he was only a head, rolling forward, attempting to approach and use that face to instill panic in Hua Huai. Just as it was about to touch Hua Huai, she kicked it away. It sank completely into the black mud, devoured without a trace. Hua Yuan's bound spectre, upon seeing this scene, widened its eyes, got scared, and vanished immediately. Only Hua Huai remained in the public bathroom. The black mud gradually receded. The range of this corrosion ability was the limit of what she could currently use. And she would be unable to perform such a large-scale corrosion again in a short period. Bound specters differ from ordinary specters. When facing unbearable danger, they can retreat into their owner's horror game key to ensure temporary safety. This meant the wooden hairpin was now in Hua Yuan's hands. The immediate priority was to find Hua Yuan and make him hand over the wooden hairpin. The first floor was too vast. Hua Huai searched every area, not letting go of even the slightest narrow gap. There were still 6 entities disguised in player skins who could move freely. When Hua Huai moved, she had to carefully avoid them, saving time for searching. Until evening, Hua Huai still found nothing. She had searched all areas of the first floor but hadn't found Hua Yuan. If he had used the wooden hairpin's ability, finding him today would be impossible. Hua Huai passed the stairs entrance and seemed to hear someone running in the stairwell. Looking up, she realized she might have fallen into a misconception. Because the layout of the first floor was more complex, she had naturally assumed Hua Yuan must be hiding there. A book once said that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. In the stairwell, Jin Jiayue stared intently at Hua Yuan running ahead. Number 2, hand over the wooden hairpin. She could sense Lu Yang's aura. Hua Yuan wasn't running very fast, but the key was that Jin Jiayue was running too slowly to catch up. She could only try to use a fierce expression to make the opponent feel fear. However, since she was currently in the role of a player, maintaining a human appearance, she couldn't really look terrifying. Grit her teeth and chased hard, practically wanting to kill Hua Yuan right then and there. For Jin Jiayue, this pace was still too fast. She stumbled unexpectedly and nearly fell face-first, which would have marred her face. Hua Huai arrived shortly after and used all her strength to support her. "I'll go after him." Whether the wooden hairpin's ability had failed, or if it hadn't taken effect from the start, Hua Yuan's figure appeared in Hua Huai's line of sight. After steadying Jin Jiayue, Hua Huai took off, moving with swift and decisive speed. Hua Yuan noticed the person chasing him had switched to Hua Huai. He ran like he had seen a ghost, his legs pumping furiously. Although she was only a few years older than Hua Yuan, Hua Huai was about to show him that the older ginger is spicier. Hua Yuan's stamina was far inferior to Hua Huai's. After only being chased for 10 odd minutes, he was cornered. He looked at Hua Huai with some fear. What do you want? The rib-bone dagger pointed directly at Hua Yuan. Hand over the wooden hairpin. Her expressionless face and pitch-black pupils reflected Hua Yuan's figure. Hua Yuan snorted, about to turn and run again, when the rib-bone dagger flew out of her hand and embedded itself in the wall right in front of him. It was only an inch away, he nearly had his nose sliced off. Cold sweat beaded on him. He changed direction to run, but a leg blocked him and then bent at the knee, striking toward his abdomen. The strike landed true. Hua Yuan was in so much pain that cold sweat poured out, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Whoa, it hurts so much. He wept. Normally, at times like this, his parents would rush to his side and continuously comfort him. Even if it wasn't Hua Huai's fault, they would still push the blame onto her, press her head down, and force her to apologize. Unfortunately, the two people who used to dote on him so much could no longer rush to his side. Hua Huai's eyes were icy, and her voice was laced with frost. If it hurts, then you better remember it well. There'll be worse pain later. Compared to what you've done, this pain is insignificant. Hua Yuan had not yet entered puberty, so his overall strength could not compare to Hua Huai's. Moreover, Hua Huai trained diligently, and her strength had long surpassed her peers. After a few moves, Hua Yuan was beaten and completely unable to defend himself. The pain made Hua Yuan dizzy. He slowly realized that the attitude he used toward Hua Huai back in the Hua family did not apply here. Tears streamed down his face. He sniffled and said, "Jie, it hurts." Information hive, ants. Hua Huai's movements paused because of that call. She lowered her eyes to look at him, at the face that resembled hers by 50 or 60%, now displaying a pitiful expression. Gradually, a hint of smugness surfaced in his eyes. Sure enough, as long as he acted weak, he could make others feel soft-hearted. The moment the smugness appeared, a slap landed across his face, leaving 5 bright red marks. Hua Yuan was stunned by the hit, not understanding why Hua Huai had struck him again. Hua Huai grabbed his collar, and their eyes met. When I see you like this, all I think about is how you used to bully me in front of our parents. Not only can I not feel soft-hearted, but I also really want to beat you up. She raised her fist again, but just as it was about to fall, a large hand caught it. Rao Quan squatted beside the two of them, holding Hua Yuan by the back of his collar with his other hand. You can't keep hitting him, he'll die. Hua Huai pulled her hand back and wiped it on her trouser's leg as if it were dirty. It's none of your business. He tried to take your life, and you still want to protect him? Rao Quan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Yes, that's right. Hua Huai frowned, finding it hard to understand. He saved your life. Rao Quan thought carefully, then shook his head. No, he didn't. But as long as I'm here, his life belongs only to me. Ultimately, Hua Huai couldn't actually beat Hua Yuan to death in the dungeon, but she needed to retrieve the wooden hairpin. I don't care what's going on between you two, just tell Hua Yuan to hand over my wooden hairpin. If he didn't hand it over, Hua Huai wouldn't give up. Unexpectedly, Rao Quan glanced at the sky. It's almost 7 o'clock. We should hurry back to our rooms. He pulled Hua Yuan up and headed downstairs. There wasn't enough time to chase them, they had to return to the room first. Jin Jiayue stared darkly at the backs of the two leading figures. If looks could kill, those two guys would already be corpses. Hua Huai walked over and promised her, tomorrow, I will definitely get the wooden hairpin back from Hua Yuan. Jin Jiayue forced a smile, a dark shadow lingering in her eyes. I believe you. After all the players returned to their rooms, the computers displayed the players' numbers and their corresponding answers. Strangely, in the rooms where no players existed, the computers still lit up on time, and the cursor could still move across the screen on computers. Without a mouse. They uniformly selected numbers 4, 10, 12, 20, and 24, judged the results, and clicked confirmation. Following this, a voice came through the air, how useless. They were actually beaten until their souls scattered. Something laughed strangely. A few players in this batch are exceptionally strong. We can't entirely blame them. The 6th day. It's the 6th day already. What question should we come up with? It seemed that the questions for each day were made up on the spot. On the night of the 5th day in the dungeon, Jinjiayue naturally understood how to use a mouse, but she still needed some time to learn how to use the keyboard. Fortunately, answers could be entered via voice, allowing her to complete every round of questioning. As for how she knew about the voice input button, the surrounding sounds told her. The discussions of those fellows had not escaped Jinjiayue's ears at all. Since they hadn't thought of a question yet, she would give them one. The question for the 6th day: who is the person who once hurt you? Judging by the past few days, this question fits the style of the question setters. Digging up the players' inner fears, causing them to break down, beg for mercy, and finally fall into hell. Today's style is still too mild. You are restricted in your actions, limited by the skins of the roles you are playing. Why not use roles that touch their hearts more deeply, causing them to collapse from the inside out? Jinjiayue not only provided the question but also detailed the implementation plan for tomorrow. Just listening to it gave one a feeling of dread. Although the ideas were different, they could be used as reference. In the surrounding air, they laughed excitedly, anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. When hiding during the day, Hua didn't have a free hand to hold her mobile phone, so she temporarily stored it back inside the horror game key. Taking it out now, she found that the live streaming had never stopped. The number of people in the live stream room had been steadily rising, and her follower count had increased from single digits to triple digits. The bullet comments were floating across the screen. Were those scenes just now allowed to be broadcast? So bloody, so exciting. I checked, and couldn't find any related short dramas. Could it be that this is specially broadcast via live streaming? It's quite novel, and the special effects are very realistic. Looks like they invested a lot. Hua swiped to close the live streaming, waited 2 minutes, and re-entered. Holy cow, why was it a black screen for 2 minutes? Did I lag? +1, me too. +2, me too. Without closing the live streaming, she put the mobile phone back into the horror game key. She waited 2 minutes and took it out again. Why isn't the screen moving? This playback rhythm for a short drama won't do. Are the actors spacing out? Get moving, next scene. Hua swiped the screen and closed the live stream room. Through testing, she understood that as long as the mobile phone's live stream room was open, it could still stream even when stored inside the horror game key. This way, it was quite convenient. She would be resting soon. There was no need to live stream such boring footage. She would start the live streaming again tomorrow morning. The next day arrived, and Hua casually opened the live stream room. Sitting in front of the computer, looking at today's question, she felt a vague sense of unease in her heart. Sure enough, this unease was quickly proven right. The memories deep within her heart seemed to be drawn out. Her hands rested on the keyboard, involuntarily typing the true answer. The room door was pushed open. The sun was bright outside, yet its light couldn't reach inside this building. Someone wearing high heels was pacing in the corridor, and the sound of flipping magazine pages was clearly audible. Why are you sleeping in again? You should get up and make breakfast. The whole family is waiting for you. Your father still has to go to work. Hurry up. What? What was going on? Hua walked out of the room and saw that the corridor outside had completely changed, becoming the old building she was familiar with. The Hua family home's entire layout was exactly the same as in her memory. In this home, Jiang Yanhe and Hua Yingxiao were still harsh toward her, but Hua Yuan was nowhere to be seen. How bizarre. Did they want to awaken the fear deep inside her, or perhaps negative emotions? From the moment she left the Hua family, she would no longer be disturbed by these emotions. Moreover, after leaving the Hua family and experiencing so much, the emotional impact they had on her had already been greatly weakened. In fact, some things she used to feel wronged about were gradually fading from her mind. After becoming powerful herself, she felt like she was standing high above, looking down upon them. How to put it? It was like all living beings were ants. Hua Huai walked up to the main door, attempting to leave the Hua family home. The sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out behind her. Knowing Jiang Yanhe's temperament, she should be coming over to drag her and forcefully make her cook. She let out a cold snort through her nose and decisively pulled open the door to walk out. In that instant, white light enveloped her vision. When it cleared, she was back in the Hua family home she was familiar with. The indoor furnishings were identical to how they had been moments ago. Information hive, ghostly wall. For some reason, it felt eerily familiar. Let's just call it a ghost wall. Jiang Yanhe stood a few steps away, reaching out to touch her. Hua Huai yanked open the door behind her and stepped through. White light flooded her sight again, blinding her. When it cleared, she was still in the Hua family compound. Fine, definitely a ghost wall. Jiang Yanhe seized her arm and dragged her to the stove. Getting bold, are we? Too good to take orders now? The shrill voice drilled into her ears, feeding Hua Huai's irritation. What on earth were these two things in front of her? A bag of ingredients landed beside her, the reek of blood thick enough to make her gag. Hua Huai tore it open, a mess of flesh. You could barely call it pork, and the blood hadn't even been drained. She shook the bag, human fingernails tumbled out, stuck to the mince, assaulting her eyes. The bag had been tossed at her as ingredients. Link it to the word ingredients and even Hua Huai's stomach churned. She hoisted the bag and hurled it at Jiang Yanhe. Where'd you get this rotten meat? Want food poisoning? No way was she touching that ingredient. Mince splattered across the floor, staining Jiang Yanhe's clothes, giving her an even more horrific aura. Hua Yingxiao lounged on the sofa, flipping through a fashion magazine. His job demanded he stay current, sharpening his eye for style. He snapped the magazine shut, face dark. What did I teach you? Wasting food now? From behind his back he drew a bamboo strip reserved exclusively for Hua Huai. Whenever displeased, Hua Yingxiao would produce that strip. This one was thicker, looking able to flay skin in a single lash. Hua Huai didn't move, she was busy solving today's problem. First rule, she wouldn't bow to fear and obey these two. If terror drowned her will, she'd never live to see nightfall. The door was useless, beyond it lay the same room. Was she meant to face the fear head-on and kill them herself? For most people, quite the challenge. Those two faces alone were enough to knot her chest. Hua Yingxiao stepped closer, bamboo strip raised, puppet threads laced his body. Her fingers twitched, bending him into an impossible shape. This spirit's rank wasn't low. The threads couldn't shred it outright. The rib bone dagger flashed in her palm, black mud coating it. She slid forward, vaulted off the fridge, and drove the blade into the spirit's chest. Black smoke gushed from the wound, corrosion crawled over the spirit's body. Once its aura weakened, her puppet ability reactivated, shredding it clean. The thing wearing Jiang Yanhe's skin gaped as its companion vanished. Why aren't you afraid? It stammered. One laughed. Hua Huai stared coldly. Before I touched this world, yes, I was terrified. Sometimes I scare myself. I've replayed this scene in my head thousands of times. I used to fantasize they'd finally look at me, treat me better. When they failed, brutal thoughts bloomed, punish them, make them feel my pain. They never met my hopes, so the idea grew, only morality kept it caged. Bottled too long, anyone can snap, normal, right? Especially here, in the horror game, they're just enemies. Hesitate with enemies and you're cruel to yourself. The past 12 years had been ruthless enough, the rest of her life would be kinder, starting with herself. Stuck in the same nightmare were Rao Quan and Hua Yuan. Rao Quan pushed open a door and stepped into rubble. There stood the person he longed to see most. One glance froze him, his heart pounded out of control. Tears welled, emotion swelling his skull, every instinct screaming to embrace the figure. A hoarse cry tore from his throat, "Grandpa!" On the ruins, a hunched scavenger who had given him all his love. Before he could rush forward, a ragged teen, maybe 17, shouted, "Old man, know the rules? This turf is ours." The old scavenger leant on his cane. "I've picked here for years, never heard it belong to anyone." The youth sneered. "Now you have. Scram!" He turned to Rao Kwan. "Take your grandpa and beat it, and drop the goods." Here, people were ranked high to low. At the very bottom, there were further rungs. They were the lowest of the low, an old man and a child easy prey. Weakness meant no voice, no matter who was right. Back then Rao Kwan didn't understand, he tried to reason with malice, to correct their wrongs. Truth was, they knew right from wrong, it just paid to ignore it. He could talk till his tongue bled, they wouldn't hear a word. If that were all, he wouldn't be here now. Prolonged cruelty eroded their limits, seeing the easy targets, they pressed harder, stealing every scrap. His grandpa, frail and aging, suffered twice over. Rao Kwan had knelt in the dust, begging for mercy at their feet. They turned it into sport, laughing while they humiliated him. Those grins, devilish, still circled his mind. Veins throbbed at his temples, blood pressure spiked. Another second and he'd drown in memory, just what the dungeon wanted. He lifted his gaze, icy eyes locking on the teen. Real or not, he'd never let these bastards go. Because of them his grandpa died, and his world lost color, turning monochrome. A four-fingered gauntlet sheathed his right hand, he closed the gap and smashed his fist with everything he had. Information hive, jumping off a building. Just as in Rao Kwan's memory, the boy wasn't alone when he appeared. He had a whole gang, all about his age and no better than he was. Well, birds of a feather flocked together. Kid, kneel and kowtow and we might be kind enough to let your grandpa scavenge here for a day. They spat the words like a favor, who did they think they were? Emperors? Young as he was, Rao Kwan still caught the insult and contempt in it. The leader dropped in front of them, a four-fingered gauntlet buried in the boy's skull, then yanked free. The rest surrounded Rao Kwan, ready to strike. Hua Yuan stepped out of the room and slipped into a pitch-black alley. It hadn't happened long ago, of course he remembered this alley. The unnatural silence set his heart racing. Suddenly he heard wind behind him and instinctively sensed danger, dodging aside. Clack! A brick split in half beside him. Hua Yuan swallowed hard, that brick had nearly smashed his skull. He'd used bricks before, he knew the damage they could do. With no light around, staying here was deadly. He looked toward the mouth of the alley, there was light there. He bolted for it, but just as he was about to exit, a hand seized his collar and hauled him deeper into the darkness. Help! Panic cracked his voice. A ghostly whisper breathed at his back, help? You murdering devil, and you dare cry for help, beg others to save you. You belong in hell. Stay still and let me finish you. Hua Yuan recognized the voice, Stone's mother. He didn't want to die, he'd survive by any means. He spun with all his strength and sank his teeth into the arm. But he forgot this was a dungeon, normal attacks don't hurt specters. The hand never wavered, dragging him onward. Hua Yuan fumbled in his pocket and found a wooden hairpin. He'd tested it last night, neither Hua Huai nor Jin Jiayue could use the hairpin they so desperately wanted back. No time to think, he stabbed the specter's hand, this time it shrieked and let go. Apparently, as an item the wooden hairpin could wound specters. Without hesitation he sprinted for the mouth of the alley. This time he made it out only to despair as stepping out of the alley brought him right back into it. He couldn't leave, he was trapped in the black alley. His breath came in ragged gasps, real terror now. He would have to keep dodging specter attacks inside this endless alley. He'd summoned his bound specter yesterday, he couldn't call it again today. His items were few and useless here, dodging was his only option. As if to magnify his fear, the specter didn't grab him but started hurling bricks. One landed at his feet, splitting beside his trouser leg. Another clipped his sleeve and shattered on the ground. A third flew straight at his head, on target, certain to kill. Tears and snot streaming, Huayuan shrieked and ducked, the brick whistling past. In the dark he was blind, utterly passive. Panic spread, he had no idea where the next brick would come from or where it would hit. He fled in blind disorder, no plan, no way out. Every second in that terror was agony. The psychological torture didn't last long, a piercing shriek split the air, damned devil, go to hell. A fiercer gust than ever bore down, Huayuan collapsed, nowhere to run. At the last instant a big hand clamped his arm and hauled him to safety. The blast grazed his ear, slamming bricks into the wall with a deafening roar. From the sound, at least 10 bricks had hit, the whole wall shook. Huayuan caught the stench of the man beside him and heard, so dumb and you still plot against others? Go to school first, at least crack the top 10. You could have used your bound specter to protect yourself, but you harmed others and lost your own safety net. It was Rao Quan. Huayuan said nothing, showing no remorse. Rao Quan disposed of the alley specter and led Huayuan out. They couldn't leave the alley so soon, they ended up back where they started. Huayuan cowered behind Rao Quan, letting him lead the way. They threaded through alley after alley 30 repetitions until they finally reached the corridor. Night had fallen without notice, every door in the building stood open. Dim lights glowed in each room, every computer humming as though people still lived here. No need to check the sky, they knew it was past 7 p.m. They'd broken the dungeon rule, return to your room on time. Once you're late, going back is useless, if the doors lock and won't open, you're dead. Rao Quan gritted his teeth. Stick close if you want to live. Huayuan knew nothing of an A-level dungeon's lethality, but Rao Quan had saved him twice, trust grew. He nodded. I'll stay right behind you. Just then Huai broke through to the corridor, saw the dark sky, and swore. She looked back, the rooms gaped like monstrous mouths. Over the railing she spotted Rao Quan and Huayuan on the corridor. They, too, had missed curfew, stuck in the same plight. A rip tore open in front of them, they stepped through and in the next instant stood outside the building. Huai stared, that looked like spatial teleportation. Before she could think, Jin Jiayue popped up and grabbed her wrist. We have to get out of this building now. With no time to spare, hesitation was fatal. Their floor was too high, jumping straight down was suicide. As they reached the stairs the surroundings began to ripple, walls, floor, ceiling turned soft and spongy, every step sinking like cotton, reality. Gone. The stairs twisted, shapeless, one more step and you'd fall through. Huai decided on the spot, no good, we can't use the stairs. At the railing she said, I'm jumping from here, coming with me? Still in her player role, Jin Jiayue could barely run, let alone leap a full floor. Jin Jiayue replied, leaving this building means leaving what you call the dungeon zone, I can switch identities. Information hive, unbinding. What? Huai froze for a second, Jin Jiayue had already vanished before her eyes. Forget it, no time to think. She jumped once yesterday, so she already had a feel for the height. Clinging to the railing mid-air, she calmly plotted where to land. On the 6th floor the floor turned almost spongy, wherever her hands or feet touched felt glued down, pulling long sticky strands when she struggled. Up. Speed up. To keep from getting stuck, Huai coated her skin with a layer of corrosion that repelled the goo. She could still move, at least for now. Descending floor by floor, she reached the 3rd floor where the railing had gone so soft it felt ready to melt, there was nothing solid to grip. 2 more jumps and she'd be out of the building. With nothing firm to push off, she drove the rib-bone dagger into the mushy railing, needing almost no resistance, and slid down fast. A hair-raising moment, the 2nd floor wasn't nearly sticky like the ones above, the ground had liquefied completely, letting anything sink at the slightest pressure. The whole structure was softening, like a sweet left to rot and melt. No, she could not get pulled in. Gambling everything, Huai caked her hands with thick corrosion and vaulted from the 3rd floor straight out of the building. Just before she hit the ground, a pair of arms caught her. Because she'd left the dungeon, Jin Jiayue reverted to her specter identity. Huai glanced back, the building's layout matched the dungeon's name. Narrow at the top, wide at the base, every lit room looked like cells of a half-buried honeycomb. Today she had broken through exactly 30 rooms, one for each cell. The specters inside were like bees in a hive, players had to exterminate every last one to clear the stage. But her strength had limits, she'd failed to clear it in time. Thinking back, the rule about judgment at night applied not only to players but also to the hive's bees. Even if the players couldn't judge, those things still held the right to decide. Jin Jiayue pulled her back to the moment. I can sense the wooden hairpin, let's move. Yesterday Hua Huai had promised she'd retrieve the hairpin from Hua Yuan today. Unexpectedly everything had gone sideways and all of them were ejected from the dungeon. Now a specter again, Jin Jiayue didn't bother running on two legs. In a blink Hua Huai saw Rao Quan and Hua Yuan. They stood in a street where a cold wind scattered trash in spirals. Jin Jiayue's long hair lifted, giving her a dark, flamboyant aura. Setting Hua Huai down, she swept a hand and the modern surroundings peeled away, ancient trees shot up and a monster scuttled to Hua Yuan's feet. Hua Yuan looked down, almost stopped breathing in fright, and kicked frantically to shake the monster off. Panicking, he shouted, "You've changed clothes, but I remember you, number 29. Even someone slow like Hua Yuan realized Jin Jiayue was a specter. A player's bound specter can't kill players either. Do you want Hua Huai to suffer backlash? The monster stayed motionless while Jin Jiayue opened a hand. Hand over the hairpin and I'll let you walk away. Since yesterday she and Hua Huai had chased this wooden hairpin, could the thing be something special? If it was a priceless item, there was no way he'd return it. After all, they couldn't kill him. Rao Quan was here too, he'd protected him many times, he wouldn't stand by now. With a cold snort Hua Yuan refused to produce the hairpin. Finally out of patience, Jin Jiayue rolled her eyes, the monster zipped up Hua Yuan's body and opened its jaws at his throat. One bite and he'd be dead for sure. The Rao Quan he counted on did nothing, facing death, every breath felt like inhaling ice shards. Hua Yuan couldn't understand why Rao Quan wouldn't save him this time. Those icy eyes watched his impending death without a flicker. He was nothing but an expendable ant in Rao Quan's balance of values. Tears of primal terror burst out, yet death didn't come. Zhao Ling had grabbed the monster and, as if punting a ball, booted it 100 meters away. Eyes dark, he said to Jin Jiayue, for someone you care about you throw Hua Huai's life away? Thinking yourself clever, you scheme against everyone. If all you care about is your own gain, get lost now. Jin Jiayue offered no defense, she'd already prepared for the worst when she set the questions inside the dungeon. The 30 rooms had appeared precisely to stall the players, making it almost impossible to clear the stage in time. That wooden hairpin housed Lu Yang's soul, it wasn't an ordinary item and wouldn't vanish when a player died. Inside the dungeon Hua Huai would fear backlash and never deliver a fatal blow to Hua Yuan. So as long as Hua Yuan clung to the hairpin, Hua Huai could do nothing. Special circumstances called for special solutions. The cleanest answer was for Hua Yuan to die inside the dungeon. But someone had intervened, so she would have to kill him herself. No one was more important than Lu Yang. For Lu Yang she would do anything. When the monster opened its mouth at Hua Yuan's neck, Hua Huai knew Jin Jiayue truly meant to murder him. She cared nothing for Hua Huai, despite the promise to retrieve the hairpin. The day wasn't over, the deadline still held. From start to finish Jin Jiayue had never trusted her. Bound as her specter, Hua Huai had thought they could at least be friends, how naive. If Hua Yuan died here, the game rules would unquestionably backlash against her. She fought tooth and nail to stay alive, yet Jin Jiayue valued that life as trash. A bound specter like this? She didn't want it. Player has initiated termination of the bound specter Jin Jiayue. Confirm? The instant Hua Huai spoke, Jin Jiayue sensed it and cried, no. I'll be sent back to Jin Manor, I can't. Jin Jiayue didn't belong to this timeline, once unbound she would snap back to her original era and location. The Boudoir Pavilion dungeon would collapse without her, then reboot once she returned to Jin Manor. She would be gone, but the wooden hairpin and item would remain here. which meant she and Liu Yang would be parted forever. Information hive, winning hearts and minds. Hua didn't know any of that, nor did she have time to worry about where the unbound specters would go. Since Jin Jiayue didn't care about her life, why should she care about Jin Jiayue? But before she broke the bond, she would take the wooden hairpin back from Hua Yuan. It was a promise she'd made, so she would keep it. Thanks to Jin Jiayue's earlier scare and Rao Quan's refusal to protect him, Hua Yuan now looked like a terrified rabbit, eyes wide. When you've got no one at your back, you have no bargaining chips. Even a fox needs a tiger behind it to bluff. Hua stepped closer, voice soft and coaxing. Hua Yuan, we're family, bound by blood. Nothing can change that. Rao Quan saved you only because you're useful to him. But the moment your value doesn't match what he spends, he'll toss you aside. You saw it yourself, he didn't lift a finger just now. I'm different. We've lived together for years. Haven't I always indulged you? Because you're my little brother, I kept telling myself I mustn't be angry with you. When they were very small, Hua Yuan had once earnestly called her big sister, eyes bright and innocent, smile pure. Everyone is born a blank sheet of paper. It all depends on who picks up the brush and what colors they choose. A big sister is someone you can lean on, at least more than a stranger. Come to me, all right? From today on, Hua would play a game called Heartstrike. For Hua Yuan, simple death would be too light a punishment. Hua Yuan's resolve wavered as he weighed whom to trust, Hua or Rao Quan. Rao Quan never cared about his feelings, ordering him around at will, mood unpredictable. Truthfully, he was a little afraid of Rao Quan. Back in the Hua family, Hua Yuan had support and could act however he pleased. Now, facing Hua alone and fresh from a beating, he couldn't help feeling timid, unable to act rashly. Yet Hua had survived this A-level dungeon and bound an astonishing number of specters. And they shared blood, returning to her side gave him an inexplicable sense of safety. At this moment, Hua Yuan completely forgot they were supposed to be at each other's throats. Seeing him hesitate, Rao Quan sneered. Quite the silver tongue. You're really buying it? Hua Yuan's hesitation already meant he was leaning her way. To keep Rao Quan from swaying him, Hua pressed on. No matter what, you know me far better than you know Rao Quan. The moment you hand me the hairpin, I'll take it as you agreeing to come back to me. She was 90% sure Hua Yuan would walk over on his own. People usually choose the option that feels easier to control. It didn't take long, Hua Yuan produced the hairpin, wavering. You can't hit me anymore. Hua didn't agree. Depends on what you do. He clenched the hairpin, weighed his options, then fixed his gaze on her and compromised. Then you can't hit me for no reason. The fact he was willing to compromise showed how deeply Rao Quan had scared him. That condition she could accept, she nodded. Fine. The hairpin landed in Hua's hand. Hua Yuan hid behind her, not daring to look at Rao Quan or Jin Jiayue. Rao Quan regarded him coldly. Hope you won't regret this. Space tore open, Rao Quan stepped through and vanished from Jin Jiayue's illusionary realm. Hua held the hairpin out to Jin Jiayue. Take it. I owe you nothing. She had kept her word. Jin Jiayue stared, regret surfacing in her heart. Used to scheming alone, Jin Jiayue had never learned to trust, and it had cost her everything. She had never knelt to anyone except her parents, but she knew she'd done wrong. They say a man's knees are worth gold. I'm a woman, my knees aren't that precious. She dropped to them at once. I'm sorry. Don't make me leave. She had bound herself to Hua because she saw potential in her. Jin Jiayue sensed that if she let Hua go, she'd never find anyone like her again. In her heart, after Liu Yang came Hua. As long as Liu Yang wasn't threatened, she would protect Hua through every dungeon. A noble daughter on her knees, willing to humble herself just to stay by her side. Hua's head throbbed with anger. Why? Jin Jiayue's face was pale as she looked up. I once heard that the people who enter our world come from another, they call our world a game dungeon. And those people are players. Players, like us, vary in strength. When the time is right, we can choose one to leave this world with. Of course, that's not the main goal. The point is, when a player becomes the strongest, a miracle occurs. I don't know what that miracle is. I've never met a truly powerful player. But I believe that anything called a miracle must be able to do what's normally impossible. My wish is to bring Liu Yang back to life. However foolish it sounds, I want to gamble on it. Punish me any way you like, just don't send me back to Jin Manor. Her obsession ran so deep it seemed she existed only for Liu Yang. In the boudoir pavilion dungeon, Jin Jiayue had spared her again and again, not out of mercy, but to test whether she could become something extraordinary. From the start, Jin Jiayue's goal had been crystal clear. So humbled, Jin Jiayue left Hua Huai's anger stuck in her throat. From now on, will you trust me? Jin Jiayue answered solemnly, I will. As though taking an oath, from this day on, you're as important as Liu Yang. I'll trust you unconditionally. Zhao Ling's fury matched Hua Huai's. Coldly he said, if you break that trust, I'll scatter your soul to nothing. It was clear Zhao Ling was furious with Jin Jiayue. She lowered her head in surrender. I won't fail again. With the matter settled, Zhao Ling's anger eased Hua Huai's own. Having someone automatically smooth things for her filled her with a warm happiness. She couldn't stay mad if she tried. To leave the horror game world, Hua Huai had to find a new dungeon to replace her current mission. Experience told her the location wouldn't be hard to find, the hard part was finding one of a slightly lower level. Jin Jiayue lifted the illusionary realm, the street reappeared, trash rolling in the gloomy wind, everything looked desolate. Specters wandered the street, craning their necks in search of food. The living scent of Hua Huai and Hua Yuan drifted into their nostrils, exciting them. Before they could act, a thick smell of blood wafted through the air, drawing the specters away toward its source. Information Hive, Retrospection. Fourth evening in the Information Hive dungeon, 6:50 p.m. Yan Lian finished washing up in the public bathroom and was heading back to her room, waiting for 7 o'clock to arrive. Just as she reached the 5th floor, No. 19 ran toward her, face twisted in panic. Sis Yan, the mouse in my room is gone. It was definitely still there before dinner. No. 19 knew what fate awaited him tonight. Telling Yan Lian was his way of asking her to check whether her own mouse had vanished as well. Yan Lian opened her door, where the mouse had lain was now empty. Did Hua Huai tell No. 29 to do this? Yan Lian quickly dismissed the idea. If it had been No. 29, he could have yanked hers when he took _27_s and the others this morning. There was no need to strike again near dusk. And with Qiao Qixing's description of Hua Huai in mind, she had no reason to suspect her. Most likely, a player who'd already lost his mouse had sneaked in while they were out and pulled hers free. Looking upward, whoever had taken it, No. 29's room definitely held spares. But Yan Lian didn't intend to go upstairs. What No. 19 had said outside the __28__ earlier had touched her, she couldn't bear to watch him die. Yet, holding that thought, she clung to her own life even tighter, forever teetering on the edge of choice. It wasn't fear of death, she simply couldn't bear to die. She believed she could climb higher, that she had a chance to stand atop the horror game. Now that her mouse had been stolen, the choice had been made for her. With 7 o'clock nearing, hesitation was a luxury she couldn't afford. Yan Lian decided, head for the 2nd floor now. She had seen how powerful an A-level dungeon boss could be. They had to get out of this building before they broke the law of slaughter. No. 19 didn't understand, yet like a soldier he asked no questions, sprinting after Yan Lian toward the 2nd floor. Seconds bled away, the stairs beneath No. 19 swam until he felt dizzy, the steps seeming endless. Or rather, the staircase truly had no end. Through his haze he heard Yan Lian shout, jump straight down. No. 19 jolted, pupils flaring, heart hammering against his ribs. Moments ago something had clouded his mind. An endless staircase, and he hadn't found it strange in the least. Yanlian waited at the stairwell. Time was almost up and he couldn't waste another second. Following her order, he leapt in one burst from the height he stood to the landing. This was the second floor. Over the railing lay freedom from the dungeon. No. 19 landed safely and called out, "Sis Yen." Yanlian's eyes rolled back milk-white, her mouth split to her ears, bearing rows of gleaming teeth. Terror twisted No. 19's face, his eyes bulged, a wave of dread crashing through him, body turning numb. He tried to scream, but horror clogged his throat, sealing all sound. Run! Suddenly a hand seized his wrist from behind, dragging him the opposite way. The figure waiting at the stairwell hadn't been the real Yanlian. The one hauling him now was. In a fleeting glance he saw the room numbers _28_27, 28, the 7th floor. They'd been racing downward, and he clearly remembered jumping, yet here they were on the 7th floor. They'd ended up on the 7th floor after all. Yanlian explained, "We still ran out of time." She looked past the railing. Dare to jump from here? This was the 7th floor. Jumping meant death or worse, crippling injury. But his life was forfeit tonight. Yanlian had just flung him a lifeline. What did he have left to fear? Firmly he answered, "I dare." Yanlian, good. I'll count to 3, then we jump together. 1, 2, 3. At the word they vaulted the railing, kicking hard to hurl their bodies clear of the building. Technique was vital, each corridor was set like a terrace, one misstep and they'd still land inside. Yanlian was lithe and trained relentlessly, mastering such moves was routine for her. Clearing the building posed little difficulty for her. The problem was No. 19, as a man he was heavier and his training time short, leaving him clumsy with technique. Knowing this, Yanlian gripped his arm, sprang upward, and stamped hard on his shoulder, kicking him clean out of the building. For every action an equal reaction, No. 19 plummeted faster while Yanlian hung suspended for seconds. In that instant she saw the building's exterior rooms like honeycomb cells breeding young bees, crouched over computers, twisting into eerie smiles as they pointed and laughed at the humans below. So this was the information hive. The next moment the doors of punished players' rooms burst open and countless data cables surged out. They flailed like claws, racing to strike Yanlian before she escaped the dungeon's bounds. Mid-air offered no leverage, evasion was impossible. Fortunately, as an A-level player she held a trump card. Before the cables could touch her, a green vine whipped around her body and yanked her beyond the dungeon's boundary. The cables struck an invisible barrier, rebounded, and shrank back into the rooms. She dared the 7-story plunge because she owned a bound specter whose power was vines. The vines wove a cushion on the ground. No. 19 landed safely, unscathed. Sadly her bound specter was only C-level, no match for an A-level dungeon's abnormal boss. Leaving the dungeon was the riskiest thing she had done since entering the horror game. President Ran Ping had told her how perilous the horror game world was, where abnormals roamed and ordinary low-level players faced certain death. To survive you needed strength, plentiful items, and powerful bound specters. The stronger they were, the longer you could stay. And even that longer depended on luck. Run into a high-level abnormal you couldn't beat and you might not even get the chance to flee. With only a C-level bound specter, leaving the dungeon area would be a struggle. But the die was cast, she would tread into the horror game world and see just how different it truly was. Information Hive, Rescue. Far from the Information Hive dungeon zone, Yanlian and No. 19 stood on the street. They hadn't realized how closely the horror game world resembled the real one. It had the same high-rises, broad streets, street lamps glowing faintly, billboards standing on the curb. The only difference was the gloomy sky, so heavy it looked ready to pour at any second. Scattered along the pavement were dried limbs and bones, festering scraps of flesh hung from branches where lush leaves should have been. Bang! A loud crash rang out nearby. A specter draped over the traffic light yawned, lost its balance, and slammed to the ground. Unfazed, the specter twisted its head a full 180 degrees back into place and swaggered toward the pair. Outside dungeons, specters need no human disguise, they keep their raw, original forms. This one's abdomen was a wreck, burst open as if crushed, organs spilling out and swinging at its waist. Ran Ping had warned, if you must leave a dungeon and your strength is limited, avoid fighting specters at all costs. The horror game world is thick with them, battle noise draws more from every direction. The best move is to find the next active dungeon fast and stay safe inside. Right now, that meant one thing: run. The specter wasn't about to let its meal escape. It strode forward, pulled out its own intestines, tied a lasso, and flung it like a rancher's rope. It seemed to have endless gut. Even after 10+ meters there was no sign of it stopping. Yanlian reacted fast, well-trained, she dodged and dragged No. 19 into a narrow alley. Standing there in the open, they'd be spotted the moment the thing reached the mouth of the alley. Just steps away, the side gate of a small courtyard stood ajar. No. 19 pointed. Sis Yen, in there. They slipped inside. The gut-lassoed specter passed the alley without noticing them. They exhaled, then heard a creak behind them. A steady, rhythmic scraping. They turned. A big tree stood in the yard, a swing hanging from it, swaying gently. The swing was empty. Why was it moving on its own? Before the question could settle, a face popped up right in front of Yanlian. Hee, since you're here, sit a while before you go. We're very hospitable. If we don't offer you dinner, I'll feel terrible. The specter's voice rasped like a rusted saw on wood, setting their teeth on edge. Hospitality in a place like this? More likely they were the main course. Yanlian realized there was no safe corner in the horror game world. Specters were everywhere, escape one and the next appeared instantly. Look at the drool dripping from its grin, it already pictured them on a platter. Sometimes events ignore what you want. Yanlian wished to avoid battle, the specter had other plans. Vines burst from the ground and lunged to strangle it. For a single second the tendrils held, then snapped like thread. This specter's rank was high, only by calling her bound specter could Yanlian stand a chance. TCH, should have let me out sooner. Kids these days bite off more than they can chew. A work coat-clad, stubbled uncle materialized out of thin air. A farm spade over his shoulder, mud-caked rubber boots, fresh from the fields. His muscular arm swung the spade, shearing off half the specter's skull. Of course, the fight was far from over. The creature felt its bare head. My head, where's my head? On the ground the half-head, eyes still attached, glared at its attacker. So cold. You nasty people. Its voice rose to a shriek. Dad. Mom. Someone's bullying me. Yanlian. This yard held more than one monster. Under its cry the surroundings turned even colder. Even the stubble-faced uncle, her bound specter, felt a chill that wanted to become cold sweat. The kid was only slightly weaker than him, the two adults, he was sure, could crush him outright. No escape remained, he had to fight whether he liked it or not. A wall of cold blocked their retreat, 3 specters formed a triangle and penned them in. Yanlian never wanted to recall how she got out. She lay in a heap by a utility pole, blood pouring from her as if from a tap. At this rate, no enemy need lift a finger, she'd die from loss alone. Her bound specter's rank was too low, 3 at once overwhelmed him. Every item she owned was spent, surviving even this long had pushed her past the limit. The racket and reek of blood drew more specters. She shut her eyes tight and waited for the end. She couldn't even save herself. No. 19 took a fatal blow meant for her and still fell. Ask if she regretted it? She'd say no. Life has moments when impulse overrides reason. At least she'd try for no. 19 even if the ending stayed the same. Only a little regret remained. When Huawei sensed something wrong and arrived, specters were converging from every direction, more than a dozen in sight. Her gaze locked on the source of the metallic stench. Blood splashed across Yen Lian's beautiful face, making her pale skin look shockingly stark. So Yen Lian hadn't died inside a dungeon. Judging by the past few days, she must have left on the fourth night. The reason she'd exited had everything to do with No. 19. Save her. Barely clinging to life, Yen Lian had risked everything for No. 19. Proof her humanity hadn't been eroded. Kindness is rare in dungeons, Hua Hua admired it. If there was a chance Yen Lian could live, she wouldn't abandon her. The rib-bone dagger flashed into Hua Hua's hand. After many dungeons, she now handled battle with practiced ease. Even facing so many specters, she felt no urge to back down. Jin Jiayue set a hand on her shoulder, stopping her charge. With us here, you don't need to lift a finger. After all, we're not just for show. Replace the copy, Traffic King. Jin Jiayue's ability is to create an illusionary realm, yet any wound an enemy suffers inside it is real. The illusion is like a personal domain. If the enemy can't break it or leave, her power dominates completely. Sometimes the illusion mirrors reality perfectly, she can conjure any scene she wants. Just like now, the surroundings look unchanged, but they're already inside her illusionary realm. The specters swarmed Yen Lian. High on the building, a giant iron billboard was torn apart by an unseen force and split into countless shards that shot toward them. Unaware of the danger, the specters were pierced clean through as the metal pieces whipped back and forth. By the time they realized, their bodies were riddled with holes. You could see the scenery behind them through the gaps. Jin Jiayue was simply too strong, an overwhelming crush. The specters could only take the beating. Once inside her illusionary realm, escape was impossible. Within minutes, a dozen specters dissolved into black smoke and vanished, no longer a threat. At the same time, a line of data appeared on Jin Jiayue's panel. Level up requirement, C-grade evil spirits slain 3/10,000. Hua Hua hadn't expected specters outside a dungeon could still count as evil spirits. Among the dozen specters, 3 were C-grade, the rest were lower and didn't count toward the quota. Unlike inside the evil spirit tower, where bound specters can't be summoned, Hua Hua had to rely on her own abilities plus her bound specters. Auxiliary power to hunt. That method of hunting evil spirits was worlds apart from Jin Jiayue's direct slaughter of specters. Moreover, bound specters can only stay summoned in the horror game world for a limited time, and using abilities shortens that duration. Once a bound specter's power is exhausted while the player is still inside the horror game, the danger skyrockets. There was no time to dwell on that, saving someone came first. Hua Hua hadn't visited the library every day for nothing. She knew basic first aid and had to stop Yen Lian's bleeding first. None of them had much clothing, but by piecing bits together they barely managed to staunch the blood. Beyond that, Yen Lian needed to leave quickly and get proper treatment. For Yen Lian, the odds of survival looked slim. Unconscious, she might not finish the mission even if the replacement succeeded. Some dungeons test a player's personal abilities. Chauncey Quality Education School, for instance, tests endurance and memory. Others require nothing. If one player clears it, everyone passes. Line 4 subway dungeon was like that. Fang Chenju dragged the team down, yet they all passed and left. With luck, they'd draw something similar. By now the illusionary realm had lifted. The billboard on the building was intact again. Neon lights shaped like stars seemed to proclaim the girl on the ad was the brightest star in the sky. The girl's smile should have been radiant, yet Hua Hua saw no joy in her eyes. She was clearly the center of attention, towering over the other youths on the LED screen, yet she felt chillingly alone at the top. Hua Hua suspected a dungeon might lie inside this building. With Yen Lian wounded, they couldn't travel far. They might as well try their luck inside. With luck, it wouldn't be a high-difficulty dungeon. With Zhao Ling's help, the unconscious Yen Lian was carried into the building. The moment they stepped in, Jin Jiayue and Zhao Ling vanished. Game mission replacement updated. Current dungeon, Traffic King. Difficulty, sea level. Requirement, within 1 month, reach 1 million followers and become a streamer with modest popularity. Compared to an A-level dungeon, the difficulty wasn't high, but the time limit felt long and it was a solo mission. Given Yanlian's state, switching to another dungeon would be even harder. Better to learn about this one first. From the mission brief, it sounded non-violent and fairly gentle. Looking around the lobby, Huawei counted 7 people, 5 women and 2 men. Some looked bewildered, others calm and confident. Seeing the trio enter, someone's eyes widened. 2 kids this round, I've never seen that. Their gaze shifted. One's bruised all over, and the woman's badly hurt. Someone was puzzled. I entered with injuries once, but inside the dungeon they vanished. After I left, they came back. So wounds from outside don't carry into a dungeon. These 2 are injured, which means they got hurt inside. Another added, but the dungeon just started, how could they already be hurt? Someone muttered, what a bizarre group. Just then the elevator dinged, and a young woman in business attire stepped out. Glasses perched on her nose lent her an intellectual air. She hugged a folder and walked over in high heels. Her voice was charming. You're the new intern streamers. The company provides room and board, 2 per room. Work is easy and the benefits are better than anywhere else. Of course, you must meet the company's targets. Fail, and you'll be dismissed. The woman was all business, no wasted emotion. Almost forgot, my name is Sume. I'm your supervisor. Come to me with any streaming issues. You don't know each other yet, but you're colleagues now. Introduce yourselves. Sume stood waiting while the players made their introductions. Judging by their compliance, they weren't new to the game. Defying an NPC never ends well. A sweet-looking girl with twin sheephorn braids spoke first. Hi, I'm Hua Yun, 19, a D-level player. A muscular man praised her. Little sis, you're as sweet as candy. He cocked what he thought was a handsome brow. After the dungeon, can I get your contact? The players collectively cringed. Someone groaned, ugh, you're so greasy. With you around, who needs cooking oil? Traffic king, value. Hua Yun seemed not to notice the man's sleaziness and smiled sweetly. Sure. The man was overjoyed, his eyes glued to Hua Yun as he introduced himself like a love-struck fool. I'm Peng Jiming, 25 years old, C-level player. If Huawei heard right, the man had started to say 30, and his looks were nothing like a 25-year-old's. Lying about something so obvious, could he really be a C-level player? Who knows how many people noticed, but no one called him out. Next was a plainly dressed girl who spoke gently. I'm Tang Shui, 23, F-rank player. Not long ago Huawei had also been F-rank, yet hearing it now felt like a lifetime away. Judging by her manner, she wasn't surprised to be in a dungeon. This wasn't her first. The next woman was bold and gorgeous, full-figured, every move dripping with allure. Her voice was syrupy. I'm Shu Yuhan, 21, D-level player. Her looks clashed with Yan Lian's type. Still, her charm leaned soft and seductive, whereas Yan Lian was more flamboyant. The most ordinary of the lot was the next speaker, plain features, 150 centimeters tall, waist-length straight black hair. I'm Chi Chao, 28, F-rank player. A tall, thin man in black-rimmed glasses and fair skin continued, I'm Hong Gaojie, 25, D-level player. Everyone's gaze shifted to a statuesque woman whose bearing outshone all other players' eyes indifferent, as though nothing mattered. Her tone was equally flat, faintly magnetic. I'm Tuing Yang, 30, F-rank player. Tuing Yang's aura was striking, yet her face was utterly ordinary. By looks alone, she was someone you'd lose in a crowd. Huawei felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if they'd met before. But she didn't recognize the face, probably her imagination. It was Hua Yuan's turn. He sulked and muttered, I'm Hua Yuan, 10, D-level player. The room went quiet. Players exchanged glances. Hua Yun exclaimed, 10. And D-level. Kids in dungeons rarely survive the first run, let alone rank up. This was almost unheard of. Setting doubts aside, they asked Hua Huai, "What about you?" Hua Huai answered, "Hua Huai, 12, F-rank player." Everyone exhaled in relief, at least she wasn't D-level, or they'd feel outclassed by a child. One player remained, Yan Lian, unconscious and unable to speak. Sumei's stare pinned her down, implying introductions would stay stalled until Yan Lian spoke. Knowing the horror game, Hua Huai figured a forced resolution would come, deadlock couldn't last. Before that happened, Hua Huai spoke up, "This is Yan Lian, 22, D-level player." Yan Lian's Real rank would invite instant hostility, so Hua Huai discreetly lowered it. As for age, she simply guessed from Yan Lian's looks. Realizing someone else could introduce you, the players noticed the shared surname and that Hua Huai had spoken for the unconscious woman. It wasn't hard to conclude the three knew one another. Hua Huai and Hua Yuan were almost certainly siblings. Han Gaojia adjusted his glasses and said shyly, "I've heard of players entering together, but this is my first time seeing it." Still, with two kids and an unconscious woman, they hardly looked threatening. Hua Huai's substitute introduction counted as success, introductions were complete. Sumei finally continued, "Our company owns the entire building. You'll stay on the top floor, the cafeteria is on the first, everything else is office space." She turned toward the elevator. "Follow me." As the group followed, Hua Huai worried about the immobile Yan Lian, called after Sumei, "Supervisor, one streamer's injured. Can she get treatment?" Sumei's disdainful gaze swept over Yan Lian. "Without delivering value, she's not entitled to company benefits. The company owned an entire building. Treatment would cost them almost nothing. Right now Yan Lian couldn't deliver, yet she definitely had the potential." Hua Huai owned a live streaming related item and understood the system a little. The giant billboards and LED screens outside showcased only the gorgeous, Yan Lian fit that perfectly. Blood masked her face, hiding her true looks from everyone. Hua Huai called out, "Wait, please. I'll show you her value." Such buildings usually label every facility, slipping from sight, she followed signs to the bathroom. Inside, she turned on a tap, planning to wet her clothes and wipe the blood from Yan Lian's face. Focused and frantic, she only sensed something wrong as she turned to leave. Next she looked up, the mirror reflected her figure yet moved on its own. Legends say mirrors channel spirits, this eerie sight froze her breath. If she didn't run now, when would she? Strangely, her limbs ignored her commands. Gradually she mimicked the reflection, much like Zhang Changchun's puppet ability. Sumei was still waiting in the lobby, she couldn't be trapped here. Under the mirror's control, Hua Huai's face pressed against the glass, staring eye to eye with her warped reflection, utterly bizarre. Her eyes unblinking, she fought silently. Corrosion crept across the mirror, the grip slackened and the reflected figure twisted. A rib-bone dagger stabbed at the reflection, before contact, the mirror shattered, fragmenting the image. The mirror had broken of its own accord. Hua Huai steadied herself. "Whatever you are, stay away from me." Freed, she turned and left, the broken reflection scattered like shards. From above, one could see an eye-shaped shard on the floor, eerily tilted, watching her retreat. Traffic King, elevator. Hua Huai returned to the lobby soaked and, without pause, wiped clean Yan Lian's striking face. Turning, she studied Sumei, catching the fleeting awe that flashed through the woman's eyes. She grinned. Quite the looker, worth investing in. She then pulled out her mobile phone, made a call, and moments later a staff member came down and led Yan Lian away. The players followed Sumei to the elevator. Huai Yinyun whispered, "In a dungeon, you don't just hop into an elevator, right?" The doors slid open. Sumei stepped inside first, the corner of her mouth lifting. "If you'd rather take the stairs, be my guest, we're heading to the 39th floor." At the mere mention of the number, the players already felt dizzy and drained. Yet some, clinging to safety, were ready to brave the stairwell. "While guiding you, I'll give the briefing. I won't repeat it for latecomers. That briefing could contain crucial intel." The players wavered. Hua Yuan strode straight into the elevator and urged, "Big sis, hurry, the doors are closing." Hua Yuan had decided too fast, perhaps he hadn't thought at all. Hua Huai weighed Sumei's final remark and reached the same conclusion as Hua Yuan. The stairs were safer, offering a chance to dodge anomalies. An elevator was a sealed box. Once danger struck, escape was nearly impossible. Provided danger ever came. Her verdict, it wouldn't. Of course, she didn't believe Hua Yuan's hurry was for her sake. Most likely, it served his own need for security. Hua Yuan never took things seriously. The odds he'd remember every detail of the upcoming briefing were slim. If Hua Huai wished, she could let him sink or swim. Long-suppressed resentment doesn't vanish with mere death. Collecting herself, she stepped in as the second player. Tu Yang entered third, planting herself with crisp efficiency, radiating "Don't mess with me." With a few examples set, the rest piled in without hesitation. Suddenly the alarm blared, making every heart lurch. What's happening? Why's it ringing? A scarlet exclamation mark pulsed on the panel. Overweight. The car was spacious, no one had dreamed it could max out. Clearly, the elevator had never been meant to carry every player at once. In the real world you'd simply wait for the next ride, no big deal. But this was a dungeon where a moment's delay could kill, and the warning only hardened their resolve to stay aboard. Moments ago they'd hesitated, now no one wanted out. Yet until someone left, the elevator wouldn't budge, stranding them far below the 39th floor. Sumei's tone stayed flat. 5 minutes. Decide. After that, I choose who leaves. If they refuse to exit, they'd have to act. After all, they had no idea whom Sumei would pick. Best to keep the choice in their own hands. Hua Yingyun flashed a sweet smile. Simple, the last one in waits for the next car. Fair and reasonable. The last aboard had been Tang Shuhui. She blinked, looking aggrieved. If it's overweight, the heaviest person should step out. Most of the women present were slim and well-proportioned. Which left only the 2 grown men as candidates for heaviest. King of traffic, serendipitous encounter. Han Gaojia was tall and thin. Next to Pang Jiming the difference was obvious at a glance. The heaviest person present was none other than Pang Jiming. When he heard that, he objected. I say the 2 most useless people should be the ones to get off. The number was cleverly chosen, clearly pointing at Hua Huai and Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan glared, snarling, who are you calling useless? I'll kill you. No explanation, just open hostility. Pang Jiming laughed it off. Little brat, who exactly could you kill? If you don't wet yourself later, you should already be thanking heaven and earth. Since you 2 won't understand anything anyway, why not let us go up first? We'll share whatever intel we get, how's that? According to the mission briefing, this dungeon tested individual ability, and rivalry couldn't be ruled out. Relying on a stranger for crucial intel? Impossible. Some people love aiming their blades at whoever looks weakest. Hua Huai lifted her gaze. Who says we're useless? That's not for you to decide. She added, I think Hua Yingyun's right, first come, first served. From the moment they'd entered the dungeon, Hua Huai had been eerily calm, nothing like a child. In contrast, Hua Yuan's player level was slightly higher, yet his behavior was immature, every mood was written on his face. Once branded as weak, someone to be bullied, trouble would never stop. Player level had nothing to do with cowardice, she'd underreported hers to keep a low profile, but she wouldn't yield anywhere else. Hua Yingyun kept smiling. Let's vote by show of hands. Those in favor of Tang Shuhui leaving the elevator, raise your hand. If more than half agree, she'll step out for now. Tang Shuhui hugged herself tightly as the players raised their hands one by one, soon more than half. She was the one leaving the elevator, of course they didn't care. However unwilling, she had to step out. Alone outside, she watched the elevator doors slide slowly shut. In the vast emptiness only she remained, anxious and restless, praying the elevator would descend quickly and take her to the 39th floor. In the hush of panic, every second stretched endlessly. She stared at the floor numbers 28, 29, 30. A shadow approached behind her, but her focus on the display left her unaware. Until a hand settled on her shoulder. "Hello, are you an employee of this company?" Tang Shui jumped, screamed, and stumbled back. "Who are you?" The man made no sound. For a moment she thought she'd met a ghost. Looking closer, she saw a man about 1.7 m tall in a suit and tie, every strand of his fringe slicked back with pomade. He gave an immediate impression of maturity and steadiness. Tang Shui hesitated. "I am." "What's the matter?" The man smiled. "My surname is Wang, you may call me Manager Wang. I'm here to discuss a project with your company. But your company is huge and there are few staff on the first floor. I've walked in circles and still can't find anyone who can contact management." From his words, Manager Wang sounded like an important NPC. Failing to board the elevator had instead given her a rare encounter. King of traffic, streamer. On the 39th floor of the building, every room had been opened. Sume led the players down the corridor, letting them take in every scene. The players' eyes went wide, gasping in disbelief. Sume, used to the reaction, explained, "The rooms on this floor are persona building livestream rooms. Pick one you can handle and go live." Each room's decor was wildly different, yet within any single room the style was perfectly unified. The first they passed was a bedroom drenched in pink, stuffed with cute plush toys and radiating a girly blush. Many female players couldn't look away, almost forgetting they were inside a dungeon. Next came a room like a fairy tale, every surface glittering and dreamlike. This room was gorgeous too. The third room flaunted loud scarlet hues, luxury goods displayed in cabinets or strewn across the floor, giving off a decadent air. And there were many, many more rooms like these. She never stopped talking as they toured. Only when you find your own lane can you attract fans effectively. Phase 1 lasts 3 days. By the end, your account must have at least 1,000 fans. In the last room, 10 mobile phones lay on a table. As rookies, these are your streaming tools. Each player took one, every phone was tagged with a name. They opened them eagerly and landed straight on the stream page, no other functions. The top left ID matched each player's name, every account showed 0 fans. They weren't complete strangers to streaming. They'd never streamed, but they'd entered others' live stream rooms. Gaining followers didn't seem that hard. Now every player held a phone, yet 2 still remained on the table. Apparently, besides the badly injured Yen Lian, 1 player hadn't shown up. They'd toured every room, yet Tang Shui still hadn't reached the 39th floor. Han Gaojie found it odd and leaned out to check the elevator. Just then the doors opened and Tang Shui stumbled out, disheveled, eyes wide with panic and an odd flush on her cheeks. Her glistening eyes made hearts itch. Seeing him, Tang Shui flashed a grateful smile and ran faster. For a second Han Gaojie thought she fancied him. Then she sprinted past him straight into the room. Watching her fluster, Hua Yinyun smiled sweetly. "What's up, seen a ghost?" "You look terrified." Han Gaojie flinched. "Don't say that word, it creeps me out here." Hua Yinyun shrugged. "Not really. This place looks fine, nothing scary. Rather than fuss over words, figure out how to hit 1,000 followers in 3 days. Fail and the supervisor fires us. You know what that means, right?" "Of course, mission failure." Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Sensing something, Sume stepped out and greeted the newcomer with a smile. "Manager Wang, what brings you here?" Manager Wang looked jovial, his gaze drifting toward the players' room. "Business, naturally. The last batch was excellent, the bosses were pleased. But after a while, they do get bored." Sume smiled knowingly. "I don't call the shots, the goods have to be willing." Manager Wang nodded. "I know the rules. I'll stay here as usual until I pick the right merchandise." Sume agreed. "Sure, I'll escort you to your room myself." Their figures receded, the elevator display showed them rise from 39 to 40. Hua Huai leaned in the doorway, half in, half out, able to see both the supervisor and the players. With the supervisor gone, only the players remained, buzzing with excitement. Hua Yingyun asked, "What kind of streamer do you want to be?" Shu Yuhan straightened proudly. "Need you ask? These are my capital." Hua Yingyun wrinkled her nose. "Borderline risque?" Shu Yuhan swayed. "Don't call it that, I'm aiming for high-end." Pang Jiming stared, almost drooling. "What's wrong with borderline? I love it." Minutes ago Pang Jiming had wanted Hua Yinyun's contact info, now he'd forgotten all about it. Hua Yinyun sniffed. Crass. Shu Yuhan and Pang Jiming didn't care. Hong Gaojia adjusted his black-framed glasses. "I think I'll go for a straight-A student persona." His aura fit, he looked genuinely smart. Chi Chiao blinked. "I don't have any special skills, I don't know what to do yet." Pang Jiming flexed. "I'm going full fitness streamer, my charm is unstoppable." The oily vibe hit them like a slap. Tang Shuhui, the last to arrive, pressed her lips and said nothing. Hua Huai scrolled the company phone, its interface looked much like her item screen, the ID a single character, Huai. Only difference, this account had 0 followers, and the 2 accounts didn't sync. Hua Huai tried stowing the phone inside the horror game key, failed. Just an ordinary phone, not an item. The others chatted fervently, oblivious to the few who stayed silent. Tu Yingyang lounged in an office chair, idly toying with her phone. After a long wait the chatter died down and Sumei finally returned. "Let's go, time to see the living quarters." Hua Huai noticed Sumei now held several cards. Following her into the elevator, the players jostled, none wanting to be last and forced out. Only once inside did they notice Tu Yingyang hadn't fought for space, she stood calmly outside. They glanced at the panel, 40 was the top floor. The elevator needed only one more floor. No wonder Tu Yingyang stayed so calm. The doors slid shut, they saw her back as she headed for the stairs. When the elevator reached 40, Tu Yingyang was already waiting in front of them. Stairs had beaten the elevator. The players gasped, Hua Yinyun muttered, "What a monster!" Sumei stepped out and displayed the cards. "Here are 5 key cards. Decide among yourselves, then send 2 people to take 1 card. Once every card is claimed, I'll lead you to the corresponding rooms. Traffic King, connect. 10 players in total, 7 women, 3 men. If they paired off 2 by 2, one man would inevitably end up sharing a room with a woman. To prevent that, the female players quickly formed same-sex pairs. Hua Yingyun with Tang Shuhui, Shu Yuhan with Chi Chiao. Tu Yingyang was left alone. She walked up to Hua Huai, and just as Hua Huai thought an invitation was coming, Tu Yingyang grabbed Hua Yuan by the collar. "I'm pairing with him." Hua Yuan, powerless to resist, was hauled over to Sumei like a chick. "We two are a team." Hua Yuan exploded, yanking at his collar. "Are you crazy? I don't want a team with you, let go, psycho." Tu Yingyang gave a soft snort, bending slightly yet still towering over him. "Such a coward, afraid that without your big sister you'll die by my hand?" The jab worked, Hua Yuan stopped struggling, cheeks scarlet. "You'll be the one dying by my hand, just wait, nutcase." Tu Yingyang answered calmly, "Oh. Nothing's more infuriating than raging onto cotton, no outlet, leaving Hua Yuan suffocating." Tu Yingyang's strength was overwhelming, Hua Yuan couldn't break free at all. Thus Tu Yingyang smoothly claimed a room card. Of the remaining 3, Pang Jiming paired with Hong Gaojia, leaving Hua Huai alone. The last card was handed to Hua Huai. She automatically teamed up with the only woman left, Yan Lian. Sumei said mercilessly, "You'd better pray Yan Lian wakes up within 3 days and finishes the objective in that time. The company doesn't keep deadweight, fail and she's still fired." Then Sumei led the players to their respective rooms. Because Yan Lian was badly hurt, Hua Huai's room was temporarily solo. The hotel-like room was the most comfortable Hua Huai had ever stayed in across dungeons. The bed was so soft it swallowed her, sweeping away every ache. The wardrobe brimmed with changeable clothes of every style and type. Hua Huai's own clothes were in tatters, she needed a wash and change. But no rush. Night had fallen, the door was shut, she was alone. She checked the prop phone first. The live stream room had stayed on all day, the screen flooded with bullet comments the moment she opened it. Finally a break. Bet I've watched since morning, phone in hand while eating, sleeping, even on the loo. Hard to believe so much happened in just one day. After the streamer cleared 30 rooms, my scalp's still numb. That dagger looks freaky, so light yet it pierces monster height in a flash, unreal. A whole day without a single blooper, starting to think this isn't some pre-shot skit but actual live streaming. Dude above, you nuts? Ghosts don't exist. Those remarks, especially the last, almost confirmed to Hua why they were real-world humans. To be sure, she typed in the chat box. Why, what city are you guys from? If they were from the real world, city names should pop up. Her first message since going live caused an uproar, cramming the screen. The streamer spoke, she's alive. Dunno why you ask, but I'm from Chuanluo City. Mimi, Suching here, so hyped. Huicheng, biggest jade mine in Huagui, remember me, big streamer. Those cities were all on the map of Huagua. So they really were viewers from reality. The two worlds were connected. Recalling the company quota, 1,000 fans in 3 days. She tapped the ID, follower count showed 2,684. If the prop phone was the benchmark, she'd already cleared the 3-day mission. The company phone, however, showed 0 followers. Of course, streaming hadn't started, how could there be fans? About to wash up, she manually ended the stream and pocketed the prop phone. That night nothing eerie happened, the players slept till dawn. Next morning a countdown one appeared on the mission panel. Today was their first day of internship, the digit likely meant day 1, reminding them objectives had to be met on time. Hua Huai switched the prop phone to live mode and rode the elevator to the 39th floor. Posters plastered the 39th floor elevator lobby. Yesterday the crowded players, sloppy ads everywhere, plus Supervisor Sumei's tour, had left them no time to notice the walls. Now with spare minutes, several players stood analyzing the posters. Hung Gaojie stroked his chin. Posters like these usually hide key info. Reading line by line, the content made them hold their breath. Blunt to the core, glorifying overnight riches and worshipping looks above all. Xu Yuhan found it reasonable. For influencers, that's spot on. Plenty blow up overnight, good looks do draw followers easier. She tucked a strand behind her ear, smiling confidently, take me, this mission's a cinch. At leisure she strolled into the third live stream room. Hua Yingyun commented, never seen anyone so full of herself. She flashed a sweet smile. Move, everyone, 1,000 fans in 3 days is tough, don't waste time. Then she entered the first live stream room. Players dispersed, while Huai Tu looked away from the posters. Besides the text, there were photos of girls, bright smiles, brimming energy. Fine at first glance, but after a while they inexplicably set her on edge. Just then the elevator opened, she met Tu Yang and Hua Yuan's eyes. Hua Yuan darted out, trying to hide behind Hua Huai yet wary of her, so he halted several meters back, eyes fixed on Tu Yang. Whatever Tu Yang had done, the little devil now feared her. Inside a sea-level dungeon, this self-proclaimed F-grade player was way too calm. King of traffic, dollhouse. Tu Yang had most likely lied about her player level, just like she had. Unlike Hua Yuan's fear, Tu Yang was calm and composed, the corner of her mouth still holding an indifferent smile. The upward curve was so slight that, unless you looked closely, you couldn't see it at all. She walked down the corridor, opened one of the live stream room doors, and vanished from the two of them. Only when Tu Yang was out of sight did Hua Yuan drop his guard and enter a room. Hua Huai stepped into a grotesque dollhouse filled with bizarre dolls, each unsettling in its own way. For instance, a blood-soaked, tattered toy bear clinging to the wall, a doll lying in the corner with wide-open eyes and a slightly parted mouth, a Figure with a human body but a wrinkled pig's head for a face. She took out 2 mobile phones, planning to stream on both simultaneously. What appeared before her was a stark contrast. The company phone was deserted, while the prop phone was buzzing with activity. Yesterday I saw plenty of nice rooms, why did the streamer pick this one? These dolls make my scalp tingle, I swear each one houses a paranormal creature, and when they all stare at the streamer in perfect unison. Wait! One of them moved. Watching the phone screen, Hua saw it too. The toy bear on the wall had crawled 2 steps. Hua stood up, walked over, and as she reached out, the bullet comments almost exploded. Streamer, don't touch it, run. I'm scared. Brothers and sisters, spam comments to shield me. Comment, don't use me as a shield, I'm scared too. Some viewers disdained to comment. TCH, you're newbies, right? Yesterday was way wilder, this is nothing. Streamer, yank it down and give it 2 punches to teach it manners. Daring to scare our streamer, how clueless can it be? The newcomers knew nothing of what Hua had faced yesterday. They were on tenterhooks, refusing to believe the veterans. It had to be a staged prop for show, that explanation felt more rational. Then Hua's outstretched hand failed to touch the blood-soaked toy bear. Whoa, she missed. The streaming biz is so crafty now, double fakeouts. Based on my experience, she'll catch it next time, otherwise it's boring. Too many tricks and viewers lose interest in the livestream room, don't fall into that pit. Hua knew little about streaming and didn't reply in time. She simply found the toy bear odd and suspected it might be a clue hidden in the dungeon, so she wanted a closer look. Among the many dolls, the toy bear glanced back after 2 steps, its pitch-black eyes unreadable. In its movement Hua sensed a trace of timidity. She stepped forward again, and the toy bear quickly crawled 2 more steps. Hua didn't use any abilities, and dolls littered the floor, limiting where she could move. Once more, she failed to catch the toy bear. The toy bear really was shrinking back, had she seen wrong? Twice in a row, Hua had felt it clearly. If anyone should be scared, it ought to be her, a human. Anything possessing a toy bear had to be a ghostly creature. A ghost fearing a human, so absurd it sounded like a joke. A chase unfolded between girl and bear, playful and unhurried. The room was only so big, eventually the toy bear backed into a corner, hemmed in by other dolls. Hua crouched, pinched the bear's tiny paw, and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Not every ghost in a dungeon is malevolent, most carry their own stories. When they can communicate, you find they possess rich emotions too. Just like humans. After all, they were once living people. The toy bear tried to pull its paw back, Hua let it. Unsure whether it could speak, she said, "You're hurt, shall I mend you?" The bear froze mid-turn, looking back with those jet-black eyes. As if puzzled, weighing the truth of her words. "I'm pretty handy with a needle, my stitches shouldn't be too ugly." "Not if you agree, shake your head if you don't." The toy bear's own wishes mattered, blind help might go against what it wanted. Respecting its choice, she watched its dark eyes shift. It tilted its head slightly, then nodded. Hua couldn't find needle or thread, so the toy bear scurried off and returned with them from some corner. A row of needles and threads lay before her, the bear stared at them, carefully selecting. It finally stopped at pink thread, its furry face utterly focused, clearly it loved the color. Beauty has no fixed definition. Hua picked the matching thread. "You want this one?" The bear's head followed her motion, tilting upward, unmoving, hesitating. After a moment it lowered its head, moved to thread that matched its own color, picked it up, and held it high. The choice was not about liking, but about suitability. Hua took the thread, threaded the needle with ease, and beckoned, "Come here." Slightly disappointed, the toy bear trotted over, settled into her arms, and lay quietly. From an angle Hua couldn't see, comments danced wildly across the screen. "I thought this was a horror flick, what's with the fluff? That creepy toy bear is adorable. The way it runs melts my heart. The streamer isn't scared at all, so reassuring. Yesterday was fierce combat, today is cozy daily life, what a leap. Still, hee hee, that bear is so cute. Though no expert seamstress, Hua Huai was skilled enough at basic mending and soon stitched the toy bear's torn body hole. The bear tried to climb out of her arms, she pulled it back. Wait, not finished yet. With pink thread she crocheted a tiny flower and fastened it over the seam. Because it wasn't sewn flat, the flower bobbed gently with the bear's movement like a little badge. The toy bear looked down, stunned by the pink blossom on its chest. Unsure whether it liked it, Hua Huai added, I only hooked the flower on, you can snip it off any time, the rest of the stitching won't come undone. Traffic king, follow. The toy bear clutched its chest, quickly stepped back twice, and shook its head violently. The way Hua Huai weaved the little flowers was clumsy, far from outstanding, yet the toy bear actually liked it that much. To earn its affection gave Hua Huai a happy sense of recognition. Still sitting cross-legged, she bent forward, rested her elbows on her knees, propped her cheek in her palm, and looked down at the toy bear. It looks like you can't talk, otherwise I'd really love to ask your name. The toy bear also sat in front of her, having dropped its earlier vigilance. Hearing this, its eyes drifted left, then right, refusing to meet hers. Hua Huai stroked the toy bear's head, its ears twitched, its eyes rolled, and it slipped out from under her hand. It dived into the pile of dolls and vanished. Hua Huai returned to the two phones and noticed the company one had gained a few sporadic bullet comments. She's only a human girl, why isn't she scared of that toy bear? That toy bear must be a coward, it can't even handle a human girl. If it were me, I'd gobble her in one bite. Bite your own head. I'm becoming her fan, if any of you dare touch her, I'll eat you first. The last comments stood out starkly. From these lines it was clear the viewers on this phone weren't living people, most likely the strangeness of this world. That the strange held hostility toward humans seemed common knowledge. Hua Huai never expected a strange entity would step up to defend her and claim it wanted to be her fan. The feeling was truly. The other bullet comments ganged up on this outlier. Hey upstairs, are you sick? She's a human girl, nothing but food to us. Don't you find it laughable? Worshipping something you could just eat. I see a sparkle in her you can't see, besides, to me she's not food. If she's not food, then what is she? She's hope. A long string of ellipses floated across the screen, the other strange entities were obviously speechless. The number 1 suddenly appeared in Hua Huai's follower list. Knowing nothing about streaming, she decided to ask for guidance. She spoke straight to the camera, I don't understand live streaming, how should I do it? The company phone's bullets answered. You're skinny as a bean sprout, not even enough to floss my teeth, go grab a bowl of rice and fatten up first. Of course dress cooler, sway your waist, shake your hips, strike some seductive poses. Don't listen to them, do whatever you want, staying true to yourself matters most. This last one was a clear stream among the strange comments. Meanwhile, on the prop phone. Streamer, are you a real streamer? A living one? Ahem, no offense, but these past 2 days of live streaming feel unreal. The stark contrast left them feeling split. One moment she was in fierce combat, the next she squatted before the camera asking how to stream. After a pause they replied seriously. There are many formats, mukbang, talent shows, daily vlogs, plus teaching, gaming, and so on. For you, interactive Q&A feels perfect, engaging with viewers can itself be a highlight. The prop phone's audience offered sensible advice. The company phone's viewers clearly wouldn't buy that. Actually this was only a C-rank dungeon, even if the task failed, Hua Huai probably wouldn't lose her life. At worst she could find another dungeon to replace the current quest. She had no need to pander to the audience at all. Besides, what on earth were those bullet comments they sent? She would never ingratiate herself with that lot and end up a mess. She pushed the company phone flat and rolled her eyes. Watch if you like, leave if you don't. Viewers on the prop phone commented. First time seeing such a casual streamer, kinda smitten. What to do? Of course hit follow. Becoming her fan now makes me an OG later. Wait for me, I wanna be an OG too. The follower count on the prop phone shot up, soon breaking 5,000. The audience here was much friendlier, lifting her mood. Hua Huai's lips curved, eyes brightening. Since we're free, let me show you around this building. She'd also check for any clues about this dungeon. Usually dungeons have hidden tasks. If this hidden task could be completed without needing viewer attention, she could leave the dungeon. That sounded far better than struggling for attention on camera. She acted at once. Leaving the bizarre dollhouse, Hua Huai passed one live stream room after another. The soundproofing was poor. Standing in the corridor she could hear the players inside. Hung Gaojie's room looked like a library. Viewers seeing only the limited camera view might really believe he was in one. From inside came a halting voice, "It seems, everyone coming to my stream are cute, little girls." Hua Huai quietly gripped the company phone in her pocket. If the audience inside could be called cute, then cute enough to want the streamer dead. She began to wonder whether the viewers in their two phones were different. In fact, she was overthinking. Inside the room, Hung Gaojie sat at a desk, his phone on a stand, the camera framing him studying. Actual study time was nearly zero. Every dozen seconds he would glance at the bullets and interact with viewers. A study buff who can study looks tastier, really want a bite. He called us little girls, huh, dying of laughter. He doesn't think we want to eat him in that way, does he? With that face even ghosts would gag. Hung Gaojie thought the viewers were blunt, spelling out their likings so crudely. Those who liked him had to be girls. He called them little girls because the study buff persona usually attracted viewers who loved studying. Most were still students, not very old. Under the barrage of ridicule, Hung Gaojie finally realized. This was a game dungeon, the audience might not even be human. His palms sweated, gradually soaking the pages beneath. The instant the realization hit, terror shot to his brain, he almost screamed. Clenching his teeth, he forcibly crushed the panic. Looks like he's finally figured out what we are. His face is sheet white.